I just came in to try to get some listenable conversation on YouTube. They were talking over each other. But yeah, just everyone cool out, man. Chill out.
It's a.
Can I ask one question of the Upside Down Australia?
Are you asking me if you can ask me? Like, ask your question.
I was asking the mods because they were trying to get some form of like coherence out of a conversation. But anyway, my question is, do you think the rates of child abuse have gone up or down in the last, say, 30 years?
You can't get an accurate figure, so how would we know that?
You guys need to pick a new topic.
Yeah, let's just go to... Yeah, that's right. Sweep it under the rug. Talk about...
All right, who has a new topic they'd like to bring up?
Upside Down Australia is a problem. Sorry, dude.
Back on, so.
What we're going to talk about now?
Ooh.
You know that before they started using the word science in the late 1700s, science was actually called natural philosophy.
I knew. I knew.
And that
We call
that's
we
when the
call like
guy
scientific
John,
methodologic naturalism now.
well, there was a guy called John Mitchell who was the first guy who came up with the original experiment for the Cavendish experiment. And at the end, Cavendish published his experiments in a journal called the Royals. It's called the Philosophical Transaction of Royal Society, 1978. So they never looked at they never looked at it the way that we do now. Science was philosophical.
Well, science
Always
is still
philosophical.
philosophical. It still is. Like there's entire university courses that are just the philosophy of science. It's methodological naturalism. It's a form of epistemology that we use which is a form of philosophy that we use to gather information about the world around us. So.
And as we know in philosophy, there's no structure to it, you know.
That's not true.
But that's kind of what's been created from the original way of looking at it. There's been like laws and methods and structure. You know?
So philosophy has structure. That's why you have things like fallacies, right? Because it doesn't fit the structure of philosophy. It needs to be both sound and valid. And if it's not sound and valid, or it uses some unsound or unvalid reasoning, then it's a fallacy. It's fallacious.
And do you think that what you just said, that fallacious attribute belongs to one of the kind of like the rules of philosophy, or is it just something that's been added, whereas over time it's adopted it?
What? So, is fallacy an inherent part of philosophy? Yes. Yeah, because if I say someone's a married bachelor, then that violates one of the laws of logic in standard logic, and therefore it's a fallacy. It's fallacious. It doesn't follow.
Anyone know anything about horoscopes?
I think everybody's trying to gather their thoughts from that last shit show. What was your what's the point in your question about horoscopes? Are you wanting to find out something about yourself or predict the future in some way?
More just fishing, see if anyone has any knowledge. Just more interest in the stars than anything. What they mean. I want someone to feed me red pills, please.
I don't want to speak on his behalf. I think Gio is really knowledgeable on this kind of thing.
What if they mean nothing?
Well, I would assume they mean something, just because they made all the maps for it. That seemed pretty good.
Aren't they there as like a they're there as a peg in time to establish, you know, that moment where you were born, and the position where you were at that time, and all the influences that are upon you, yeah, at that time. So it's just a marker, you know. It's like a notch, so you can go back and relate to it. It's not necessarily meaning, you know, any. It's not nothing mystical in a sense, really. It's just a marker. I don't know if Gio thinks or can sort of elaborate more, but I know that what's his name, Santos Bonacci, he goes on to say that, you know, people that are born in the year of the ram, you know, you can look at their face and yeah, they look like a ram. They've got these specific features and stuff like that. And people that are born in the year, and you know, in the month of Cancer, you know, they're sort of hard shelled type of people that, and he can sort of look at people and he can tell what month they're born just by looking at them, and the attributes related with, you know, the horoscopes.
What happens if he looks at someone and they're born in a month where the star sign changes? How would he know which star sign they were?
You mean someone who's born on the cusp? So you'd have attributes of both, I suppose.
Like, I'm an Aquarius, but when I was born was just inside the start of Aquarius. So how would he be able to determine that?
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask him, but people that are well versed in the topic, including other modalities like face and palm reading, with lots of experience, they can tell without having to think too much. Have you ever been to a clairvoyant or a fortune teller, whatever they call them, and they look at your palms and they put the tarot cards down, and then they sort of say that they're clairvoyant and they can, you know, ask you a couple of questions and tell you a few stories about yourself, that sort of thing? Have you ever been to one of those? Maybe from the back page of the newspaper, found a phone number and just thought this will be interesting, find out about myself. You ever done that?
I've been a psychic medium before, yeah.
Psychic medium. Okay, so they can talk to the spirit world or be the middleman for that.
Yeah.
Did you
Mystic
get to talk to any relatives or whatever?
No.
Did it seem legit?
Well, I've known the lady for many years before she actually started going down the psychic medium route. But yeah, I mean, she knew things about me that I've never told anyone. And it's that information as well is not on the internet either. So yeah, I was a little taken back by some of the things that she said.
That's interesting. Hey, so that's direct experience with someone who's able to tap into that knowledge somehow.
Yeah, but I think that's slightly different from the star signs. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible to tell people star signs just by looking at them, but it would, it would be interesting to know how these people do it.
It's probably not as simple just taking a look at them, but actually observing their behavior and observing their personality, etc., in a natural environment. It would take a little bit of time, but of course after after doing it for many years, like Santos Bonacci, someone like that can easily distinguish who's who and where they're from and where they're going, where they're at.
Have you ever seen it tested?
No. You mean in the lab?
Well, it doesn't have to be in a lab, but just like something that you could go, okay, I'm going to bring a dozen people through with a heap of different features and see if someone like Santos can reliably, say, like outside of someone who doesn't do this for a living, if Santos can reliably give some information about them that someone who doesn't do this for a living couldn't also do.
Well, I don't think he's clairvoyant, but he can definitely spot like you out of one of 12 signs.
Well, yeah, but mentalists can do that, right? And they say that there's nothing magical about any of that, and they wouldn't say horoscopes work.
I mean, he has got a 1 in 12 chance of getting it right. So, it's...
What's a mentalist?
It's more than that. A mentalist is someone who is able to like read people and sort of direct them through like, hand signals or asking specific questions that the answers can give them an idea of the person's history. There's like a whole TV show on it, but there's a sort of famous atheist debater called Matt Dillahunty, who's also a mentalist. So he's sort of argued against this. And I think James Randi was one of the greats. He was a mentalist who could also do a lot of the stuff that the horoscope readers and palm readers and stuff could do. But he did it, and he could break down why he did it just using like observations and questioning techniques.
And these mentalists will be able to tell you what horoscope you're born under.
They would more trick you into telling them what horoscope you're from, but without you knowing it.
They do that, but yeah, they'd essentially be able to use techniques to find out information about a person, including horoscopes. James Randi offered, I think, $1 million to anyone that could prove the supernatural exists through things like, being able to like read minds or through horoscopes or any of that sort of stuff, or like, Uri Geller's spoon bending through his mind. He offered $1 million and no one managed to collect it, and he debunked like spiritualists and mentalists and all sorts of people live on air.
But there's certainly the chi people in the East who like just slam bricks in their balls. Obviously, something going on there. It's working a little bit.
Sorry, the chi people?
I'm trying to think. A Tai Chi, I believe it is. I don't want to get it confused with the wrong art form.
Oh my God. I've seen some of them, and they're they're pretty amazing, but they're amazing for a different reason, and that's that when they go up against a real fighter, the Tai Chi guy will be like doing breathing techniques and slow movement. The real fighter will just beat the shit out of him.
Oh yeah, I don't deny that. But they still slam bricks in their balls, and that's kind of their thing. I don't see how you can just like get super into it without it having like some sort of truth.
Because it's a religious practice, maybe?
Yes,
Okay.
but it does seem to defy the like what you'd think a human body would handle.
Have you heard of the flagellates in the Black Death era?
I don't think so. No.
So they essentially just whip the skin off their own backs for hours on end because of religious hysteria. Like, if they can do that, why can't someone, hit themselves in the balls with bricks for a while? It's just mind over matter.
Did,
I mean,
did you
yeah,
hear about
I
that?
agree that's a possibility, but
There was a yogi that rolled from one side of India to the other. He literally rolled on his side, rolling and rolling and rolling, and he had a whole bunch of people sweeping the road for him, so he didn't have too many rocks to go over. The people have done some amazing things. There was one guy that ate an entire airplane, including the seats.
What's the ones that ask money for it? They're like, yeah, give me all your life savings and I'll tell you how to better your life. Like, dudes, just don't give them any fucking money. Don't give them your life savings and your life will be better. It's simple.
So you think they're all deranged and maybe hustlers?
Yeah, that seems to be the most reasonable conclusion.
Not a single legitimate one out there in the entire population of the world.
Nah, I don't think so. Because, like, if there was, they'd just easily be able to corner the market by being the only one that can prove that they're legit, right?
The thing is, when I went for my reading with my friend, I said to her, "How much do you charge?" Yeah, before I went there, and she said, "Well, that's up to you." Yeah, when you sit down with her after your session, you decide how much you've got out of that session, and you pay her based on how much you feel you got out of it. And if you feel you didn't get anything from the session, you can walk out and leave and not pay her anything.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to those people for something to do or like a bit of fun, but I wouldn't expect anything serious from it. I think most flat earthers believe in the supernatural and spiritual.
I don't think that's a flat earther thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, is there a overlap, like a correlation between the two?
I don't think so.
it makes it way more possible, and I'll entertain the idea a lot more. But I still have not seen evidence.
I mean, I believe in the, like I say, because I went and visited my friend, I was quite skeptic of these people before I went to see her. And like I say, she told me things that no one should know. Yeah, that information isn't out there for anybody to find. And I haven't ever told anyone else. So it's not like someone else could have told her. Yeah. So that kind of swayed me to maybe some of these people aren't just con men, yeah. And through personal experience, I believe in, you know, you have a spirit, and you know, when your body dies, your spirit carries on.
Would you ever try to test it to see if it's real or not?
Yeah, I tested it when I was a young man.
You ever seen anyone or know anyone that does a lymphatic flush?
I have no idea what that is.
So your lymphatic system in your body, you know, the treatment to do a drainage or a flush on your lymphatic system, you have to have very experienced hands. It's such a light form of massage, and you can actually detox and get a lot of benefit from that. And the people that do that is working on a very fragile, or not fragile, but it's a very delicate treatment, and you kind of have to be in tune. It's kind of like someone that does Reiki or Qigong treatment. I don't know if you've ever experienced having a Qigong treatment, but if you ever do, you will know that there's something there that is, it's not visible or measurable by any scientific experiment.
Well, lymphatic massage is different to Reiki because you actually have like lymph nodes in your body. So you can like just easily reason that if you have a lymphatic system, you've got lymph nodes. If you put pressure on them, then whatever fluids are in your lymph nodes should be moved about, and that might facilitate like the drainage of the buildup in your lymph nodes, which are like harmful toxins, that sort of thing. So yeah, that could detox, but I think Reiki is completely different. That's like using spirit magic to make you feel groovy. Like you don't even touch people when you do Reiki.
So all these people doing Qigong and Reiki treatments, are they all delusional? And
Yeah.
so is the patient, and the patient's delusional in having an experience.
No, they generally go through a placebo effect. So it's kind of a delusion, but it's not like a delusion. It's just like a physiological response to your emotional state.
Wow. I guess you don't know what you don't know. Because there are actually people out there pretty serious about these types of things, like even remote viewing, and that's people that are remote viewers. They even, you know, they're disbelievers in so many things, but for remote viewing itself, it's more of it's actually something that the military use.
No, it's something the military tested but never used.
So
There are also people that try to summon demons.
you claim they don't use it.
Yep.
Okay.
So they did some testing into it, and then they may have like done a few tests that are like, well, it might work, it might not. It's called parapsychology. And it seems like they largely did that to try to trick the Soviet Union into wasting a lot of their time doing it. The whole thing's outlined in that Men That Stare at Goats movie, but if you actually want to read up on it, it's like, it's not that big a deal. It's just They tested it
suppose
to see if it works, and it didn't work.
I suppose you'd say that the shape and the structure of a pyramid doesn't have any special attributes to it whatsoever. No energetic attributes whatsoever. Would you say that?
The only way it would is if you were to do something like make it out of copper, or I don't know, have some conductive material in it. Then you could maybe make the case that it has some, I don't know, charge differential. But just a stone pyramid, no, absolutely nothing to do with anything. It's just the easiest way to stack rocks.
Oh, okay.
What is a stone?
So you think?
Yeah, what is a rock?
You think they built the Great Pyramids just for fun? Then?
No, it's because they had a slave class and they had to differentiate the wealth of the incredibly wealthy from the slaves. Otherwise, the slaves might think that the wealthy weren't given to them by the gods and didn't have god privileges. So they used the slave class to build great monuments for themselves because they felt special, because they were the like, they thought of themselves as deities, and the slave class needed to be used for stuff like that.
Hey, I bet you're a ball earther, bud. I know straight away you're a ball earther. Am I right?
Yes, I'm a ball earther.
I knew it. Immediately from hearing your reaction, dogging any other sort of greater thinking than your own, and also by the pyramids there. How did I know you were a ball earther? How do I know every time, no matter what topic, whether the person is a ball earther or not? How you doing? Good morning, everyone.
And how did you come to knowing that the pyramids have some mystical power?
Why was Russia doing experiments with pyramids?
Okay, I'm going to re-ask that question because you didn't really engage. But how did you come to think or know that the pyramids have some mystical power?
Who said there's mystical power?
You said there's a power that we don't know that the pyramids possess, and I'm pretty sure that's the definition of a mystical power.
I said energetic. I think I might have used the words energetic qualities.
And do you know exactly what causes those?
Probably the shape.
Probably the shape. So you don't. It's the easy way of saying you don't know exactly what causes it or what mechanisms. You just say the shape correlates with some thing, some like energetic state. Now, because it's a mystery, I class that as a mystical thing.
Not really. I have thoughts on that, and it's about the ether above. It's like a church roof and how it's sort of slanted away. If we have an encompassing force from above, well, then depending on whether it's good or bad, it's better to alleviate it away, divert it away, or else maybe collate and collect this energy in a way. So there's no doubt that there's something mystical about pyramids. Now, whether it's mystical because we just don't know, we don't appreciate in the proper sense the nature of this earth, or whether it's actually truly mystical and getting into different realms, well, who knows? We're forced to try and work it out. And I will just say the contrast is the official bullshit story, which of course, the vast majority of flat earthers have come away from anyway, whatever the real story may be.
Okay, so you were saying that the pyramid structure causes a thing, the ether, that we don't know exists, to be deflected off because it could potentially be bad, a thing that you don't know if it's actually good or bad, if ether actually exists. And you're saying we're justified in thinking this because of all the other assumptions we make about reality, like the earth is flat and government lies.
But you find it very easy to believe, people of your kind, very easy to believe all manner of impossible things. Everything to do with the spinning ball earth is something none of us have experienced. And in a sense, it becomes impossible. So you find no problem believing any of that. But when it comes into different areas of consideration, let's use your own brain. What's your best guess at what could be happening under a different sort of setting, under a different story? Have you anything to say about that?
I don't understand the question. So you want me to guess what would happen if I was delusional?
You have no problem accepting impossible things. Now you're
what impossible thing do I accept?
The spinning ball earth. Never experienced it in your life.
How is that impossible?
It's impossible. No one has ever experienced it in their life. No one has ever done that. So you believe all these manner of impossible things, and not to mind the movement around the sun, not to mind the distances to the stars, composition, the sizes, etc. You've no problem believing any and all of that bullshit. None of it. You swallow it all without question. Yeah, when it
No,
comes to talking about
hold on.
these deeper,
Can I
these
just
deeper
can
things
I just
attached
ask?
to true reality. Yeah, I'll never finish now. These deeper things attached to true reality, which is a stationary and flat Earth surface dwelling reality. You're just scoffing and mocking, or you want direct answers like this, rolling off. Give me the direct answer. I need it. I need it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So is your argument that the globe Earth is impossible because I haven't experienced it
Yes,
directly?
no one has ever. The globe Earth is impossible
Okay.
because no one has ever experienced the Earth's surface. This is my conclusion. No one has ever experienced the Earth's surface to move. And the minute you decide that the Earth's surface is moving, then the ball comes into sort of fruition. So yes, no one has ever experienced it. So therefore, it becomes impossible for us
Right.
to recognize. Yeah.
So that's
Do you
what
have
you mean by. Hold on. Is that what you mean by experience the ball Earth? Do you mean that no one's ever experienced the Earth
Yes.
spinning?
Yes, no one has ever experienced the Earth's spinning, and in their lifetime
Right.
evaluation, no one has ever experienced the Earth's surface to move.
Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Right. Do a little experiment for me. Yeah. Rotate your body at 15 degrees per hour and tell me how much you experience you
So once
spinning.
again, justification of the model. So yes, I understand your argument, but how are you going to cater for the Earth moving at 60,000 miles an hour around the sun? How are you going to cater for that? How am I going to
Well,
do
you're
that?
talking about linear velocity. You're not talking about like
Oh,
rotational speed or RPM. So do you understand that first?
yes, I
The
do.
difference
Linear
between the two?
velocity is traveling in a straight line, but the Earth is not traveling in a straight line because as the Earth is rotating around itself, it's traveling in a greater arc around the sun. So it's a compound motion, which is not direct linear motion. So sorry about that,
So
bud.
you're wrong. You're wrong. That is
I'm
direct
not
linear
wrong.
motion because every textbook ever that looks into this will say that that is a calculation for the linear motion as you move as like a line. Even if that line is curved, it's still considered linear motion. Rotational speed is different. That's RPM, right? So if you were to get a clock and you would have that clock move at its normal speed, but you would make the dials much bigger, then it would still only drift at 15 degrees per hour, right?
This is your
Or 30, I suppose.
justification now for why the Earth moves.
I'm
at
sorry,
what
you need to speak to the things I'm saying, okay? Because what it
Yeah.
seems like you're doing is you're saying your justification for this thing
Is that eggshells?
without actually engaging with what I said. So
Is that
I said
eggshells?
15 degree per hour is how we talk about things, and what's your answer to that?
Hey, bud, stop ordering me around. Are you eggshells by any chance? You sound like eggshells if you're not. Okay. You use this for justification for why we don't feel the Earth in motion. When you talk about a linear motion, remember that ball traveling around the sun is going in a curvilinear path, and also the ball itself is turning in itself. So there has to be some way to feel this, but you justify via your example there on a clock or a massive roundabout or something why we can't do it.
Uh-huh.
Fair enough.
So you're
I want to-
assuming there has to be a justification, but you need to give us a reason why we should feel this motion.
You feel the motion yourself because if we cannot feel the Earth's motion, then the Earth is not in motion.
That's not an answer to what I just said.
That can be the only basis for further investigation of truth. That can be the only basis. That's something that all humanity agree on. That we're on a surface that does not move.
If I look at if I look out the window of a train as I'm moving and I see the trees going past, but I don't actually feel the train moving, does that mean the train isn't moving?
Well, you know you're on the train. You feel the train moving. You're consciously got onto the train, so you know you're moving.
So that was a dodge from my question and a dodge from the point. So I'm going to answer
You think
for
I haven't
you.
heard all of these
If
before?
you're on a
Now,
train,
have you considered?
if you're on a train, you see the trees going past, you would consider that as like evidence that you're moving, right? That's what we see when we look up into the sky. Now, it could be that those things are moving and we're not moving, at which point we'd have to test it. And every time we've tested it, it's shown that we're the ones moving.
When you
You're a
go
liar.
when you go
You're a
in
liar.
when you go in a
How am I a
straight
lie? What did I say that was a lie?
Mrs. Morley, someone just posted. Okay.
You haven't read Mickelson Morley, have you?
I've investigated in yes, I think I have actually, but I've definitely investigated the experiment itself or the test itself. Someone just posted.
What was the test?
Post it again. Let me just post
What
it
was
again.
the test supposed to do?
Let me
What
post
was the
it
test?
again for your perusal.
I've read the experiment multiple times.
Hey,
I've read it
bud.
multiple times,
Bud,
buddy.
I know
So
you're
what
lying
were they
to me,
testing
right?
and what did they find? What were they testing and what did they find?
Right. So I have to answer you. Okay. Okay. They were testing.
Yes, you're using it as evidence.
Okay, but I already answered you already. So if I get this right, what will I do then? Will I get a big clap, a gold star from you? Will I?
You'll get me saying that I'm sorry I interrupted you and that it's evidence for your position. Now, please tell me what Mikkels and Morley was trying to find and what they found.
Okay, just as I do that, I'm just going to post something in chat, which was just posted earlier on, where there is seemingly no, or it's not. The only conclusion that can be come to is that the Earth's surface is not in motion. Okay, at various times throughout the year, they were testing the speed of light as hang on, let me get this right now. So the Earth is traveling around the sun, and the speculation was that the speed of light would alter in terms of the direction of motion of the Earth. So at 6 months, 6 months later than from a previous time, because you're traveling in opposing directions, then you should get a variation in the speed of light or the movement of light through the ether, which was assumed luminiferous ether. As there was no result, as there was a null result, or at least a result going against what was expected, then the determination or the consideration was that the Earth was not actually stationary, which is the link I just posted there. Someone posted that earlier on. The Earth actually was stationary, but that could not be entertained because, well, you had come too far. You had come too far. So pretty much that's it. With interferometry test, where they bounce light waves off of a mirror to get your return.
Why do you have this chopped up? Why don't you just have the results of the
I think it had to go on for at least 6 months.
So the experiments on the relative motion of Earth and the ether have been completed and the result decisively negative. So this is Lord Rayleigh. The expected deviation of the interference fringe from the zero, blah, 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 the numbers was less than 0.01 and then not in the 9. As displacement is proportional to squares of relative velocities, it follows that if the ether does slip past the relative velocity is less than 1/6 of the Earth's velocity. So it was called a null result. So in testing the ether, they found that there was no ether. After the failed experiment, Michelson and Morley ceased their ether drift measurements and started to use a newly developed technique to establish the wavelength of light as a standard of length. And then there's Michelson-Gale experiments, right? Have you heard about them?
Yes, and
what did they find?
You'll have to remind me of that one. I've heard about it.
Okay. They found the Earth was spinning.
Did they? Just go read it out briefly what they found. Is it conclusive?
So the outcome of the experiment was that the angular velocity of the Earth as measured by astronomy was confirmed to within measuring accuracy. The ring interferometer of the Michelson-Gale experiment was not calibrated by comparison with an outside reference, which was not possible because the setup was fixed on the Earth. From its design, it could be deduced that the central interference fringe ought to be if there would be zero shift. The measured shift was 230 parts in 1,000. With an accuracy of 5 parts in 1,000. The predicted shift was 237 parts in 1,000. According to Michelson-Gale, the experiment is compatible with both the idea of a stationary ether and relative and special relativity. So they tested the ether one. They got a null hypothesis. So they tested it with ether and special relativity, and they got a positive result.
How do you test it with special relativity? Surely you just look at the results and you sort of chord them with special relativity theory. How do you test them with special relativity? When the experiment will fundamentally be the same, won't it? Just
so you use
look at what the predictions of special relativity will deem, right?
Yes, you use the scientific method to do it by getting a hypothesis and getting predictions off that hypothesis and then testing it. So if your hypothesis is that we should see a drift of 237 and you see a drift of 230, you go, well, that's pretty close. So it validates our experiment, right?
Not really. Have you considered the alternative that the Earth's surface isn't in motion and it's some ethereal field that's in motion itself? So there's ethereal energy that's rotating around the Earth. We don't experience the ether, of course, but we do see the skylights rotating once per day, pretty much fundamentally. Have you considered, or to what degree have you developed the alternative in your thinking that the Earth's surface is in fact not in motion?
So what I did was I thought, is there any experimental data to show this? And is there experimental data to show the opposite? When I looked into it, there was no experimental data for ether theory, but there was plenty for relative motion. So I stopped looking into ether theory until someone can give me some positive indication that it exists.
Because they declared it to be bollocks, didn't they? They declared it to be rubbish. You've just been reading the official textbooks, and then therefore there's no more mention of it. So therefore it's dead and gone. While meanwhile that the spinning ball Earth, lunatic, fucking impossible, fantastical paradigm is accepted throughout, and we're all fucking lunatics. We're all nutters now because we believe things that are not real, first of all, but we can have no way of knowing whether or experiencing whether they're real or not. Very good. Good open scientific mind you have there, bud.
Yeah, so what I actually said was that there was no evidence for the ether position until someone shows me that evidence. I've got no reason to believe in it. And you instead went to a hugely emotional rant about how that I think you're an idiot or a bad person, which isn't what I said. What I said, what I said is there's no evidence for ether theory. So do you have evidence for ether theory?
Okay. Now, I asked you a question. You quickly brush it off. Are you a truther, bud? Are you a truther? Answer me. Are you a truther, a ball earther, or a flat earther? Just what's your best?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to move on until you give me some information on ether theory if you think it exists. If you think it doesn't exist,
I'm not giving you anything.
Okay,
I've come across your
can't have a
million and one
conversation
times. You're here to sell, to whore an official story. But when I ask you simple questions, then you can't.
How do you know I'm here to whore an official story?
I know.
Why do you think I'm not doing something like trying to tell people what I think is true? Why do you think I'm not just trying to tell people what? Why do you think I'm not just trying?
Do you want someone else to hand you your what you call your teaching on a plate? You won't look into it yourself until someone comes up with a complete unified ether theory speculation. Then you're not going to listen to it. You won't look into it yourself. In the meantime, you accept the impossible, things you have no way of understanding or appreciating, which is the result from these experiments showing definitively that the Earth is a big ball moving at massive speeds throughout an empty universe. Good on you. Good on you, bud. Good on you.
So what you just did then was run away from what I actually said again to try to make it emotional, like I'm being mean to you somehow by saying I want evidence of something that you claim is real and I don't think is real, and I've seen counter evidence for. And I've actually looked into it. It seems more than you because I was better able to represent Michelson-Morley as a null hypothesis. They tried to test ether. They found that there was no ether. So the only other explanation might have been like a spinning Earth. And then Michelson-Gale came in, and Michelson-Gale-Pearson, and all these replicated Michelson-Morley style Sagnac effect experiments kept finding that it was the Earth in motion and not the ether. So it seems like I've looked into it more than you.
Well, I haven't examined that particular area in a long while, but have you looked into the alternatives? So you're an official story guy. Fair enough.
I just explained to you that I have looked into the alternatives, and they didn't have any experimental data to show that they're real.
So have you looked into the basis? What can you give me as the best top three arguments that a flat earther would offer up? What can you give me?
Literally, there's
your ability to express it. Hang on, we're about truth here, but you seem to be about dictating things here. So what's the best three arguments?
Give you the best three arguments.
Yeah, what's the best three arguments that you think you can think of that a flat earther has come up with, or just in general, flat earth arguments? What's the best ones? Convincing.
Number one, we see too far. Number two, we don't feel the motion of the Earth. Number three, the government's lying to us because, I don't know, people with power make you scared.
So that's so I asked you for three. You gave two ones, but you're very sort of glib about it. But the third
what do you think? What was the third thing I said? What was the third thing I said?
I'm talking about the third one. Then was a complete mockery, and just as I expected. Just as I expected.
No,
all of the rest of
the
your
third
kind
one.
Exactly the same answers, vague answers, just wishy-washy, willy-nilly answers, and they don't even generally get to three. And you didn't either. You didn't either.
So the third one was what you have just said to me a few times now. That the government is lying to us and we believe the official narrative and we're just trying to push this official narrative. So all I'm doing is I'm repeating back the things that you've said to me.
This is obviously not your first rodeo. I was asking you for a serious consideration, detailed to the best of your ability, the best three, because there's loads of arguments outside of that. The best three arguments, scientific or physical arguments. Forget about the government.
Okay.
Yeah, give us the best three.
Great. So number one, we see too far. Number two, we don't feel motion. And number three would be you think that the globe model has holes in it.
Yeah. That'll do. That's better. And lots more as well, of course, when we think about the visuals, the fakery attached to all the visuals presented to us from extraterrestrial ventures. So there are lots more. And
See,
you know,
that was my
that.
third
Hang on,
one
please.
from before.
Hang on, please.
Remember,
We
that
see
was
too
my third
far.
one from before. That was my third from before. You remember when I said can't trust the government, and you literally just said to me, "Oh no, that's not
But
an
you were,
actual legitimate answer." And then you went and you gave that exact answer that I just gave.
I didn't give that exact answer. I was a bit more specific.
Really?
But you said, oh yeah, and something all flat earthers say the government are lying, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
That's
and so your
usual.
argument was the government
The
is
government
lying
aren't
by
lying to
doctoring
you. Are you
pictures. Is
friends
that
with the
true?
government?
Is that
Are you
true?
friends
Is
with the
that
government?
true? Is that true? Did you not just say that the government lied to you by doctoring photos?
No, I didn't. I said all of the images we get. I didn't mention the government.
Who
But I
gives the
guess you
images?
could equate it to the
Who
government.
gives the images? Who gives the images?
I guess you can equate it to the government. But that's
Okay, great. So I
government lies
accurately
about
represented
everything,
your
right?
position. You got upset about it so that you could
Oh,
try to claim some moral
oh,
victory,
take it
and now
seriously,
you
man. It's
repeated
your
it back
reality
to
as
me.
well. Take it seriously, man. It's your reality as well. If the government lies, do you agree government lies?
Everyone lies. Do you understand that answer?
Well, I'm a person. The government isn't a person. So does the
Is the
government
government
lie?
made up of people? Is the government made up of people?
Yes, but it's not a person. There's no Mr. or
Okay,
Mrs.
so
Government. Every individual is an individual. The government
follow
is a
my logic
collective.
here.
Government is an
Follow my
idea.
logic here.
So
Follow my logic here. Okay, all people lie. Structures like governments and corporations are made up of people. Therefore, structures and corporations must lie.
you
Is that a
lie.
logical syllogism?
What's the last lie you told? Are you lying to me now? Are you lying to me right now in this
So
discourse?
I've lied about eating the last macaron to my wife before and said it was the kids. I've probably lied to customers that I was late because of car troubles when really I was late because I was just ran out of time at the other jobs. I don't know. Why does that matter?
That seems to be white lies. The government have been inculcated in many different conspiracies where they're far from white lies. You're talking about death, destruction, obliteration.
So far, the only ones I know that have been
oppression.
proven are things like Iran-Contra. And maybe like you could possibly say that they did some LSD experiments back in the day, and a
That's
few
it. Then
things
there's no
like
other
the
conspiracies.
Bikini Atoll experiments and the what's it called, with the atomic bomb experiments. All that they've sort of lied about, but that made sense because most of that was like wartime lies or lies to do with the CIA. But why would you think that NASA would lie to us about going to space if all the government lies so far have been like about military operations, that sort of thing?
I don't think that. You're the one that says that. I don't think that. They lie all the time.
So who doctored the images?
They're not white lies.
Who doctored the images?
Whoever is responsible for delivering the images.
So that person by themselves, as part of an institution, delivered the images, and no one else at that institution turned around and said, "Hey, you doctored those images, dude."
Oh, whoever is, so that institution or that team of management or whatever is responsible. So that team of people or whoever are responsible.
Responsibility just means that they're responsible for fact checking it, right? So, but you said it's whoever delivered or doctored those images. So, if you were to look at something like the Earthrise image, right? You think that's fake. There's no evidence it's fake. You just presuppose it because space has to be fake. But you'd say whoever took that photo or released that photo from NASA lied to us because they've been, you think, caught doctoring other images, even though they haven't actually been caught doctoring images. It's just like something they freely admit they do because it's the best way to get information into an image.
You don't know what I think.
Are you sure? Do you want to go back to the part of the conversation before where you asked me for the 3 best arguments, and the third one, when I brought it up, you said you didn't think that, and then repeated it back to me?
No, but the way you phrased it was dismissive. The way you phrased it was dismissive. I asked you for the 3 serious arguments, and you gave out 2. You weren't too in detailed on it, but fair enough. And then the third one, it was like the diminishing a flat earther, just in general, because all flat earthers say that the government lies. And I asked you about government lying, and you just said that never been proven to be lying, except a few different things, a few minor things here and there, but they had to do that because they were involved in these different. Come on, man.
I gave you a distinguishing factor, didn't I? I gave you a reason why you'd think that they'd lie to you. that doesn't exist when it comes to space.
How do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know?
Because I use logic and reason. So I'm coming to a different conclusion than you using probably a better set of logic and reason, but the same faculties and the same information you possess.
Oh, really? But you can't entertain the alternative, whereas I was full board in terms of your point of view, full board on that bandwagon years ago before I
Do you
ever
remember
read
what I said last time you went down this road?
No, I don't.
So my last answer was I'd be happy to entertain it, but you have to give me some evidence of something, because I can't think that every single thing is true just because someone told me it's true without
What are
some
you
form
here
of
for?
evidence.
What are you here for? What are
To
you
try
actually here
to
for? Honestly.
to test my views against other people to see if they're true or not.
Have you changed your mind about anything since all the time you've been in this arena? Have you changed your mind about anything at all, from general conspiracies to specifics regarding deliverances regarding the spinning ball Earth paradigm? Have you changed your mind about anything at all?
Some minor things, probably, yeah, but nothing major.
You
No,
see,
nothing like
okay,
the Earth
that's
is
why I'm
flat
not
or
bothered
not
with that.
spinning.
But see, that's why I asked you, are you a truther or are you a flat earther or a globe earther? I think you're a globe earther, come hell or high water. You're not a truther.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
use the word truther as if you guys have access to truth, but you guys never have any actual evidence to go with what you think is truth. You just say this is truth, and then when I say it's not truth, you go, well, how do you know? You're just presupposing that, which is everything you've done in this conversation. You haven't
So
given any
if I
actual
could show
evidence.
you,
All you've done is say you're presupposing that we're wrong,
if I
therefore we're
could show
right.
you, if I could show you video, consistent video over years, which show indisputably, convincingly, and repeatedly that we can see way too far on nearly every occasion over the Earth's surface. If I could show you that, would you go, okay, maybe there's something then in this because there's no fucking curve there where there should be? Would you be happy with that? I showed you that.
No, because not seeing a curve doesn't mean the curve isn't there, whereas seeing the curve just once is enough proof for me to know the curve is there. And I've seen the curve a few times.
So if I show you no curve 100 times, you see what appears to be curve on 1 or 2 times. That makes the curve real, right? That makes your paradigm acceptable. Have a look at that channel there, an unsung hero of flat Earth, Wide Awake. He's been doing all of these observations over the years, and he's got no thanks or praise for it from especially the great leaders of flat Earth. But have a look through some of his observations, and if you see curvature once, you will have to justify it as a rare exception. And is it the exception makes the rule for you, bud? Seems like it is. Go ahead.
Well, no, what it is there's exclusionary evidence. So you can have evidence that fits 2 hypotheses, but if you find one piece of exclusionary evidence, which means it can only fit one of the hypotheses, then that means that hypothesis has been validated. Now, I've never seen exclusionary evidence of a flat Earth, but I've seen plenty of exclusionary evidence of a globe. For instance, boats, windmills, all sorts of things going bottom up, disappearing bottom up over the horizon.
What would happen over a flat Earth? If it was an extended plane and you had water all the way through, what would happen over a flat Earth? Would you expect to see all of the boat all of the way? Would you expect to see all of the boat all of the way?
Depending on the height of the thing you're looking at and your height as an observer, you might expect the top to disappear first if it's much higher than you as the observer, because it would be further away. And the laws of perspective say that something that is further away from you should disappear before something like the other parts of that thing.
But you can see the top clearly through the air. There's no obstruction. When you're looking at the bottom of the boat, you have to look, all your perspectives taking place along the whole of the surface of the water in this case. So you're taking into consideration
a shorter distance.
All of the information, bud, from your feet to ground, all the way to the ground of the boat where the boat hits the water. So all that information has to be collated and gathered. Now, have you considered over a flat extent where there is water? Now
I just explained to you that I have considered it, and it doesn't
the water
work.
all the way back? Have you incorporated the water all the way back? This increase in volume.
It doesn't make sense asking, have you incorporated the water all the way back?
In other words, as we're
nothing.
looking at the same observation, right, and the boat is seemingly disappearing over the horizon, you will state to me that horizon there is only, let's say, 3 miles away because of based on your observer height. I will say to you, well, no, hang on. That water continues all the way back because I live on an extended plane. Now I'll have to consider that a lot more of the picture now is taken up with this water. So therefore, there could be some possible effects that you haven't considered that I might now have to consider based on this newfound position of the water itself. Just as there's more of it there, it goes back further, and water has its own special properties.
So we don't look through water when we look at boats, do we?
Yes, but the surface of the water can have an effect, whether it's ripply. For instance, if there's some ridges maybe 5 or 6 miles away, the water might tend to hump up at that level as the incoming tide makes its way over the rising land beneath the surface. Also, on particular days, we notice a phenomenon called inferior miraging. Well, my explanation for that is that it's actually that inferior mirage is actually a mirror. It's actually a mirror image along this invisible surface of water, which, because we're looking over this greater extent, the water itself has compressed to our view and reverts to its natural form, which is a reflective nature whenever there's light involved. So that's just an alternative explanation.
That's an alternative theory with no evidence, is it?
Can you tell me, let me ask you a question. Because people have different...
I'm sorry, no, I'm not ready for that yet. First, I just want to confirm to you that we see boats go over the horizon bottom first, and that the laws of perspective would mean that if that boat is taller from the observer than the base is, so further from the observer than the base is, then we would see it disappear either top and bottom at the same time, or top first and then bottom, leaving just the middle of the boat in view.
The laws of perspective, I don't think well, I guess there are certain laws, but they're okay. Are we applying them properly here? I mean, you're applying the laws of perspective now to an imagined situation, which is an extended flat plane. Okay, very good. I mean, which is real and which isn't.
So I'm saying that it's exclusionary evidence that you see things disappear bottom up, because when we look at the only other explanation which would be the laws of perspective, we see that it doesn't fit that. It would fit both the top and the bottom of the boat disappearing simultaneously, leaving only the middle, which is the shortest distance between the observer and the boat, in view until the very last. And we'd be able to zoom and bring that boat back into view. But as far as I know, no flat earther has ever showed that a boat that is disappearing over the horizon can be zoomed back into view. They only show it disappearing completely and being zoomed back, with the bottom still hidden from view.
So what other possible cause have you offered up for this actual phenomena where boats do seem to disappear from the bottom up? What other possible cause have you offered up?
The Earth is a sphere.
Outside of that,
the boats are actually going over the horizon. So there's perspective.
Outside of that, though, any other possible explanations as to what's happening?
Well, you could have some refraction sort of style change to the atmosphere to distort the image, but it doesn't fit any of the known conditions of refraction that we'd see as regularly as we see boats going bottom up.
But these laws of refraction have been established according to spinning ball Earth principles, right?
No, they've been established based on what we observe in nature. So if you're saying the ball Earth comes from things we see in nature, I'll happily agree with you, but we didn't presuppose a ball Earth and then get refraction out of it. We can do it independently of the Earth shape.
Oh, you did, bud. The very first presupposition by a guy called Pythagoras of Samos was that the Earth was a ball. It wasn't that the Earth was moving, it was that the Earth was a ball that was stationary. And then everything developed. What you stand on now, both in your own personal deeming and in your intellect as well, is built on these initial speculation or an offering, which is that the Earth is a ball.
What was the last thing I said to you?
Go ahead.
So the last thing I said to you was that we came up with ideas like Snell's law and the idea of refraction, like the theory of refraction, by actually observing these phenomena. We didn't do it by presupposing the Earth and then working backwards to Snell's law. And then you said Pythagoras presupposed the Earth, therefore something. Therefore, obviously Snell had to presuppose.
All the physics is developed to cater for the spinning ball. Let me ask you a question, bud. Can you?
Well,
give
that's
me,
an assertion. I'd like you to prove it first.
Oh, we'll just talk through it. How would I go about proving that, bud? How would I go proving
So
that?
the
You
way you'd
already
prove
say,
it,
do the physics. Do the physics work on the spinning ball Earth?
well, I can give you an answer. So the way you prove it is what you do is you take a piece of physics that would only work on a ball Earth, and then you'd apply it in reality outside of the ball Earth, and you'd show that it doesn't work consistently in reality.
Okay. Can you give me off the top of your head 3 properties or 3 fundamental pillars of the spinning ball Earth theory that we can experience ourselves? What I mean by that
Yeah,
is, yeah, go ahead.
gravity, the bending of light through atmosphere. What would be another fun property? I guess the other property of the globe Earth would be maybe the motion of the heavens.
You're saying we can experience the motion of the heavens ourselves. I agree with you. Everything above us looks like it's in motion. What's that got to do with the Earth?
Or it shows that either the Earth is moving or the heavens above us are moving. Those are the only 2 options. So if we can have competing hypotheses and then we can come up with like a way to test it that would exclude one hypothesis, then we'd be able to tell which one's moving.
Right, and fundamentally, this is the argument we're in, isn't it? Ball Earth versus moving ball Earth versus stationary flat Earth.
Well, yeah, but we've actually come up with tests to show that we're moving and not the heavens.
There really should be no argument at this late stage, should there? But yes, that's the best you could come up with. You said gravity. That's a terrible answer. You have to now define what gravity is. You have to sort of keep up
sure,
the
I can
date
do
as
all
well.
that.
But you have to keep
I can
up
do
the
all
date
that.
now and start redefining it in
I
a
can
different
do all
sense.
that as
Therefore,
well.
we can't experience space-time.
No, I don't.
movement.
I don't actually have to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you. So therefore, you have nothing. You have nothing.
No, you're incorrect about what I have to do. What I have to do is just show that mass attracts mass, and to show that the Earth is a mass and that anything on the Earth will be attracted to the center of mass of the Earth.
And when have you shown mass attracts mass, bud?
What do you think my answer is going to be?
Cavendish experiment, right?
And what's your answer to that?
Hardly conclusive. Loads of problems. Although I do have my own thoughts on things. It's actually indication of the ether and how volumetric mass will displace the ether, the prevalent flow. So you do get this sort of variation based on the masses themselves. But it's not the mass attracting the mass itself. That's nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. But that's all you have is a Cavendish
so the experiment.
And there's so many difficulties replicating it.
The experiment was contingent upon mass attracting mass. So they came up with a hypothesis, mass attracts mass, and then they tested it and found that the hypothesis was validated. And you're saying, well, no, I'm just going to say that it's the ether somehow being displaced by mass. So you're adding an extra thing onto the actual experiment, the actual, like, what they were trying to test. For no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, because
no,
I don't throw
Just wait. I'm not.
I don't throw it out completely bad.
You're saying the experiment has, like, the hypothesis was missing the ether, which isn't necessary to the hypothesis. You know what that's called? That's called Occam's razor. You're adding complexity to something when you don't need to add the complexity, and for absolutely no reason. What does the ether give to that theory? The hypothesis of mass attraction.
Was the idea of the universal ether, luminiferous ether, accepted in Cavendish's time? Yes or no? And how did he cater? How did he isolate? If it was accepted, how did he isolate the experiment or the contraption from the influence? Go ahead.
Well, I don't care if it was accepted. That's an argument ad populum. Was it experimentally verified? No. So if he verifies mass attracting mass, no matter what people of the time thought, he's just verifying mass attracting mass. He's not verifying the luminiferous ether or any other ether theory.
What is mass then? And then it comes down to what is mass and what's this special property within this lifeless material clump that gives it some sort of magnetism.
Why does it being alive or not matter? Why does being alive not matter? Why does not being alive matter?
What do you mean by that?
So you keep bringing up these things that don't actually matter to the argument. So you said, what is this lifeless lump?
Like, matter.
Mass.
I'm saying mass. I'm saying you say mass attracts mass. I'm saying what quality within this mass gives it this attribute, which allows it to be attracted to other masses of different materials. Just like
the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that it bends space-time, which causes a shorter distance between objects, which causes an apparent acceleration.
Great. And we can all experience that gravity, can we? We can all experience that. Excellent.
Yeah, we can. So do you have any argument for why gravity isn't true?
So these are two. Remember, I asked you for 3 of the foundational pillars of the spinning ball Earth model, and you gave me gravity, which we just have to say is very vague there. The third one, you gave me the motion of the skylights, which goes against the point as well. This is what flat earthers say.
No, it doesn't.
And the second one
Wait.
says-
How does
the
it
second one says
go
that
against the
light
point?
bends,
You never
light
verified that.
bends, Light bends.
How
Very
does it
good.
go? How does it go against the point?
Well, but that's exactly what flat earthers say. The justification for the Earth's surface spin, not justification, a reason, is that all of the skylights above us appear to move. So by you appealing to the skylights moving as a foundational pillar of your model, well, that's, doesn't
If
work.
I stand still and everyone around me runs around me with a glow stick, does it seem like I'm just standing there, not standing still, and they're all moving?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
And then
let's
if I'm
test it. Let's all meet at
if
your
I'm
house next
moving,
Thursday evening
if
with glow
I'm
sticks. Bring your own glow
if
sticks.
I'm moving and everyone else, like in a dark room, has glow sticks, and I'm running around in a circle in that dark room, it'll look like they're moving, right? Even though I'm the one moving. So you have to explain to me why the heavenly bodies moving is good evidence for a flat Earth over a globe.
Okay.
I don't think.
I don't have to explain. You're the one that brought that up as good.
Do you want me to explain why it's good evidence?
Oh, but hang on. No, 1 second, please. I asked you the question, and you're the one that said, okay, explain to me why it's good evidence then. Okay, let me ask you this just before you do explain. You agree that according to your experience, it seems like we're on a stationary surface, and as we look up at the night sky, as you referenced, they all seem to be moving in circular motion around us. Yes or no? Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not? Why? So therefore, what do you disagree with?
So the way we see them moving makes it seem like we're on a ball. It's as simple as that. If I'm up north and I watch them moving, it'll look like they're moving in one direction. If I'm down south, it'll look like they're moving in another direction, even though we know that on a ball, they're moving in the same direction, which is consistent to the viewing of both north and south. All the stars, when we look south, are moving in one direction. All the stars north are moving in one direction. There's no star going in a different direction to all the others. It's just that they seem to be going in opposite directions compared to the south and the north of the Earth. So that's evidence of a globe, not of a flat Earth.
Yeah, but now we have to talk about, you mentioned skylights, but now you mentioned stars. So what are stars? Are stars physical bodies? I mean, you have to keep expanding upon your initial. Remember, I asked you the foundational aspects. So yeah, you have to now
actually
keep
answer any
now
of
you
that
have to
in order
define a
for
star.
my evidence to fit.
Hang on, bud. Now you have to define a star. Now you have to define the distance to the star, the composition of the stars, the relationship between the stars.
No, I don't have to do any of that.
Where is your testing of your own hypothesis? Where is your testing of your own science? Where? You just delivering a story and saying that this is how it works.
I told you how you test it. You go above the equator and the stars will seem to move in one direction. You go to the bottom of the equator and the stars will seem to be moving in the other direction. And that's because you're on a ball and you're on top of the ball and you're on the bottom of the ball. And that changes the apparent direction of the stars because
that's a part of your explanation. That's a part of your explanation. Remember, we're trying to figure out reality. So you have a model. There can be 101 different models. I think with every model, we have to go back. Would you agree with this? With every model offered up, we have to go back to the initial assumptions, the basic foundations. And if they're flawed, if there's a flaw within them, those basic principles, then everything that follows has to be, well, I'm not going to say necessarily corrupted, but the chances are it will be well askew because you started off on
okay, so when you assumed the ether exists, and then Michelson-Morley had a null experimental result, which means they didn't find the ether exists, is that evidence for the ether not existing?
No, they had a null result only in terms of the model that they accepted already. Remember I said that they tested it initially at over the course of a year because it was got to do with the return of light in regards to the Earth moving around the sun as various sort of passages through the year, right? So they tested it in relation to the, hang on, bud, they tested it in relation to the model that was accepted, which is the spinning ball Earth moving around the sun once per year at whatever, 60.
Wait. That wasn't the accepted model in the 1890s when Michelson-Morley did their experiments.
What was the accepted model?
Well, it was still a heliocentric model, but it wasn't one that had gravity. It was ether theory was accepted.
It did have gravity. Newtonian gravity was accepted, bud.
Yes, but Newtonian gravity, he thought, came from the ether. It was one of the many theories was that it came from the ether.
Well, yeah. Well, still, whether the
Still
ether
what?
was, you just said, I just asked you about Cavendish and his consideration of the luminiferous ether, and you said it didn't matter. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, do you understand why I
Whether
said that didn't
it
matter?
came from the ether or
Do
not,
you
it
understand
was
why I said
accepted
that
that there
didn't
was
matter?
whether it came from the ether or not, it was accepted that there was a luminiferous ether, which would just to let everyone know, it was a static sort of medium through which everything traveled within the system itself, right?
And what
it was
happened when it was
expansive.
tested?
So they tested it against the ball spinning around the Earth.
No, they didn't. No, they tested it. They tested it to say, is the ether there? They found the ether wasn't there. So they said the only other explanation is probably that the ball, the Earth that we're on, is spinning.
Oh, how did they test it against the ether? How did they do that? How did
So-
they know what the nature of the ether was if they were testing it against the ether?
So the way they do for every scientific experiment, they look at some observations and then they hypothesize what would fit those observations, and then they test it. So what they did is they said, okay, if there is an ether, which Newton and a lot of other great physicists thought, then these should be some of the properties that would allow us to have this observation. Let's test those properties that we know must exist for the observation in order to see if it's the ether or not.
So it's a sort of patchwork, it's guesswork. So this vague term luminiferous ether, which people didn't accept really, it was just a sort of a general understanding. They were testing the motion of the Earth through this ether, but they didn't know what to test for. But it was already assumed that the Earth was in motion around the sun, right? And it had to be traveling. It was traveling, that was definitive. Whether it was traveling through a luminiferous ether, static medium or not, I guess that's the question you're saying was settled. The Earth is traveling through empty space, and there is no ether. Is the conclusion? Fair enough, bud.
It wasn't settled. It wasn't settled. It's just that there's never been evidence for it. So I'm going to dismiss it as the likely cause and have the cause that does have evidence for it, which is gravity and the spinning of the Earth and all that other bollocks.
Yeah. But it's good to see that you yourself are truly scientific, and you're waiting for other people to come along and provide their best evidence for the opposing theory. Otherwise, you just accept your own. Otherwise, would you agree with this? Would you agree with this? That the spinning ball
Why are you
Earth
asking me if I'm going
is
to agree with something?
fantastical.
Just make
Would
an
you agree
argument.
would you agree with the spinning ball Earth is a fantastical model?
No, because it doesn't exist in fantasy. It doesn't exist in fantasy. It exists in reality. It's just something that you can't imagine because you have some problem with 3D space thought. So you think it's fantastical.
Well, again, no aspects that are
Am I incorrect?
no aspects of the spinning ball Earth can we experience. Not one of them. Not one.
I just explained that we can see the stars move, and that indicates either moving stars above, which we're precluded now, or it indicates that the ball is spinning. That's an experience we have of the spinning
how
Earth.
does it do that? How does it do that?
I just
You haven't
explained
said
that
what
to
the
you. If
highlights
you go
are.
north, you see
haven't
them
said
go
what the
one.
boundary is. You haven't said
Why do
what
I?
the boundary is. Have you developed the flat Earth model to the best of your ability and tested it to the very best of your scientific endeavor against it, or have you done fuck all? Have you done nothing?
So I don't have to explain what the stars are in order to say that the lights in the sky show that the Earth is likely a ball. If you disagree, explain to me exactly why. Like logically, I would have to show that the stars are like burning balls of fusion energy.
Yes, in the empty space, in the vacuum of empty space, another defiance of terrestrial laws. But once
Can
again,
you explain what terrestrial law is it in defiance of?
vacuum adjacent to a pressure system adjacent to a vacuum without any boundary, without any barrier.
But that explains that it's only in a closed system, but there's some force that applies to it, right? So if there's a force that applies to that, then you don't have to worry about having a vacuum next to a air pressure system because that force is keeping the air in as pressure. It'd be like,
yeah. Give us your example then. Give us your terrestrial example of it. Go ahead.
Sure. So, let's see. We can use magnetism in tokamak reactors to cause plasma to be like levitated in the middle of like a reactor chamber. So it's not pushing against a wall. Which means
The chamber.
yeah, but it's not pushing. Stop. It's not pushing against a wall. So the pressure doesn't exist in the chamber. It exists just where the plasma is. And that would be like saying the universe is the container. And there are these things within the universe, planets and such, that have air pressure existing within that container with all this space between the edge of the container and the pressure. Yeah, in the same way a tokamak reactor has. Did you understand that?
I did understand that. Does that really work for you? That's not given what I asked for. So you mentioned a scenario which is within the confines of a container. Okay, you use different forces in play, magnetism, etc. That's a different matter, though. That's a different matter. It's still about the basic principles of the greater expanse here, where we have these massive pressure systems adjacent to a container, or adjacent to a vacuum without any containment. But I guess you're going to invoke other forces, bending of space-time, stuff like that, which is fine.
Yeah,
it's part of the model.
things that have been validated. Things that have been validated. If you believe the ether exists, is there a firmament still between the ether and the earth? If so, what causes the ether to be able to impact the earth?
Well, I have my own thoughts on that, Bud, and it is purely speculative. I do think that once we get beyond the mainstream science, that we're in this sort of metaphysical world, and we have to try and sort of figure it out as we go along, what's going on based on information that's given to us, and also using our own newfound context. So whatever I'd have to say, it would be speculation, and I'm not sure if you probably appreciate it.
Well, I would appreciate it, because what you've done is you've been happy to speculate up until the point that your speculation has been hypocritical, has been contradictory of itself.
No, I'll tell you my own reckoning then, just briefly. I think we live on the divided tree of life. When they talk about plane Earth, it's a planar Earth, like a carpenter's plane, so the thing has been shaved flat, right? I think that there's a core energy at the epicenter at the north, which is separating the sky above, the barrier, the waters beyond from the earth realm, and we live underneath that influence. But because it's broken and destroyed, the ether that we are under is actually gravity. It is gravity, but as opposed to gravity pulling from the center, it's ether pushing from the top, which itself has a source at the center. So as the center is in motion, we get the rotating sky. I'm just finished now. We get the rotating skylights, and we get life underneath this imposing force.
It's literally hilarious, man. I was sitting there listening, and this guy that you're talking to, I gotta catch your name, but is talking about its reality and saying you believe in a fantasy, and he can't demonstrate not even one single thing, dude. Like he thinks.
Well, you know what's actually funny? What's actually funny is this guy.
I wasn't quite done, man. I wanted to example.
Okay, you get upset if you want, but I was having a conversation with this dude, and I just want to finish it off before moving on.
Bro, and you start puking on me, bro. Can you just let me finish? Okay.
Well, I was just trying to finish the conversation with this other guy before you jumped in. Can I do that first, please?
Jesus Christ, dude. Can I finish my fucking sentence, please?
Well, I wanted to finish my conversation with this guy very quickly. I got one more thing to say to him, and then you can jump in, and I'll talk to you if you want.
Go ahead, bud.
Go ahead, cool. So I was just going to point out that you seem to have this problem with the globe Earth being fantastical. But in your explanation, you came up with what? A tree of life, some waters, and a pushing down that somehow causes all things to fall. That seems to have like a downward acceleration from pressure from the top. So wouldn't that mean that like the pressure is higher up than it is at the bottom somehow? Because
it's not, because we measure pressure according to atmosphere. So if there's a lacking of atmosphere, there's a lower pressure. This ethereal force, this where the electric potential goes up drastically when we rise. So this ethereal force is pushing it down the atmosphere. So therefore you'd have lower pressure readings because there's less atmosphere at the higher levels.
Well, I just wanted to point out that you literally brought up a fantasy. Like you brought up something that only exists in imagination, like a magical tree outside of.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, great. But you critiqued me for being.
Hey, bud, I already said it was a fantastical tale, but I went into what I think might be going on. But yeah, that's fair enough. I already said that, so don't be telling me that it's listen to you saying fantastical stuff. But I already said it's fantastical stuff. It's
I just wanted to point out. I just want to point
Go
out that
ahead.
you criticised me for being fantastical, and then you had a fantastical
Right.
view of
No,
what
but
reality is.
my last
That's,
last thing, and
all I
I'll
wanted
let
to
Brian
say.
come in then. Last thing, and I'll just say this: the foundation. I'll give you 3 foundational aspects of my model, right? That we can all appreciate and that we can all sort of cling to, I guess, as starting
we
points, as
test?
jumping off points. One is that the Earth's surface that we're on is stationary, right? The second one is based on our experience of water, is that the Earth's surface is extended and flat, right? Pretty much. It doesn't, exactly. The third one then is that we're in a sort of a confined system where all of the skylights move around us in general unison. That's the 3 foundational pillars. Now, please go ahead, Brian. I have to move upstairs anyway, so please go ahead. Hey, thank you, bud, for the conversation anyway.
Yeah, thanks. It was good.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, bud. Right, well, let me just say one more thing since Brian is not coming in, which is that, but it's that like, okay, that's what I keep saying. It's we're exposed to reality. We're trying to. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. I was just waiting for you.
I was fucking muted, bro. Listen, my first sentence, bro. Listening to y'all for like what 2 hours, bro. My first sentence, I'm interrupted, and I'm fucking muted, bro. Unreal.
Oh, I didn't know about that, Brian. Go ahead, please. I didn't do that, Brian. I don't agree with muting. Go ahead, Brian. I guess it was just to let the other conversation run out, Brian. So
Yeah, I did it, Brian. Just to let him finish. You came in with an kind of stuff, and
go ahead.
can't prove this, can't prove that. There was a conversation in flow, dude. You can go ahead now, man.
Your shit sucks.
Okay, let me say something then, because Brian is bad. I don't agree with muting Brian. Why are you muting Brian for a stalwart member here? But anyway, I was just going to say to is it what's your name, bud? Dog and Gods. I like your name. Dogs and Gods. I like that actually. I was just going to say, right. The thing is that we're dealing with reality, so we have our minds, we have our experience, and we're trying to build a model of reality. Now, it can be 101 different models, of course, but the model that you have seems to be the only one. It seems that you're incapable of developing any other model. You're just saying your own model of reality is the only model there is, and when pressed for the reasons why, then okay, you give some vague reasons, but the problem is that you don't investigate another possibility as if all of science has been established and there's no questions to be had here. I think that's my biggest problem.
Well, I knew what Michelson-Morley was. I knew that Newton was an aether theorist, right? Like, obviously, I've investigated some of this stuff.
Yeah, well, there's loads of developed thought on the ether theory out there. It's not as if it's a brand new thing. Just someone meant. There's loads of developed thought, and it's even expanded upon in the past. But you don't get to hear it. You know it's been superseded or overdone by, I guess, the current models and all of their stipulations. You just don't get to hear.
Well, yeah,
it.
that's because the current models have like validating evidence. So all these new models that come up that you think are like great models, none of them have validating evidence. So like, there's no reason to think they're true.
Yo, shit sucks.
If Brian wants to have a conversation with me, I've got maybe 20 minutes. I'll be happy to chat to him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go upstairs. If there's no one talking in about 5 minutes, I'll rejoin. But dogs and gods, I like it. I say we live in a world of inversion, so all the truth that's delivered to us, inverted commas, has to be turned on its head. Dog and God to find the true meaning. This is the nature of all of us in this underland, and that's what I say. Yes, the ball is a fantastical model, but the fucking earth, our experience here is fantastical. It's metaphysical. That's the only way I can think of it. Honestly. So yeah, I'll pick it up in 5 minutes if there's no one engaging.
Yeah, give me just 1 minute. 1 minute, man.
Sure.
All right, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I don't know if my mic gets too low. Let me know. I could probably turn it up. But no, I wanted to make it. It was the one comment that I just kind of waited. I wanted to say when you were saying I've heard it before about about your model being reality and our model being a fantasy, and I just wanted to start by saying if you really think about that, man, it's the globe model that's the fantasy just as much, if not more, because you can't demonstrate any of the claims. I understand it's a good mathematical model. I'll be honest and say they've worked it out over the centuries, but like as far as the pressure, you can't demonstrate that. Uh, the gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum, you can't demonstrate
Yeah, can I
the water
try
sitting
something
in the
with you quickly?
ball. It's not demonstratable. Is my point.
Can I try something with you?
Yep.
Cool. So, do you play pool or like billiards
Yep.
or a game like that? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So if I chop up the end of a like a pool table, and then like I get it to just the point where if I hit any of the balls, they'll move towards the other end of it. But I can still like lay the balls out in the triangle and then hit them. If I do that, then I've essentially just created what we claim gravity to be. And now what that means is that I will be able to hit the balls, which is the atmosphere moving away from the Earth because it hits other particles of atmosphere or because of heat, whatever. But I'll always be biased back towards the Earth. When we say this chalking up effect is caused by gravity, do you understand that? Like what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but what are you saying? What are you using the pool table as reference? Can you repeat that part of it?
So the pool table would just be the Earth, right? And then if you chock it, so if you have gravity on the Earth, which causes the balls to be biased by an apparent force to one direction, then you can still have the balls on the pool table move around the pool table. They can still like bounce
Yeah.
off and out the pool table, but they'll always be pulled back or roll back towards the lowest spot of the pool table, right?
I would respond with "Welcome to flat Earth, bro." You just exampled it. In reality, you had to use the pool table because it's flat.
Well, I could do it with something on a slope as well, like a curved surface as well, if you'd like.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so let's say I have like a heap of little metal balls, and I have it on like a big round magnet, and those metal balls are out there with just enough magnetism that they can like move up and down the magnet, or even if they get struck, they can sort of like temporarily move away from the magnet. If everything that you're doing there is just floating along, like say you're in free fall at that moment, then the balls will always be pulled back towards the magnet, even if the interactions on that magnet cause them to sometimes move away, they'll always be pulled back. Does that make more sense?
I'm being difficult for the sake of argument, but I gotta say that we can once again with the magnetism, what you're trying to describe, we can do that on a flat plane. We can do quantum locking and literally get them to do to circuit. You'd call it an orbit. I guess we'd call it a circuit. But I understand what you're trying to describe. I do understand what you're trying to describe. I ain't trying to play stupid here, but
yeah, I know.
I just think it's a leap. All these things are not. Would you agree that we can't demonstrate it for what it is? We can't replicate it like as far as uh, you know a vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr. That nature's one of the closest to a perfect vacuum there is, and next to high pressure, we could demonstrate gradients inside containment, but we can't do it in a vacuum. We have to have a containment, and I mean that's one of the best arguments to me.
So you heard my tokamak reactor thing before, didn't you?
Say that again.
The reactor, like the plasma inside a reactor, you've probably heard this a few times from Clovis.
Oh, you got a plasma inside of a vacuum?
Well, it's inside of a reactor. So it's an area of high pressure next to an area of low pressure that's held there through magnetism of like plasma, right? And so what you're assuming that the container that the atmosphere resides in must be at the end of the atmosphere. But the better explanation is that the container is the universe itself. And
Wait
that
a minute.
inside the universe there are certain things that would cause, like the plasma in a tokamak reactor, would cause the atmosphere to coalesce around certain things. And we could say that's mass attracting mass. We can demonstrate mass attracting mass. We can demonstrate that you can get like higher pressure areas inside of like other areas. So I don't see what we aren't demonstrating.
Is the plasma functions like best in a vacuum, if I'm not mistaken, like as far as for light bulbs and shit like that. But the plasma's not gas pressure, is it?
Yes.
It's all in a vacuum, right?
The plasma is gas pressure.
Plasma is gas pressure? You sure about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
How much? How much gas pressure?
It's higher pressure than the surrounding air. It's higher pressure than the surrounding air.
Higher gas pressure? I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I have to look into that. You're saying that plasma in the vacuum chamber is
Well, it doesn't
gas
have to be a
pressure.
vacuum chamber. It just, there has to be like low pressure next to high pressure that's there by an invisible force. And that high pressure goes on to low pressure before going on to a container.
Once again, in fact, I've got a video where I literally demonstrated a gas pressure gradient in PVC pipe in just 70 feet laying on the ground. So once again, we can show
Just quickly,
gradients
how'd you do
inside
that?
containment. Inside that, I'll tell you in 1 second, but we can, so you're literally backing my argument up. You're saying that in a nuclear reactor, chamber or whatever, you have this gradient. So once again, we could demonstrate gradients inside of. But here's how I did it. If you want to know, or if you want to respond real quick, or you want me to tell you how I did it.
No, tell me how you did it.
All right. I took 70 foot of PVC pipe, about 3/4 inch, I believe, and I just wrapped it around, laid it on the ground, and wrapped it around in a U, about 70 feet worth, and where both ends were right next to me. I had one side on one end, one side on the other. They were open ended, and I put a balloon. I loosened up 2 balloons and I put them at the end of each end to cap it off to contain it. And then I took 2 about 8-foot little sections of gutter, like storm gutter that you put on your house, your eaves. And one of them I put hot water, and the other I put water and dumped some ice in it. So just with a little temperature gradient, I was able to, inflate, not blow up like a big balloon, but it was all the air that was in there blew up the hot side, and then I squeezed the hot side, and the cold balloon was limp, and you could see it bounce when I squeezed the little bit of pressure that was in the hot side, and as soon as I let go, it deflated, and the hot side would reinflate. It literally created a gradient just from temperature inside containment, man. So
is it very, very, very cold at the Arctic?
What? Yeah. As far as I know.
Is it very, very hot at the equator?
You're going to demonstrate gas law now?
What's the atmospheric pressure at the Arctic compared to the equator?
Who knows, man? You're demonstrating gas law. You're arguing for flat Earth again.
Who knows? Well, let's see. People who breathe in those areas know, Brian.
Really? What's a barometer going to tell you? What's a mercury barometer going to tell you at -60?
I'm sorry, why are you asking me questions after that?
Well, you're asking
We
me what the
breathe
pressure is.
there.
How am I going to tell the pressure with an Arctic temperature?
So you go there and you see if your lungs can inflate. And then you notice that the difference between the temperature from like the ground up to the air where we can no longer breathe oxygen is a lesser difference than
There
the
you go.
Arctic on a very, very cold day compared to the
There you
equator
go.
on a very, very hot day. You can breathe in both environments, fully inflate the air. That
Yep.
means that there's the same amount of
Welcome
pressure
to
in those
Flat
two
Earth,
areas.
bro.
But when you go up very, very high, you can't do that, even if it's as cold as the Arctic.
Yeah,
Is your
welcome
only
to Flat
response
Earth.
welcome to Flat Earth? Is that
Welcome to
it? Are
Flat
you
Earth,
actually
bro.
going to engage? Are you
Yeah,
actually going to engage with
you're
what I
just
said?
proving my point, bro. You're literally proving my point.
How?
You're showing this
If you can't explain to me how, then I
you're
haven't proved your
using
point.
gas law, bro. You're using gas law and you're using basically the dynamic contained system, and your globe is not contained. Like I said, I
Okay,
just
so when I point
demonstrated.
out your experiment didn't show what you thought it showed, your argument is, yeah, but you're still using gas law, therefore it's a flat Earth. Do the people who made up gas law think that the Earth is flat or a globe?
Wait, are you saying that what are you
If you
saying
can't
should have
handle
happened
this
with?
conversation, we can start again with something else.
What are you saying should have happened with my experiment?
Great.
I'm asking
So
you to show the
your
gas pressure
experiment
gradient
showed
without
your
containment.
experiment showed your experiment showed that gas pressure is lower where it's cold and higher where it's warm. Now you're saying that shows that there's a container and that the pressure gradient we see on the flat Earth, as you like to think of it, is due to the temperature differences between the ground and the upper atmosphere. Now I'm saying that the Arctic being very, very cold and the equator being very, very warm shows a greater difference in temperature without there being that difference in air pressure. So that
Bro,
air
you know there's
pressure
no
gradient
you keep
is
saying there's
caused
no
by the
difference, bro.
distance from the center of mass, is caused by the
You
distance
keep
from the
saying
center
there's
of
no
mass,
difference in
caused by
pressure,
the
bro.
distance. It's not a large difference, but there's
Does it
but
have to
do
be
you
a large
understand that I'm
difference?
taking three variables in here, Brian?
No, you're using gas law. Okay, do you believe in PV equals nRT? Like you're describing it. Do you
Uh,
believe in like Charles' law or ideal gas law or any gas
I,
laws?
I,
Do you agree with them?
I don't believe in things. If it's a law, like a law of physics, then yes, it is probably true.
Okay, so you believe it's probably true. Okay,
It's not
well
a belief. It has been demonstrated, therefore it's
I'm
true.
not going to go down that road. Okay, you don't believe in things. Okay, all right, fine. Okay,
I
well,
believe in some things, but if something's
there you
been
go.
repeatedly demonstrated, it's no longer a belief. It's just a fact of reality.
Okay, so you just described all that perfect. You're using gas law describing it. So wouldn't you think that the pressure's probably a little lower where it's colder like that, according to gas law?
It would be slightly
More,
lower, yes, but
okay.
you're trying to. I'm going to try this one more time, Brian.
No,
I'm
because you're not
bringing up
giving me an
three
example, bro.
positions on
You're
the
literally
Earth.
not giving me an example.
I'm bringing up three positions on the Earth. Okay, one is high up, so say like the top of the Mount Everest, where you need an oxygen mask in order to breathe. Now you have to do that for the same reason that water boils. That you need like a high temperature there. You have to do that because the air pressure is lower. There's less oxygen in the atmosphere, less air in the atmosphere. Now, if you go to the Arctic and then you go to the equator, you don't need that oxygen tank, even though the Arctic is probably as cold and if not colder on certain days than the top of Mount Everest. So it shows that that gas pressure gradient that you claim is caused by temperature isn't caused by temperature.
No,
It's
I
caused
caused it
by
by
the
temperature, bro.
distance. Yes, you caused a
Hold on,
gas
listen.
pressure
Have you seen the
gradient in
video
a container
that
using temperature, but I'm saying that's not the same. That's not the mechanism on Earth.
I understand. But did you see that video that I've showed in a few of my videos? It's kind of old. I ain't showed it in a while, but they take because you said there's less air and all this stuff, maybe. Okay, but did you see the video where the guy puts
No, I
the
haven't seen any of your videos,
listen,
Brian. So
just
just
listen, man,
deal with
please.
what I
Will
just
you
said to
please
you. Just
listen?
deal with what I just
Listen,
said
bro.
to you.
You're impossible to talk to where you just listen for 1 second.
You're bringing
If
up
you ain't
something
seen it,
else.
3 seconds to describe it. The guy takes balloons and he blows them up. He puts them in liquid nitrogen and they completely deflate, 100% deflate. And then he pulls them out. They warm up and they blow back up. Are you saying that there's no air in that balloon when he puts it in the liquid nitrogen and it completely deflates? Are you saying that there's less air in there?
Now, I'm going to fully answer this. So you need to listen because I'm going to ask you if you understand it. So there can be multiple mechanisms for something, but I'm claiming that there is evidence to show that the mechanism you claim is not the mechanism at play here. And that is that the temperature at the Arctic has the same pressure as the temperature on top of Mount Everest. It's distance from the Earth that causes the pressure
I
gradient.
get
It's
that.
not temperature.
I
But
get that, bro.
yes,
But
the balloon,
I did it for
when you
proof of
change temperature, it will change pressure inside the balloon. Okay, did you understand what I just said to you? Can you repeat back
Yes,
to
I
me,
did,
Lard?
bro. But you're dodging my questions, okay? Every question I ask you, dodging. I'm answering yours, and so yeah, I did understand.
Well, no, I answered at the end there. So, do you want me to re-answer it for you?
Dude, you're
Do you want me to?
let me fucking respond, bro.
Do you
Okay,
want me to?
now
Well, you just said I
dude,
dodged your question, so I want to make
dude, is there
sure
a
that I
mod in
answered
here?
your
Is there
question.
a mod in here? I mean, what the fuck, dude?
I just want to make
Okay,
sure I've answered your question.
no, bro,
Okay,
I'm asking
the
a
answer
question.
is
Did what I
the
did?
balloon pressure gets lower when it's dipped in the liquid nitrogen.
So same amount of
But
air, right?
that's not the mechanism that happens on Earth, because
How
when
do
you
you
go
know?
high up, where the pressure is the same as the
Bro, you're
Arctic,
just
the temperature
repeating
is
it,
the same
not
as the
letting me
Arctic, the
fucking
pressure is
respond, dude.
different. Can you explain what my argument is about the
No, bro,
Arctic, the
you're not
equator,
letting
and
me
higher?
say any fucking thing, dude.
I just repeated
You're
back your
literally
own
not letting me
argument
say
to you.
anything, bro. Look, is what I did a proof of concept that gas law works fine. Okay, so
I
with the
have no
temperature,
idea what that question is. Can you try
was
that
I
again?
able to show? Okay, with what I described, did I show a pressure gradient inside a containment?
Yes. Now, if the Arctic and the equator have the same pressure at ground level, does that disprove that that's the mechanism causing the pressure gradient on Earth?
I'd say the pressure difference was, if you scaled it, it's just a
Can you
little puff
breathe?
balloon.
Can
No,
you
no, it
breathe
was a
on
little,
the
no,
equator?
it was a
Can you
puffed up
breathe? Can you
balloon, bro.
breathe? Can you breathe? Can you breathe on the
Yeah,
Arctic
I can
and
breathe.
the
I can breathe. I
equator,
can breathe.
but not
Dude, I
breathe on the
breathe
top
inside
of
that
Mount
balloon in
Everest?
liquid nitrogen, bro. The air's,
What did I just
bro,
ask
you're
you,
just
Brian?
saying shit, dude. You're
What
just
did I just
saying shit,
ask you?
bro. No, dude, you ain't answering any of my questions, bro. Would you be able to breathe in the balloon that's deflated in the liquid nitrogen if you were inside of that with a coat on? Okay, and the air in the balloon deflates. Would you be
Probably,
able to
yeah.
breathe with no air in
Probably,
there?
yeah.
A completely deflated balloon.
I don't understand. Why is there no air in there?
Because
The liquid
there is
nitrogen
air in there.
causes the
What do you mean there's
the
no
liquid
air in there?
nitrogen the liquid nitrogen slows down the particles, which causes the air to condense. So it'd still be the same amount of air within that container. It'd
There's
just be
no
more
pressure,
condensed.
bro. So then we can breathe at fucking Mount Everest, okay? So there's no pressure in the balloon, zero ambient differential, okay? But at least on top of Everest, we have like, about, I think 7 or 8 psi or something. It's difficult to breathe. But in the balloon, you have zero ambient. Okay, my whole point is you can't demonstrate this inside of I mean without containment, man. That's my whole point, man. Instead of just agreeing
Well,
with it and moving on to another point, you're fighting it, trying to use a dynamic system and say and make claims that how much air is at Mount Everest, man. You know,
so I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this again, Brian. What was my argument about the Arctic, the equator, and Mount Everest?
worthless because you're using a flat Earth with a contained system.
Okay, I can repeat back your argument to you, but you can't do it to me. What does that tell you about this
Yes, I
conversation?
can. Okay, I bet you it's exactly opposite. I'll steel man you, you steel man me. Okay.
Great.
Here's what you're
Do you want
saying.
me to go first?
You're saying no. You're saying that
Okay.
since there's less air, which you're making that claim, it's just less pressure. Okay, maybe it's the same amount of air, just like in the balloon, but maybe it is less air. Okay, less oxygen. Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe all that's true, but it's your claim, and you're saying that since since um, since it's hard to breathe up Mount Everest, that that somehow disproves my point of a gradient. You're saying it should equalize or something like that. Unless I'm getting it wrong, you're saying that that debunks my argument of and justifies yours because there's less air at Everest and it should equalize.
Okay, so your argument is that it's temperature and it's not like gravity that is causing the pressure gradient. And you showed that with PVC pipe by cooling one end of a PVC pipe, heating up another end, and having the pipe blocked off by balloons. So you could show that the pressure went down on the cooler end and the pressure went up on the hotter end by like squeezing the hotter end, showing the balloon expand the cooler air and showing that the balloon was expanding on the hotter end. That's your argument. Now, my counter argument is that there can be multiple forces that can do similar things, but we can exclude the force that you think, which is the heating and cooling, as the reason for the temperature gradient, because in the Arctic and on the equator, there are similar pressures, even though they're incredibly different temperatures. And then when you go up away from the Earth, which is what the gravity model would show, when you go away from the Earth to the top of like mountains, or when you're flying up high, like pilots do, then you have that lower air pressure, even though you're at the same temperature as you would be at the Arctic.
That's close, bro. Okay, that's close. I'm not saying that it's definitely temperature that's causing the gradient. Okay, it could be. I could do other methods. I can use multiple methods to demonstrate pressure inside a pressure gradient inside a containment. Okay, so what I'm asking you to demonstrate, you're saying there's multiple force and all this, then you should have no problem demonstrating a pressure gradient and no containment. So let's start in
I
a
have.
vacuum. Let's start in
I
an
explained it.
uncontained
Tokamak reactor has two pressures next to each other, and that's caused by the invisible force of magnetism. Magnetism works much the same way as gravity.
Is the reactor a container?
Yes, in the same way the universe or even the solar system is seen as a container.
Or a flat Earth? You're
Or the
giving.
flat
I was
Earth,
going to
yeah.
say
But the
in the
difference
easy
is
fight,
that we can fly out of the
flat Earth.
Earth's atmosphere, which means that there's not a container on the Earth.
Hey, how high can you fly? Okay, we can maybe go.
I don't know.
Look, I'll give you 70 miles. That's the highest any amateur's gone. NASA,
We've
what,
gone to the
250?
sun.
Who's gone to the sun?
Human-made things. We have rockets that have gone outside of the atmosphere. We can show the ISS is outside of the atmosphere. It's like near the moon. We can show that we've been to the moon. We can bounce radar off the moon, but not
Oh
off
my
the
God, you
firmament.
believe
Like
we went to
all
the
sorts
moon,
of
bro? Are
exclusionary
you fucking
evidence.
serious?
Or
You would debate that we've been to the moon? You literally think we landed on the moon, and not that shit they're showing us is real? I mean,
I mean, that's
we
what
can
you
do that later.
presuppose, but you've got no evidence that it's fake.
Anyway, so
You just have
here's
a lot
how
of
we'll
questions.
start. Here's how we'll start. To do this fair, we'll start in your universe. We're gonna have a 10 to the negative
Why?
17 vacuum. Okay. Okay. And
What are we starting? What are we doing?
we're gonna try and you're gonna
Do what?
demonstrate your model. I'm gonna try and get you to demonstrate
No,
your model. There's
why?
different ways I can do
What
it.
I'm doing is
Because
I'm
it's
saying that there are
impossible, bro.
things that exclude it being a flat Earth. So the evidence you gave for like gas pressure being caused by temperature, I excluded that to show that your model was
No,
incorrect.
I was proof
But we
of
still have
concept, bro.
experimental evidence that shows that gravity exists. Mass attracts mass, and that's all we need to show that you can have air pressure without a container. And
Bro,
the second law of thermodynamics doesn't exclude there being an apparent force or a force that causes gas pressure without a container.
Okay, what's the force?
I told you, gravity.
Oh, gravity? Okay, then we'll start here. We'll test it down here on Earth, bro. We'll do it where gravity's the strongest, and we'll evacuate the air out of a first story. We'll do a 2-story building. We'll
Don't
evacuate
tell
the
us
air
how
from
to
the first
do the
story.
experiment. We've done experiments
You
based on that
call 'em, bro.
hypothesis and
Stupid ass
validated it.
collimated, bro.
So don't then
It's
try to
air.
say that we have to
You're
meet your
interrupting me,
experimental
bro.
criteria, Brian.
Please, bro, stop interrupting me, dude. You're making it impossible to talk. Look,
It doesn't
man, I
matter.
know
I'm going to dismiss whatever you want
you're
me to
fighting
do
for your
because
life. It's
I'm
upsetting
not
you,
going to
bro.
say we're going to do it.
When I try and make an argument, you try and cut it off because it's upsetting you, bro. But trust me,
Okay,
dude.
go ahead. Make your argument, but you know I'm going to dismiss it now, okay? And you know why I'm going to dismiss it. If you don't know, I'll explain it to you.
Stop interrupting, dog. You're giving me a headache. Stop interrupting one at a time, please, guys.
Yeah, all right. But you'll never be able to demonstrate any of this shit, bro. You're just getting emotional and defending it for whatever reason. I don't know. But bro, if you weren't so attached to the ball, you would instantly accept. You wouldn't bring up Antarctica or Mount Everest, bro. That's just
Are
gas
you going to make
balls.
an argument, buddy?
Yeah, my argument is, bro, is that you can't demonstrate this shit, bro. Period. In your common
Yeah, we've
sense,
demonstrated multiple times mass attracting mass, Brian.
No, you haven't.
Great. So you're just going to exclude all the experimental evidence, like the actual experiments that have been done that show mass attracting mass? Why are you going to
So
exclude them?
you mean lead attracting lead?
Is that what I said?
Well, show me mass attracting mass without just lead or a couple or steel.
Why would it matter if it's lead or steel?
Well, it's because it is. Because I come up with the brine dish experiment, and my hypothesis is that heat melts mass. Okay, so what I do is I take this a lead ball and I apply apply heat, and it melts it. Then I apply heat to the wood, and it doesn't melt it. So I disprove my
So wood
hypothesis.
doesn't
But
have mass.
so here it is. So does heat melt mass?
Heat will either cause something combustible to combust, but if there's no oxygen, then it should melt at some point.
So it's basically it's a fallacy just saying mass attracts mass. Mass is a
Okay. If you say it's a
descriptor
fallacy,
of
I'm going to
measurement.
ask you which fallacy you're talking about specifically and what part of it's a fallacy.
It's a fallacy because it's freaking. It's like which fallacy would I call it? I call it probably Texas sharpshooter. Okay, you're using one thing. You're basically drawing. You're basically doing the shot and then drawing your target around it like you did something. You're only using lead. Okay,
Well,
and
no,
maybe
you're
they use
incorrect
a
about
couple
that.
other. Okay, but that's like me saying length attracts
You're
length.
doing the Texas sharpshooter.
Wait, hold on. Mass is define mass. It's just it's a measurement, right? Like length.
I don't know. Maybe. In physics, I think it has a very specific definition. So I'm just going to look it up.
I'll say it's possible that mass attracts. From what I've seen, like with Cavendish, like that, maybe. But to be conclusive and just say all mass attracts all mass, like that's a long shot, bro. It's
Well,
that's
why would you special
and
plead one type of mass over another? Like, what is it different
because
about two types of mass?
because heat, just with my example, heat melts mass. If I just stopped at the lead, then I would conclude my hypothesis that yeah, heat melts mass. Okay, but then I carried on and used other things. I heated up water and realized it didn't melt. So and I heated up wood and realized it didn't melt. So I realized that heat doesn't melt mass. You can't even say properly that heat melts mass because mass is a measurement of something. So it's like saying length attracts length or something. It doesn't
So
make
wait,
sense.
you're saying that heat, you can't say heat melts mass, but your view is that heat melts mass. So you're saying that you can't say the thing that you say. I'm confused.
No, it's an example, bro. It's freaking like not sarcasm, but it's like facetious. So in other words, I can't prove it doesn't even make sense to say heat melts mass.
Then
Okay,
why
no
did you
more than
say
it is
it?
to say mass attracts mass, because you can't just say mass attracts mass.
Of course you can.
Mass is measured in what, kilograms? It's a measurement.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
So
a
you can say
unit.
the increase in the weight of an object or the amount of kilograms of an object will cause other objects to be more attracted to it,
Right, it's a
and vice
unit though.
versa.
You'd have to say matter attracts matter to make a
Yeah,
case.
that's fine. We'll say matter attracts matter, but it's dependent on the mass of that matter.
Okay, would you agree that a lot more testing would have to be done to conclude that matter attracts matter? Because helium is not attractive, but I understand the buoyancy and all that. So I won't even go there. But you realize you'd have to just jumble all that up into to say matter
Why do
attracts
you
matter.
think helium?
You have to
Why
test
do you think helium
almost
isn't?
everything.
Why do you think helium isn't attractive?
I mean, I wasn't even going to go there because I knew it would deviate. It's just buoyant, bro. So let me ask you this: so
No.
if
I want to
gravity,
go. I want to go back. I want to go back to that because I
yeah, me
think what you've
too,
done is you've assumed helium doesn't attract and that we couldn't use it for Cavendish. But that's
right?
because
Okay,
helium doesn't attract much. You'd need a lot of helium to create enough
okay. Let me tell
mass
you
in
this
order
then.
to
So
attract
I looked
something
into
else.
that. Okay, I looked into that, and I found a video with helium balloons. He had to use a water balloon because it was the only thing strong enough to not just blow up and pop. And in fact, a few of them did pop. But when he got close to the vacuum with a real badass water balloon, little stiff tight little water balloon. It was strong enough when it did finally when he got the vacuum strong enough, it finally just kind of trickled down. It trickled down, and I could argue that
Yeah,
the
that just
helium.
precludes buoyancy, doesn't it?
If
That
we
shows that
pop
buoyancy doesn't
the
exist.
balloon, though, if it couldn't hold up the balloon, the helium itself, though, if you pop the balloon, it would expand every direction.
How do you know?
Because
Can you see helium with your eyes?
because of this, because before the balloon dropped, okay, it was still inflated, and even after it dropped, it's inflated in every direction. So we know that the helium is literally expanding in every direction, right?
Yeah, because it's bouncing off the walls and the other particles of helium, and then the walls again. So
Right. So
the
it's not
container of the
dropping it
balloon,
like
the container of the balloon is very, very small. So the high pressure, and it would mean that that pressure would seem to be in all places at the same time, because there's a lot of interaction between the particles within that balloon. But you can't see the helium that when that balloon pops, it expanded outwards in all directions. You don't know if it expanded and then sort of drifted towards the bottom.
Well, wouldn't you expect? I mean, dude, this is intellectual dishonesty, bro. So you're saying that that the helium went to the bottom when the balloon popped, so it was expanded in every direction, but as soon as it pops, since I can't see it, that maybe it all went to the bottom, bro. That's. I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that, bro. Come on, man.
Well, yeah, you can't respond to that because you don't have a reason why that couldn't be the case. You're just
So
going to assume it isn't.
So I could open up the top of the vacuum chamber, and nothing'll happen to the helium. I'd have to open up the
No,
bottom.
if you open up the top, then the atmosphere will rush into that helium chamber, and then the helium will again be hit by buoyant forces because the atmosphere will be around it, just like it was when the balloon was first in there. And that'll cause
But
the
you agree
helium to
that,
rise up through those layer of like higher density particles, and it'll drift off into space.
but you do agree that helium doesn't drop in a vacuum, though, right?
Isn't that what your
And
experiment showed? Like the balloon dropped in the
no,
vacuum before it
dude,
exploded.
I can say this, bro. Literally, by reducing the the pressure in the chamber, you're literally raising the pressure. That's why that balloon it's too stiff to pop. It's too tough a balloon to pop, and it can't expand that much. It's a little badass water balloon. And so when you lower the pressure in the vacuum, you're literally raising the pressure in the balloon. And here's
Yeah,
another
but the
thing.
balloon still fell towards the floor of the vacuum, didn't it?
Yeah, but it's blowing every direction. It couldn't support the weight of the balloon anymore. But that doesn't speak for the helium.
But
We see
before it
the helium
exploded,
flowing
the
every
helium
direction.
the helium still drifted towards the bottom of the vacuum chamber.
You gotta give me
Beforehand,
one
when there
concession
was
there, man.
atmosphere, it was up high, and then when there was no atmosphere, it went down, which shows that helium only goes up when there's like denser objects around it.
No, helium balloon, bro. You got to give me one concession and show me a good faith that you're being honest.
Yeah, that's fine. You can claim that the balloon could have been the thing
Fact
that
that the
drifted
helium
towards the bottom, and
balloon.
it just happened to have helium in it.
Why you got to interrupt, man? The fact that the helium balloon, okay, even after it dropped, when it couldn't support the weight of the balloon itself, okay, it's still the balloon is blew up, okay.
I don't
It's
know what you
not
mean by
going
it
down.
couldn't support the weight of the balloon itself. What does that mean?
It means that the weight of the balloon and the compressed helium inside of it, okay. In other words, the helium is supporting the weight of the balloon, not just itself, okay. But here's the point: I need a
Okay.
concession. Listen, I need a good faith concession. So you agree, even
Hey,
after
mate, you
I
haven't
need a
conceded to
dude,
any of my
let me finish
arguments
the
so far,
fucking
and all you do
sentence,
is
dude.
ask for concessions, and they're
Bro, quit
bullshit
interrupting me,
concessions that
Eggshell.
don't
What the
actually
fuck?
disprove my argument.
Dog, I'm gonna
Why?
mute you for 5 minutes if you interrupt again.
Why?
Because every time I try to make a point, you fucking interrupt, dude. It's like
And
I
there's a
just want
reason
one
for that.
good, jeez, I want one good faith concession. So even after the balloon trickles down, okay, or it drops, okay, you would agree that the helium itself is inflating the entire balloon. It's blowing in every direction. So it's not going down, right? The bottom of the balloon is not getting more helium than the top of the balloon. Will you at least give me that?
What was my last answer to that?
I didn't hear it.
So I explained it a couple of times, actually, and you didn't hear it?
I'm
So my
looking
last...
for a bit of honesty.
Great. So
Maybe I
my
didn't.
last answer My last answer was that the helium inside of that balloon had a lot more particle interactions, which meant that much like the pool table, even though it's slightly chocked up at one side, the pool balls hitting each other with enough energy will cause them to hit all sides of the pool table at the same side. But because you've got one end chocked up slightly, the balls will eventually roll to the lower side.
Fair enough, but it's not dropping though. The helium balloon, the bottom of the balloon doesn't have more helium than the top. Would you at least concede to that? You're not giving up an argument or losing the whole debate. I'm just getting a point of contention because I got another decent point to make. It's you might not agree with it, but man, you got to at least give me that
Well,
there's
I
no
don't know.
helium at the bottom of the balloon.
I don't know if that's the case or not. Neither do you. Did you measure it?
Oh my god! So you won't even concede or just basically agree with basic observation that the balloon is pretty much expanded. Maybe it's a fucking micron, whatever. I'm just saying the balloon is expanded. The shape of the balloon doesn't change when it trickles down.
So it's different to say the balloon is expanded equally in all directions and to say that the helium is denser at the bottom of the balloon. It could be denser at the bottom of the balloon, but still the pressure is high enough within that balloon hitting all sides that it is still expanded to the maximum amount in all directions. Do you understand that, Brian?
All right, fair enough, but it's not going down. It's not all going down. Like I said, I'm not trying to get you to lose an argument. I'm just trying to get you on the same page, man.
And why did I
If
say
you
it's
can
not all
do that,
going
I
down?
don't even know if I want to even bring up this other point, man. Like if you can't concede that the helium itself is not dropping, not all dropping. The part at the bottom of the balloon is obviously touching the bottom of the chamber, but all the rest of the balloon is inflated and trying to expand in every direction, bro. This is just basic second law, basic gas law, and basic observation, bro. So
What
please
was my
agree
explanation
with me.
last time you brought that up?
You're saying that it's denser at the bottom, possibly denser, and possibly this, that. I'm just trying to get a good faith agreement here that the helium is blowing every direction. I mean, it's trying to expand the balloon. Basically, it's trying to escape every direction. Maybe it is a little denser at the bottom. I'm not. Uh, oh, brother.
Yeah, so you've just conceded to what I was saying, right? That you can still have it be moving in all, or like enough particles moving in all directions, hitting the outside of the balloon to make it inflated in all directions, while also having a very slightly more dense amount of helium at the bottom of the balloon. So you would
Yeah,
agree to
see
that,
how
right?
easy it is to agree with possibilities, bro. Why do you have such a hard time just like agreeing with fucking what we're talking about, what we're seeing? Like I just agree with
Because
you just to make a point, bro. That yeah, maybe it is a little denser at the bottom, bro. But the helium's blowing every direction, right? So all the helium is not dropping to the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Can you at least give me that?
no, because
So
it's within a balloon, which means the
all the helium
particles are
is.
constantly hitting each other
Brian, you
and the
gotta show
sides
him
of the
the same
balloon.
courtesy, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead, dog.
the particles are hitting each other and the sides of the balloon because there's lots of pressure, there's lots of particles within that balloon. So once that balloon pops, there'll be a lot less particles in that same volume, which means it could potentially not have enough interactions to cause like a pressure at the top of the vacuum chamber, and the pressure would just be maybe at the sides and the bottom because the particles aren't like hitting each other with enough energy to go up against the force of gravity.
So you're literally saying that since the helium's inside the balloon, that all of it is not going down. But if we pop the balloon, that all the helium would go down. For
So I'm
fuck's
saying
sake.
it could go down if the vacuum chamber was high enough, like it was large enough volume, because the energy created by one particle hitting another particle or hitting off the sidewall wouldn't be enough to overcome the acceleration force of gravity, allowing that particle to reach the top of the chamber. So you'd see no pressure at the top of the chamber, but you'd see pressure at the base of the chamber because gravity would constantly pulling particles down, which would then hit other particles, maybe go up a small amount, but largely go side to side and then back down.
Bro, there's no difference with the elastic balloon. Okay, it's showing the helium filling the available space, bro. It's common gas law. It's second law, bro. I don't know how you're arguing this, but so you made the point with mass, okay, or with gravity. So here's the thing. So when he finally gets a strong enough vacuum for that helium balloon to trickle down, in your model, it would have to drop at the same rate as a lead ball, the same size. I literally dropped a ping pong ball and a golf ball, which were the same size. I filed the dimples off the golf ball, dropped them from a roof to show that every time I did it, the golf ball with the same air resistance uh, fell faster. So the helium balloon just barely trickles down, but you say in a vacuum, everything has to fall at the same rate. Okay. And the helium balloon barely falls at all.
So,
So
Brian,
just be honest and say that kills my model.
Brian, he reduced the pressure in that chamber over time, didn't he? It didn't just go from pressure of whatever, like 1 atmosphere, to pressure of 0, did it?
Very good. So why didn't the helium balloon just like start gradually going down? Why was it at the top? Then he hit a certain point and it just dropped, right? And
Yep.
so if you're saying that it's buoyancy is working the way y'all claim it is, shouldn't it have just like and you're saying all the gas is at the bottom, okay? Then it should have been floating like halfway there, and it's
Why?
gradient. Okay? Because the way you're describing gas is outside of the balloon going to the bottom, the gas that's left inside of there that's giving the helium balloon the buoyancy should have been getting sucked out from the top, right? You just said
So
without the balloon.
you answered this yourself when you use the word gradient.
You just said without the balloon though that the gas goes to the bottom. So why doesn't it start gradiating down? Why does it just go from top to bottom when the vacuum gets strong enough? It doesn't like ease its way down the way you're describing it.
So we're going to go back to the thing I said about the balloon, okay? The thing I said about the balloon was that the balloon was small enough and the pressure was high enough that there are enough particle interactions within that balloon to allow the helium to hit both the top, the sides, and the bottom at the same time. And that's true of the vacuum chamber. With enough pressure, there's enough particle interactions for there to be consistent pressure on the outside of the container. If it was a very, very, very big container, then theoretically there wouldn't be enough particle interactions to hit the top of the chamber, and you would therefore get like a gradient, like a noticeable gradient, or you'd just have like almost no gas pressure at the top of the container. Now, since the container was fairly small, as you reduce the pressure, what would happen is that you'd have a point at which the buoyancy is no longer high enough within that air pressure to keep the helium aloft. So that means that like the pressure on the outside by the particles isn't enough to force the balloon upwards. When that happens, then it's not like the buoyancy just becomes less. It means that the buoyancy is nullified and all of a sudden it just drops according to the 9.8 meters per second attractive force of gravity.
What if we're at Sandusky in a bigger chamber? Are you saying that a helium balloon would like be at some point it would be halfway from top to bottom? It doesn't do it because the chamber's so small, bro. You're literally just scratching and clawing not to agree with any fucking thing at all, which is weird, bro. Like you literally are like living in a fantasy land, bro. You're saying that the gas is sucked out from the top down, like literally the gas that's left in the vacuum chamber is all at the bottom, bro. Listen to what you're fucking saying, bro. Just as a friend of friend, bro.
Yeah, so what didn't you understand about my explanation? What do you want me to go through again?
Bro, I understood the fucking horse shittery. I'm just saying, listen to the point you're making. You're trying to say that the gas is at the bottom. The gas left in there is at the bottom. And I shouldn't have had to, but I literally gave you an example of how it can't be at the bottom because the balloon would be halfway if there was any gas. If the gas was getting sucked out from the top and bouncing around more at the bottom, then it would have floated halfway at some point, or at least graduated down somewhat.
So again, the chamber would have to be big enough to allow for a pressure gradient to exist. It would have to be big enough to make sure that the pressure within that container didn't allow enough particle interactions to cause consistent pressure to the top of the chamber. If it gets that big, then you'll have a gradient. If there's a gradient, then you would get the balloon potentially sit halfway up that chamber. But the chamber you described is too small for that, which means that there are enough particle interactions to be a consistent pressure to the outside of the chamber, and any gradient that does exist would be incredibly small and unmeasurable. So the balloon would sit at the top of the chamber until enough of the air had been evacuated to overcome the buoyant force, at which point it would drop according to gravity's acceleration of 9.8 meters per second
Okay.
until the balloon hit the bottom. Then it pops, and then the helium that's released could potentially, because there's only a small volume of helium in that balloon, potentially form a gradient. It could be pulled towards the bottom of the vacuum chamber, but that vacuum chamber might be too small for that. There might be enough particle interactions still.
So there's a question, like a question I had on my list. So with buoyancy, if let's say we're anywhere else in the universe or solar system, if gravity increases, does buoyancy increase? Or somewhere different? I'm not trying to pin you down and get numbers from you. I'm just saying, just the way we define buoyancy, the way we calculate all that. If gravity increases, does buoyancy increase?
Well, from what I understand, gravity is entailed in the buoyancy calculation, so it potentially would, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, like, if they say they landed something or crashed into Jupiter or something, they could never get in Jupiter unless we had something dense enough, like because it rains diamonds, because it's so dense there. It's so big and so dense that that the liquefied carbon has to solidify into diamonds to be dense enough to overcome the buoyancy and rain. So it rains solid diamonds. And so if we tried to get into Jupiter, we couldn't. We'd have to use something so dense. We'd have to make the spacecraft out of diamonds or something denser.
Well, kind of. We could probably just make it, something like, I don't know, is titanium strong enough? And then if we have enough pressure on the inside of the rocket ship or whatever, it should be able to overcome the pressure on the outside. Like it should give enough rigidity of the structure to overcome the pressure pushing down inside, pushing into the structure. I don't know, but that's really interesting. Experiment.
I would weigh nothing on Jupiter, man. I would weigh because I couldn't even get to the bottom, but if I did, I'd float back up at least somewhat past the clouds. I don't know exactly how much higher because I don't know the gradient in your model, but I'd have to go obviously higher than the clouds. So if you were able to get me to the bottom, I would float right back up. So I would have no weight on Jupiter. This is one of the reasons gravity can't be a force. There's 3 or 4 conundrums just like that just couldn't, just not the way Mother Nature works.
Well, no, you'd still have weight on Jupiter.
Yeah, but not a scale weight.
What? Of course you would. You'd have the scale, and if you cleared the scale to 0 and you stepped on it, because there's more matter on that scale than before, you'd still have weight, right?
I'd float off with the scale, bro. And if you put
why would you float off? Are you saying that the buoyancy, you'd be more buoyant than whatever is on Jupiter?
Yeah, it rains diamonds, bro. It rains diamonds on Jupiter in your model. I would have to be as dense as diamonds to make it to the ground.
But you understand that, like, if you're on Jupiter, you'd increase in density, like you'd contract until you became like a diamond.
That fails. I mean, that's yet to be seen. The point is if you
follow
so elements. Okay, as far as elements,
if the gravity of Jupiter
density. Good.
If the gravity of Jupiter is high enough to turn like carbon into diamonds, then the moment you step onto Jupiter, that gravity would cause you, which you're a carbon-based life form, to turn into like diamonds with, I don't know, all the other extra bits, like all the oxygen molecules and stuff, nitrogen that we have.
I could never even get into it though. I could never even get close enough. I'd literally bounce off, bro. I would float. You hold on, bro. You can't float me in the air and compress me at the same time, bro. You literally cannot have to drag me down.
I don't understand this. This makes no sense to me.
I know,
So
bro.
the idea is that as you get closer to Jupiter, the gravity would condense you. It'd force your particles inside of your body in together, so you become a denser object. You'd still have the same mass. The same amount of matter and the same, I think, mass, but your weight would increase. It'd just be in a smaller volume.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that me trying to get down under the clouds in Jupiter, okay, I couldn't because I would float before I'm compressed. Before I get down where it's raining, I'm above the clouds now, and I'm like, let's say 50 miles above the clouds where I'm perfectly neutral. I float right there. You know, if I solidify myself some, I'll go down lower. If I buoyant myself or whatever you want to call it, lighten myself, then I'll go up a little higher. Okay, but at that point, way up in Jupiter's atmosphere, you can't compress me if I'm floating. Like you got to have weight
What?
or pressure. You got to have pressure to freaking
No,
to compress me.
of course you can compress something even if it's floating. If you have a force pushing on that thing, it'll cause compression.
Even if it's floating. Okay, so you're under the opinion that the fact that you say mass attracts mass. So if we went down to the center of the Earth, I literally got mass. Like if I was in a bubble in the center of the Earth, I could walk in a circle, basically. Or if I ran like a motorcycle at the circus in one of them balls, I could run around in circles. And because there's if the mass is what's causing the gravity that's causing the pressure, then I've got mass pulling. Basically in a Lagrange point, and I'm weightless. Okay, so you believe I would be crushed and weightless in a Lagrange point, basically.
So you'd be crushed and weightless in a Lagrange point. That's what you're asking?
Yeah, well, I'm calling it a Lagrange point because it's like in the center of the ball, so I've got mass pulling every direction. There's nothing pushing down on me. It's literally pulling from all the mass
So
above me. That's what's causing the gravity that's causing the weight. So I'm just going by cause and effect.
from what I understand, the highest point of gravity for a large object is a singular point. It's not like it's some ball of area that has no gravity. The outside of the ball is the gravity pulling in. It's like a singular spot in the middle of that object of mass that is the most like the highest gravity of that massive object. So you'd never be able to, as someone who I assume is like 6 foot and I don't know what pounds are in America, but like 100 kilo or something, you would never be able to occupy that single spot of space that would allow you to not have weight, to be weightless. It's just,
Yeah,
it's
that's
physically
fine.
impossible. It's too small a
That's
point.
why I use a bigger. Yeah, that's why I use a bigger point, like to give myself a little bit of weight so I could run around in a circle. But here's the thing. So to have the weight, okay, so you're saying the center point. That's why it can't be mass attracting mass, bro. It can't be because if that
Why?
is literally the cause, because I can directly say that the weight or the pressure is caused from the mass attracting the mass. So if it is strictly the mass attracting the mass, then I've got mass pulling away, pulling me in every direction, bro. It's not pressing me together in the middle. And so think about this: if I'm in space, okay, if I'm in the middle of space and I'm in a freaking planet that's water world, I'm in the very center of it, okay, and it's a water world everywhere around it. Now I chop the ball in half, okay, and now now there's water all the way around each half. So now I'm basically in the middle. You know, I stay on one side as they separate. Okay, so you're saying that I'm that the water from the surface is going to crush me, the surface pressure, because even when you put them two back together, okay, you only got that much pressure, bro, because the mass is
I have no
pulling
fucking idea what you
water.
just said, Ryan. Honestly, I have no idea. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
tried
that
to follow it as best I
okay.
could, but that I have no idea. So, can I just ask you something quickly? Like, are the clouds of Jupiter denser than you?
Bro, I don't believe. I mean, in your model, okay, model speaking, yeah, they have to be, but I
If
don't
they're
believe
denser
that
than you,
there's
if they're denser than
Jupiter like that. In my honest opinion.
if they're denser than you, then it'd be like walking on the surface of the Earth. As simple as that. You'd hit the clouds of Jupiter, but they're not actually gas clouds. They're just like solid like matter, like the ground, and then you'd just be heavy walking on the top of the clouds.
I'd be heavy, floating.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying.
You wouldn't be, Brian. How would you
How
be
are you
floating? Your
defining
feet
heavy?
would be touching your feet would be touching the clouds. You wouldn't be floating. If the clouds are like dense enough for you to stand on, not be able to like flow around your body,
No, I wouldn't
then
make it to the
you would be
clouds, bro.
standing on solid ground.
I would never make it to the clouds, bro. I'd have to compress. I'd have to be weightless. You agree that I would have to be weightless
No,
and compressed at the same time to get to the bottom
no.
of Jupiter.
So what happens, right, is if you're going through gas, you don't just bounce off the gas. What happens is gas flows around your solid mass because, the particles in your body hold together, whereas gas has a very, very weak attraction to itself at best. So you would keep falling until you hit some solid matter. Then when you hit that solid matter, you'd be compressed.
Yeah, here's a point I was trying to make. I think I got a better way of explaining it because I
Well,
went out for
just
the
do
week.
you understand what I
I
just
see what you're
said? Does that
saying, but
make
I
sense to you?
wanted to before I forget. And this is interesting, man. This is so if I had a hemisphere and I'm at the center and the top of it is just all water and all of it, the outside's all water, but it's just a ball cut in half, and then the and I'm just floating on top, and there's enough surface tension for the water to stick to it, but there's no. I'm just free floating in space, basically. Okay. And no, there's gravity. There's gravity from the hemisphere. Okay. Now the other half of the ball is approaching me, and as soon as they join together, they're going to join, equator to equator, just flat to flat. And if it's the mass that's causing the weight, causing the pressure, the weight, all this stuff, the mass attracting mass, then as soon as the top of the ball attached to the bottom, you're saying that all of a sudden I'd be crushed, but I would have the same. So what if they were like a foot apart, and I had one hand in one of the hemispheres and one hand in the other. In other words, just from them combining, if it's the mass attracting mass, it wouldn't crush me because I'd have to just maybe double the tiny bit of fucking pressure that's at the surface because the mass is pulling equal and opposite in every direction. You see what I'm saying? If I'm in between two hemispheres in outer space, floating on water, if the two joined, it wouldn't crush me. I'd be basically weightless if they joined.
What?
I'd be weightless because there'd be a Lagrange point at some point. If they were like say 10 feet apart, and I'm at the center, right in between them both, I'd be in a Lagrange point, right? So if I was
Yeah, but that
floating
point would be
on the other
nothing.
one,
It'd be too small to measure.
right? What? Between
Yeah, so
two Earth-sized hemispheres?
yeah, so with orbital mechanics, you'll have the center of gravity for two massive objects won't actually be the middle of that object. Like the Earth and the Sun both rotate around like a point in the middle, but none of that matters. What you'd have is those two sides of the Earth would each individually have their center of mass that would pull you towards both. So there'd be two Lagrange points, and then when they came together into a single point of mass, then you'd have a new Lagrange point, which would be where the new center of mass for the one solid object would be instead of the two, and that point would be so small that no matter what you did, you wouldn't be inside of it. It would be like inside of you, and you'd be crushed like by all the stuff trying to get it to
I
the
would be
Lagrange
crushed.
point.
Okay.
Can I make a
So let's.
point, guys? A small
Yeah, go
point
ahead.
for
Go ahead.
clarity.
Yeah.
You're using the term Lagrange point incorrectly.
Yeah, I never
The
use it.
term
I use
Lagrange
center of
point
mass.
is,
Yeah, I know I am.
yeah, just for clarity, it's between two orbiting bodies. So, Brian, you're using the term incorrectly, bro.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just trying to give them something to think about. Like
Well,
basically, if you chop the Earth in half and each side was covered in water, okay, I'm in the middle of the flat side of one of them, okay. Then I've got the mass, pull it, trying to, it's giving me basically weight. As the other half gets closer, I'm going to start weighing less and less if it's mass attracting mass, because as it gets closer, then
Yes, that
all
would
that's going
happen.
to be pulling. It's going to be pulling the opposite direction. So it's not really a Lagrange point, but it's a similar concept of where
All
it's
right,
going to
I
be pulling.
understand what you're saying.
So now
So
there
what
you
would
go. So if they combined, I would literally be, if I was in the dead center, I'd be weightless. I wouldn't be crushed by that tiny little bit of surface pressure.
no, you'd be crushed. So what would happen was you'd have the two sides of the Earth. If you were right in the middle of their orbital point, so the Lagrange point, the point at which they both rotate, then both sides of your body, one pointing towards one side, one pointing the other, would have weight, but that weight would be split down the middle. Like it would feel like you're being pulled in either direction. And then as those two massive objects came closer and closer, they'd collide and you'd be crushed. Simple as that.
Looks like Brian is on deafen and mute. If anybody wants to start something
Oh
else,
my God,
go
bro! I
ahead.
can't believe I was muted the whole
Are you
time.
back? Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll condense the point. So in other words, if I was right in between the two, and they're 1 foot apart, I would be basically weightless. If I put one hand in one side and one hand in the other side, and so that's what I'm saying. Mass attracting mass is my whole point. It can't work. It's a paradox, because you say my hands would get crushed or something. Like the water
So
would almost fall on, because the water is equaling up. The water at the surface would almost be trying to be pulled together. So you'd have no pressure even in the top of the water, barely any, if any at all.
can anyone try to rephrase this? Because I think I've answered that if you're in the middle of two massive objects, you'll be pulled towards both objects, but like different parts of your body would be pulled in different directions. So like if you have someone hold onto your arm and someone else hold onto your leg and pull in different directions, and your body's being pulled in two different directions, you'll feel like you split down the middle. And that's what would happen if
That's
you
my
were
whole point.
between two massive objects. But they'd
No,
still
that's my
crush
whole point.
together and you'd still die.
Yeah, if it's some other force, if it's gravity, though, if it's mass attracting mass, then even the water at the surface, when the two hemispheres are 1 foot apart, the water would have almost no pressure at all, because it would take hardly nothing to get it to go from one side to the other, because it would
Yeah,
have just
exactly.
as much. Hold on. It would have just as much mass pulling from one side as it is from the other. So it can't be getting crushed, because there'd be no pressure to crush it at the surface, literally. And if I was in the middle and I stuck one hand in each side, bro, you're trying to say that the forces aren't canceling each other, that they're ripping me apart like hands and legs, bro. That's not the way mass attracting mass would work.
Of course it is. There
So
will
I'm
be a
weightless
single point.
and crushed.
There will be a single point at which both massive bodies will be orbiting, and in that point there will be like no weight. It'll be like equal and cancel each other out. But on either side of that point, and your body must necessarily be on either side of that point because that point is minuscule. It's not even big enough to measure. It's like a single dot, like an atom's worth of space. On either side, you'll be pulled towards each of those individual pieces of mass in the same way the water would. So you'd never have the water because of, again, particle interactions. It would never stay at that single point. It would be pulled in either directions towards the two massive objects. So what you'd end up with is you'd end up with these two hemispheres of Earth, of a planet, that would be each individually covered in some form of water. The water would be attracted from the dead space in the middle to the two hemispheres, and they'd smash together at some point, unless they were spinning at some insane velocity. And
So
that
you're saying that
crushing together would cause you or the water to be crushed, and the water to be
not
crushed.
if it's mass attracting mass, though, bro. So if I'm in like the Lagrange point between the sun and the Earth, okay, are you trying to say that I've got weight going each way, or
Yes.
am I neutral? Okay, so you're talking neutral buoyancy, basically neutral gravity at Lagrange point. I don't have the sun
Brian,
yanking on me one way. They cancel each other out, bro, making me weightless, bro.
Brian, you're very, very big. A Lagrange point is very, very, very small. It'd be like having a tiny, tiny, like Ant-Man inside of your body that just crawled up
How
your
big is
ass like
L1 and
he was
L2?
meant to for Thanos, and then expanding outwards, forcing your body in half.
How big is L1 and L2? I believe they're miles, several miles actually. I think L1. God, I think I just erased it, dude.
I don't care anymore. I've
No,
answered
I
this
didn't erase
question
it.
like 5 times, and
Hey,
you
wait,
yet to
wait.
come
You
up with a
saying
reason why I
Lagrange
shouldn't.
point? You saying Lagrange points are the size of atoms, bro? That's literally not true. The Lagrange point between the Earth and the Moon and the Sun
Yeah,
and the
bro.
Moon and the Sun and the Earth, they're miles big. They're not. They're in fact they gradiate. In other words,
No.
you're going to hit a point where you're getting pulled a little bit less by the Earth and a little bit more by the Sun. So in other words, you don't just hit it and you go from regular to zero.
So
That's not the way nature works. Bro, nature
you're
scales, it radiates.
you're confusing the orbit of those two bodies and the different Lagrange points due to that orbit with the Lagrange point at any time. So you can have during the 28 days as the moon goes around the Earth, you can have at that point the Lagrange point will constantly move, and that'll encompass an area of maybe a mile. And then but at any point, any second of any day, you will have a singular point out of that mile, which will be that day and that time's current Lagrange point. That's the mistake you're making. It'd be like saying my dog makes a circuit of the backyard that's like 50 meters like in circumference, but at any point during the day, my dog will only be able to occupy the space of the size of my dog.
Dude, anybody ever told you sound like eggshells? You sound just like eggshells, like maybe a younger version. That's crazy, bro. But so in other words, like if I had two magnets and no, I ain't even gonna go there, bro. If you don't understand what I'm saying, the mass attracting mass is you're literally saying that I'm weightless in between the two. If it's all I'm saying is if it is the mass
I haven't
giving me
said
the
that. You're the
pressure.
one saying it,
Hold
but you
on. I heard you, bro.
misunderstand what the
Listen, man.
point is.
I heard you. I'm making a final point here. If it's the mass attracting the mass that's giving it the freaking pressure. In other words, without the mass attracting mass, there's no pressure in this scenario. No pressure at all. No weight, no pressure. If I'm right in between the two, because I'm not in either one. I'm right in the middle. They're a foot apart. I've literally got one mass pulling one way. It's not trying to tear me apart because there's no pressure there to do any fucking thing. There's no weight. There's no
What do you
pressure.
mean
We're floating
pressure,
in
bro?
space. We're literally floating in space, bro. And I'm in equilibrium in between the two. And you don't get it, bro. Mass
Brian,
attracting
what do you
mass
mean by
doesn't work.
pressure? What is pressure to
If
you in
if
this scenario? You're saying
if
there's
mass,
no
I'm trying to
pressure,
hold
so
you
you can't be
accountable
split
here.
in half by gravity.
I'm trying to hold you accountable for what you're saying. If it's mass attracting mass, then that's what's causing pressure. Without the force of mass attracting mass, then you have no pressure. Period.
Okay, so if you have no pressure, does that mean mass can't still attract mass?
If mass is attracting mass, if it's in equilibrium, you once again have no pressure. If I'm
Yeah,
directly in
but
between the two, I've got no
Brian, you can
pressure.
be in between these two massive objects. There's no pressure in that area. It's a zero pressure environment because all the particles have been moved towards the massive objects. You will be just like those particles of air move towards the massive objects. What don't you understand about this?
Okay, no, okay, you would agree that on a hemisphere, uh, if I'm on the surface, okay, the pressure would be the least. I'd have to travel toward the center of the hemisphere to get any kind of pressure. It'd just be surface pressure. Now, so you'd have to agree with that. I'd have to travel down. Okay, so if I'm in between the
Yeah.
two and I'm balanced, okay, then everything right
Oh,
there in
bless
that
your cotton
vicinity.
socks. I understand it now, Brian. Bless your cotton socks.
Gotcha.
When that circular object splits into two, the center of mass changes for each of those hemispheres. It's no longer that molten core that it was that is now split in two. So if you get like a gobstopper and you cut it in half, it's no longer that tiny little bit in the middle that is the center of mass. It is the center of mass will have shifted further up those layers to an equal point between where it used to be and the surface.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. You described it good. I figured I'd finally get to. So my point is so if they're a foot apart, the center of mass is shifted, which you're gonna have the same conundrum in a different spot. But I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna say that like if I've got one hand in the other, on one side, one hand in the other, my hands ain't gonna crush. I'm not gonna be ripped apart because it's gonna balance out, and there's gonna be no pressure at the surface because I got the same amount of mass pulling. Uh, I got the same amount of mass pulling
Brian, I'm dying here, Brian.
from each
Honestly,
side, right?
I'm on the floor weeping. I don't know what you're talking about. Why
No,
did you
mass
say the
attracting
word
mass, no
pressure
pressure, right?
then?
You agree that if we get rid of mass attracting mass, then we get rid of
Why did you
pressure.
say the word pressure, Brian? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Oh, fuck my life.
If you guys are done, can we please move on? Like, I think everyone's getting
Yeah.
antsy here. Does anybody have
You
anything
were
else,
this
or
time, though,
what do you guys think?
SC,
I'm so done.
usually when I talk about this, SC makes it about maybe 20 minutes or something, but he went a good like 30, 40 minutes, man. So yeah, I appreciate your patience, SC, man. Yeah,
No, it's
we
not
can
just
talk.
me, bro. I mean,
No,
what does
I
everybody
agree,
else
brother.
think? I mean, do you want to let these guys continue going around in circles? I mean, I'm just trying to move things along here.
I agree, dude. Well, that's what happens every time, no matter who I'm arguing this with, because they see it different than me. They don't want the consequences of the pressure being caused by the mass attracting the mass. They can't have that. They have to have it happen all of a sudden, and nature just doesn't work like that. Like it doesn't happen like just instantly. Everything
So,
gradiates. You know what I'm saying?
so I read up about this once, but magnetism and gravity, they don't happen instantly, but there's some factor about the way it changes that makes it seem like it happens instantly. I can read into that again and try to explain it one day.
Right, but the way your gravity works, I don't just I'm just floating by in space, and all of a sudden I hit a point where, bam, I'm sucked in full force. I hit a point if I'm close enough where I get just a little bit of pull, and then as I get closer, I get more and more pull. You know, and so it's not just an instantaneous thing. It's not the way nature works. Like you don't have just 100 degrees outside and then you hit a spot. You might have some more extreme than others, but you don't just hit a spot where it's negative 100, like a wall right next to each other. It's
I mean,
there's
we've
going
got
to
to
be
move on from this, Brian. I'm dying here, mate. I'm dying.
yeah. I'm just describing my point. I wasn't talking about the spheres in space anymore. But yeah, I understand that argument. But we did reach ground there at the end. At least where you've seen at least what the fuck I was even talking about, so you knew what to agree or disagree with. In other
Okay,
news,
somebody
man.
rescue the situation. Bring something up.
Okay, how about Orion? Um, I want to see if he can address that. Like they said that nowhere on the planet should we see Orion for at least 4 months out of the year. Like you could argue six, but since the universe is big and you have angles and all that, you say four. In fact, I got what's his name, Bacon, he weaseled it down to 3 months out of the year. There's nowhere on Earth we would see Orion, and I showed literally, and it's starting to spread like Rachie quadruple zero. She played it and she did it herself and showed that you could see it throughout the whole entire year. How does that work on a globe if we're on the opposite side of a sun? I think that's a globe killer.
I don't know if you tested it with something like Stellarium to see if you can make it work.
Stellarium is what I did it with, and you know that. So you're saying that. That's the whole
Wait,
point.
why would I know? Why would I know you use Stellarium?
Because how else am I going to show Orion?
I don't know,
For as
mate.
far
Maybe you use some other way. Maybe you like took observations of Orion from something else and then
a
like
year?
use that to calculate how many times you should see it from where. I don't bloody know that you use Stellarium, mate.
Is this eggshells?
No, I don't know who Eggshell is.
Okay, sorry. Anybody? You sound just like him. I
So
thought.
what's the claim? What's the claim and what's the evidence?
Okay, here's been the claim, bro. For years and years, we've been arguing. I showed the astronomy pictures of the day, and they were saying no, it wasn't taken that day, and you can't see Orion in June, July, or August. Period. From nowhere on Earth. Okay, that's been the argument, and it's in several arguments because you're on the other side of the sun, and so we've been saying you can see it for in every month from whatever location, and y'all been arguing. So to to do to show it, I went to Stellarium to show that you can see Orion every month from somewhere. I think
From
I'm
the
not
same
sure.
place or from somewhere?
Oh, I used two different places. She used the same place. I'm not sure what place she used,
Hey,
but
Brian,
I just
honest.
used two. I used two different places myself.
Okay, so you went on
Look at them.
Stellarium and you took two different places and you said we should be able to see Orion from these two places according to Stellarium
Wait.
all
What's
year.
my place have to do with the sun being in between me and Orion? What does my position on Earth have to do with the fact that Orion is Orion's belt in specific
Brian, I
is an
don't know. I just
equatorial
don't
constellation?
understand what your argument here is. You're just rambling, okay? So I just
Wait,
want like a clear, concise argument. What you did is you said Orion should be visible from this place at this point of year, and then you
okay.
went and falsified that. Is that what
I know
happened?
these arguments get you emotional, bro, but I'll try and I won't escalate it. Okay, so there's in the heliocentric model, the sun we're going around the sun. So we picked Orion because the Orion's belt is equatorial. Is equatorial. It sits almost directly over the equator, almost within a couple degrees. Okay, Orion's belt. So the point is at 6 months later, if we're looking at Orion at midnight. Okay, 6 months later, we've got to see it through the sun. Okay, so no matter where you're at on Earth, you can spin it, and wobble it, and tilt it. The sun is going to be in between, directly in between us and Orion's belt. Period. No matter where you're at on Earth. So the argument for all these years has been that there's the 3 months or 4 months, that that you can't see it. But we showed in Stellarium that's bullshit. You can see it. I think she used one place. I'm not sure what position she used. I went to two places only because it was getting lower on the horizon. I probably could have still made out Orion's belt, but you'd have complained about the legs and shit being missing. So I just moved where you could see the whole thing.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
You'd agree
So
that
you're saying
if we're on the other side of the sun, we can't see a constellation that's directly behind the sun, right?
Sure.
Well,
Yes,
that's
because it would be during the daytime, so we wouldn't be able to
model
make it
killer.
out because of the brightness of the sun, or
Yeah,
because
no
it's
matter how much
directly
we
blocked by the sun.
spun, so you could spin me all you want. That's not going to change the position of the sun being right there and the constellation being um, equatorial opposite. So, in fact, I'll post a video. It's pretty short if you want to give it a look. But it's we got to
I
change.
still
Y'all
don't
have
know
to
what the
change the
claim
argument.
is here.
The claim is we can't be orbiting around the sun as claimed, or else we wouldn't have been
That's
able
an
to see
assertion. So the argument would be, I saw Orion at a time when like the model says I shouldn't be able to see Orion. And then you back it up with what the model says Orion should have been at that time, and then your observation at that time. Is that what you did?
Yeah, we've been telling y'all this for me personally for 6 years. I got videos going back years and years, not six, but in videos. But I've been arguing it, and all I've been getting is no, you can't see it in June, July, and August. Period. You can't see it nowhere on Earth. Period. And go to the Royal Astronomy website, and they've commented about it. I've been to the Astronomy Picture of the Day where they've commented about it. It's been a debate because we claimed originally that 6 months out of the year you wouldn't see it, but we see it for like 8 or 9 months. So then y'all's argument stretched to like 3 or 4 months. But I think I'm repeating myself. But point is to see it 12 months out of the year, something else has to be going on other than us being on the other side of a sun, because you could spin it however you want. It's not going to help you see it moving around on the ball if it's on opposite the sun. So y'all need to update your argument on that. Because we're arguing stellarium's like is basically based on an azimuthal grid, and not necessarily us moving around the sun. You can
Did you
interpret it
link the
that way.
video? Did you link the video or something?
Let me do that real quick.
Because I feel like I'm descending into one of the circles of hell from Dante's Inferno here, trying to understand what the fuck you're saying.
Which level is that? That's 3.5. The level of abject confusion. Okay. No, the 7th level, the lowest level, is reserved for. Well, I think you know already.
What do I know?
Well, to just look up the 7th, what the 7th level of Dante's Hell, who is reserved for.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And are you trying to say that's me?
Oh, it's fine. I'm not.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not. I'm just suggesting you become aware of it.
Why?
Anyway,
Because you
Brian.
think that I'm likely to engage in the sort of thing that would get me to the 7th circle?
I will agree, though. A lot of these arguments I'm making are like advanced debate, like 4 or 5 year veteran debates, like we've discussed it before, and a lot of people know what I'm talking about. And then there are going to be some people who it's hard to kind of start from the beginning, like with these concepts, of the way the solar system works and mass
Brian.
attracting mass, all this shit. But I
Brian.
apologize to the people who
You're
didn't know what
grand.
the flip I'm talking about.
You're grand, Brian. It is a bit of depth, but Brian, I'm more and more convinced that there's a singular source to all of the skylights. And as you probably know, I think it's located at the North Center. So we get all of these expressions based on the movements of the source itself at the center, and that's why they attribute these various and sundry motions to the Earth itself, because they're looking at the sky. And they've already decided that everything in the sky is ultimately separate. So what you're talking about basically is trying to find the truth, looking at their model, but also trying to apply it to a sort of some truthful scenario, to some truthful situation which represents reality. And
that would work, Pete. That would work, Pete, if it was a singular source, like reflecting.
Okay, I had enough of a look at your video, Brian. I think your problem is that you're thinking in 2D as like flat. There's the sun, there's the Earth, and there's Orion, and it's all on the same like axis.
Well, you're just saying, oh, it works perfect. That's not what we've been. I mean, this happens a lot, dude. Like y'all just change your argument like you never made it in the first place. Maybe you specifically haven't, but this has been the ongoing debate, and we took the time to prove it wrong. We've been saying it, and we've got nothing but friction the whole way. And
It seems like your argument. It seems like your argument is that we say that you shouldn't be able to see Orion. Well, actually, we don't even say that. I don't think. What we say is that from a lot of points on Earth, you shouldn't be able to see Orion at for certain
Bro,
months. There's probably
you've
points on
never
Earth where
heard
you
this
can see
argument, bro.
Orion where you
Where's the
think you
debate?
wouldn't be able to see Orion, okay? And it seems like you're thinking that we should be able to see Orion or not be able to see Orion at certain points because you can't add that extra axis to your thinking, the
You
like
haven't been
extra
in any of the
dimension.
debates, though. Be honest. Like you haven't been. Like you're new to the debating and shit, right?
Oh my
Because if
God,
you've
Brian,
never
I've
heard,
crushed you so far tonight. Every single thing that you've brought up, I've
bro, you
crushed you in
literally say
repeatedly.
that,
Okay?
bro. Yeah, somebody who
Almost you.
says somebody interrupted me every chance they get and saying that helium pulls at the fucking bottom of a vacuum chamber, bro. Yeah, that's crushing me, bro. You literally are in denial of reality, bro.
I
You
mean,
can't demonstrate shit, bro. You're literally denying
Bro.
reality, dude, and saying you're crushing me, bro. That's
here you
comical.
go. Finish up your spiel, but like we can keep going back through any of those debate topics, and I can explain to you how I fucking crushed you.
You crushed me, bro. Bro, you're just denying reality and giving a spiel and saying I'm giving a spiel, just projecting, bro. But hold on, I'm saying this seriously, bro. Like I'm being serious. So if you never heard this argument from other Globers, you've probably never seen any of my debates or seen a lot of the debates, bro. This has been a debate for years, bro. That Orion is not visible in the summer months, and I can show you multiple websites. It's in my first video of them claiming that it's not visible in the summer anywhere on Earth.
I just watched from your video, and it seems what's happened is you can't understand the idea of that extra axis, that 3D. And so what you're doing is you're going, well, there is an actual point on the Earth where you can still see Orion because Orion is slightly like above the sun
It's not
on
just
like
one point,
a
bro.
linear plane. It's slightly above the sun on a linear plane. So if the sun's not directly going into your camera, you should still be able to see, and all of the videos of you seeing Orion in this are when it's still sort of dark and very low to the horizon, you should still be able to see Orion because it isn't like a linear path where it goes Earth, Sun, Orion. It goes Earth, Sun, and then if you go up slightly in like the elevation, then Orion is slightly above the sun. So it's not like
Really? If
like
you go
a
up in
direct
elevation, the
path
sun
between
doesn't
the
follow
three.
you? I thought if I went up in elevation, the sun would follow me. In
Oh
fact,
my
to get it to
fucking
change one
God,
degree, hold on, to
Brian.
get it to change
All
one
right.
degree, I'd have to go 1,600,000 miles to get it to change 1 degree. So you're the one not thinking in 3 dimensions, bro. So you just got this magic model where we could see something over the equator. Fucking, I mean, just by just talk. You just talk instead of
I'll get
spiel
your pen
yourself.
and paper. I'll draw
Because
it
of
for
that
you, all right?
spiel, because of that spiel. So, dude, you're the only Glober who's ever made this claim ever, and now just like with the Horizon, y'all acted like you weren't looming shit up according to the Horizon. You just changed your argument, act like you never even had it. Luckily, I've got it in my old video. Got it several comments.
What are you going on about, mate?
I've got MC Toon. I've got astronomy picture of the day, all saying that nowhere on Earth can you see Orion in the summer months. Period, bro. So you're acting like I'm just coming up with this out of left field, bro. That's why I asked you if you're
Well,
updated
I'm
in
not
the
any of
debate.
those people, buddy. So maybe just calm the fuck down and listen to what I actually said. I've got a piece of
You've
paper.
never heard
I'm
it,
going to find a
right?
pen. I'm going to draw it for you right now, okay?
Yeah, just make sure you cover the half of the globe or the 60% of the globe, whatever, in twilight and daylight, whatever, 50%, 40%, whatever. Make sure you
Just
have
be
that
patient.
in sunlight. So make sure that I'm facing away from the sun at least by 90 degrees, right? So I've got to be facing Orion constellation is literally behind the sun, but to get sunset, I've got to be at least 90 degrees from the sun, right? To get sunset. So you haven't thought this through. But the universe is big.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is a really, really bad drawing, but I'm just going to send you a really quick photo and then explain it to you, okay? This is really crap.
In your drawing, do you have the sunset being 90 degrees?
Brian, shh, just wait, buddy.
He said, "Shh, you did not just shush me." No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no. Oh no.
Nobody shushes
But,
the leaky.
hey, well,
I
before
don't
I
have
look at it,
permissions.
would you agree that uh, to
I don't
get
have
dusk?
permissions to drop.
Oh shit! Would you agree that to get dusk, I'd have to be facing 90 degrees from the
Dude,
my horizon.
just
My horizon would have to be 90 degrees away from the sun, right? To get
am I
dusk.
able to drop an image somewhere, or should I just message it to you, Brian?
No, you can just put it in live text, right?
No, don't have permissions.
Bro, just like you wouldn't answer the question about the balloon expanding in every direction. Now you won't answer that to
I
get
fucking did,
sunset.
Brian.
The
Does everyone
horizon's got to be 90
remember
degrees.
me answering Brian's question about the balloon? Anyone that listened to that?
Yes.
Great.
Bro, it's literal fucking sophistry at its finest, bro. Here's the thing. Would you agree to this then? Okay. You answer everything. So you'd agree that the horizon has to be 90 degrees away from the sun. Okay. In other words, my zenith has to be 90 degrees. The horizon's got to be 90 degrees from my zenith for me to get no daylight, to get dusk.
90 degrees from your zenith. At least, yeah, I guess so. Why?
Because
From your zenith.
right, because my point is, if I'm 90 degrees away from the sun, and because of the horizon blocking the sun, then I'm looking nowhere near Orion, bro. Not only am I not looking at
What if
Orion
Orion's 80
anywhere on the
degrees?
globe, it's literally nowhere even close.
What if Orion is 10 degrees higher than the sun from your vantage point?
That's what Bacon was trying to say, and he got it down to like 3.5 months. He weaseled it down to 3.5 months where you wouldn't see it. He's
Well,
trying to say
look,
like
if I can't drop an image, then I can't explain this to you. But think about it like this, okay? Get a piece of paper and you draw
You're
one
just
circle
ignoring my
for the Earth,
question, bro. Ignore my
another
question,
circle
bro.
for the Sun, and then you draw a third circle, which is for Orion. And you draw a pencil line, and it goes between all three. Like it goes from the Earth all the way to Orion. And that's how you're thinking of the solar system. Now try another drawing where you draw one circle for the Earth, another circle for the Sun. You connect them, and then you draw a circle that's maybe a couple of millimeters higher, but a distance away from the Sun, but a couple of millimeters higher up than the Sun. And you can no longer draw a straight line from the Earth to that point that intersects the Sun. So the Sun would not be blocking that point. Now, if you're on the Earth somewhere
horizon,
around
bro.
the equator, if you're on the Earth somewhere around, if you're at the right, I guess, latitude or whatever, and it is nighttime, the sun will be below you, but Orion will still be above the horizon. And that can
Okay,
be
now
consistent all throughout the
wait
year
a
if you're
minute.
at the right
Wait.
point.
You're not thinking about the direction, bro. If the sun is below the horizon, okay, then me, no matter where I'm at on Earth, okay. Now this is what you're failing to not get, I think. No matter where I'm at on Earth, Orion is opposite the sun. Okay. So to get dusk, no matter where I'm at on Earth, if the horizon is not blocking the sun 90 degrees, I'm not gonna have dusk. I'm gonna still have daylight, bro. So it's the direction itself that you're trying to find a little squeak around with the tilt and all this other shit, bro. Bro, think
Okay,
about
let's
what's
try this
blocking
again, okay? We're going to draw a triangle, mate. So you're going to have one point of the triangle is Earth, and then you draw straight out, just straight out in front of you, and you connect it to the other point of the triangle, which is the sun. And then you go up from the sun a little bit, just a tiny bit, couple of millimeters or a centimeter or whatever, and you draw another circle, and that is Orion. And then you draw a line from the Earth, from slightly below the top of the Earth, or at the very, very top of the Earth, and you draw it to Orion, and then you just keep drawing further out, and anything further out from there will be above the sun at any time the Earth goes into dusk if you're at that right point, no matter where the Earth is. Like, even if the sun's
except for what's blocking the sun. You forgot what blocks the sun, bro. So just draw this. Draw a flat line.
at the sun
And
will not be
hold
blocking
on. I heard
Orion
you.
because you're missing a
Listen,
dimension of
listen,
thought
bro.
in this.
I heard you, man. I heard you. But just do this. Draw a flat line with a stick figure on it. Okay. Just draw a flat line with a stick figure. You're forgetting about the horizon. Okay. So now spin it and tilt it any 3D way you want, bro. And
We're
just
not on a
do it.
flat Earth, fuck.
Picture that
We're
as a
not on a
plane.
flat Earth, mate.
It doesn't matter. It's just representing your horizon. If you want to drop it 8 inches, that's fine too. But you're forgetting about what's blocking. It's not the sun. It's the fucking horizon, and it's in tandem with the daylight, bro. You're
Okay, so
like
what I've
trying to
done
put it
is
on
I've
top
drawn
of the
my
ball,
stick
bro.
figure on. I've drawn the stick
And
figure
think,
on the line. Okay. Now, slightly underneath that line, I'm going to draw the sun. Slightly above the line, I'm going to draw Orion, but further away than the sun is from the stick figure. How does that not explain why you can see Orion at certain times?
because you don't get dusk until your horizon is 90 degrees from the fucking sun, bro.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm doing that. The sun is at 90
So you
degrees with
can't
the
see
stick
through the
figure,
earth
and
then, right?
Orion is slightly above the sun. But they're
That's not the
still
way it
like
works.
the same direction.
You're tilting the fucking earth like you're just giving it some magic, like
It's a
saying if I
ball, mate.
make the
The
sun
Earth
go away,
tilts. The
the
Earth is a
horizon
fucking
goes away
ball,
with it.
Brian.
So if you make the sun go away, the horizon disappears with it. That's what you're saying.
No, Brian. The horizon is still there because it's a physical horizon. It's just we view it with light most of the time, and that light happens to come from the sun best. But you can still have the moon that does it, but that doesn't matter.
So
If
this
the
is
sun drops
definitely
below the line of the horizon, but Orion is further up in like a azimuthal angle, then you would still
eggshell.
see Orion, even if you just have like a little bit of glow from the sun. It's dusk. You'd still be able to technically see Orion, even if it is
Yeah.
like if you shoot straight out, you'll go past the sun or slightly over the top of the sun, and then out towards Orion. Even
You're
if like
just
the sun is
bypassing
between
the
Orion
horizon,
and you,
bro.
the sun can be lower because you're missing a degree. You're missing this third degree of reality that you can't seem to
You're
think
acting
of.
like there's no horizon in reality, bro. Yeah, if I want to take away the
Oh,
horizon
I
that goes
literally
up,
just said the horizon is there regardless of the sun, you fucking idiot.
bro, what are you talking about? Just shooting toward the sun, bro. If the horizon's blocking the sun, the best angle you're gonna fucking get is 90 degrees from Orion. Are you fucking retarded, dude?
What do you mean the best angle? Yeah, so again, you have your line with the dude on it, and then you have the sun that only just, like the peak of the sun reaches the top of that line, and then Orion, if you were to continue that line out, would be
What
above the
line?
line. That means
What line?
the line is the horizon.
Okay, so you're saying that the horizon, okay, to get the sun to set, the horizon doesn't have to, the sun doesn't have to go down below it.
What do you mean? How are you not understanding this?
What
The
do you
sun is
mean?
below the horizon in my picture right now. It's just below the horizon. But Orion is above the horizon, but the sun is still between
How is
the
Orion
Earth and
above the
Orion,
horizon when
just
it's
at a
on the other
different
side of the sun?
altitude.
It's on the other side of the sun, dude. It ain't above
I
the
know,
horizon.
I know, I know, I know, I know. I've said that.
Shouldn't be
It's on
anyway.
the other side of the sun, but it's slightly higher up. You're only thinking of it as though it goes Earth, Sun, Horizon. They're all on the same axis, but they're not.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Once the sun is 1 degree below the horizon, it's literally 1,600,000 miles below your feet. Okay, so you're not talking about a close call. And with Orion, it'd literally be in the
What?
probably in the hundreds of billions of miles. Yeah, one degree of the sun below the horizon is one million
It's
six
not.
hundred thousand
Wait a
Fine,
miles
minute.
if you're
below your
angled
feet.
away from the sun by 1 degree, it's not below your fucking feet. It's still in front of you.
Bro, okay, you don't even understand the math, so I'm not even going to go over that with you.
Oh, bless your cotton socks, Brian.
Yeah,
So I'm going to try this one last time, okay? Have you ever drawn a graph before? And you've got your
Bro,
X
this
and
dude's
Y?
toxic, man. He's making me toxic, man. I'm gonna have to bail from this. Pete, if you
So
want to take over, this dude won't.
just very
He just
quickly,
has his own
the
fucking. He
x-axis
don't
is the
go to any.
vertical axis. The
He's his own
y-axis is the
community,
horizontal
bro.
axis, right? Now, if you put, say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 equal points on the x and the y, you're up 1 and 1 for the Earth. The Sun is 2 and 1, but Orion is 4 and 2, so it's slightly above the Sun. That means that you can be on the Earth. The Sun can be below the Earth at certain points as the Earth spins away from the Sun, and Orion can be above the horizon because it's higher in altitude, even if they follow the same like y axis, right? So they keep going up the y axis. But if it goes up the x axis just once, that's the dimension that you're missing, then it can still be seen, even though the sun is between the Earth and Orion. I mean, like, I can't find a way to explain it to you other than you just can't think in this third dimension.
You don't understand the math. I can't do any more with you. You don't understand the math.
Orion rises before the sun.
So now all of a sudden y'all's argument the whole time. So now I've got to literally because of these clowns, Howard. I'm not even going to categorize you, but this dude who he's probably witnessing this from a pool of helium in the bottom of his vacuum chamber, bro. He's literally witnessing Orion 6 months later. Okay, and here's the point: you don't understand how far it is. Once it goes
I
1
never
degree below Earth,
questioned the
it's
distance,
literally
Brian.
gazillions of miles, bro. So you need to check
I
out
never
just
questioned the
draw a tangent
distance.
line. Draw a tangent
Never
line.
questioned the distance.
Draw a
All I
tangent line and
did,
check the angle.
all I did was question whether it would be below your feet or not. If you're like a degree away from the sun, I didn't question the distance. This has been the most draining experience I've had in a while.
Bro, I know this is eggshells, dude. So I don't know why why are you kicked? Was the eggshell kicked or something? Like what why are you acting like somebody else? Hey, dude, I know I ain't the only one who said you sound exactly like him, bro.
Bro, it's not eggshells.
Sounds like him though. Even has the same arguments, bro. Like he just has his own arguments. Like he doesn't argue with the rest of the Globers. He's got his own
So
arguments.
if reality is like if we have access to some knowledge of reality and a heap of people keep using the same arguments about what reality is, doesn't that just verify it more? Like if anytime you ask what is reality and you keep getting the same answer from people that have like looked into it extensively, then wouldn't you kind of take that as like, okay, well that just makes sense that anytime you
Here's
look
an
at reality you come to this answer.
Depends on what you mean by looked at it extensively.
Using the scientific method, the best method we have to get evidence
you don't
about
use the scientific
reality
method
is.
on astronomy. You literally can't science any of it.
No, you can use science on it. Do you want me to explain how?
You go ahead.
Great. So you have an
how do you get
observation
the
of
distance?
you have an observation about the astronomy, and then so like the observation of what you can see in the night sky or like the way objects move in the sky.
Okay.
And then you hypothesize what the cause of that would be or the distance or any of those sorts of things. And then you come up with some form of experiment to test whether your hypothesis is valid or not.
Okay,
and then you make a prediction off that. And if that prediction is validated, then you got to go.
Sure. Okay. Give me an experiment that we can test something in the sky that we observed.
Yeah, sure. So your position on Earth will change the elevation angle towards like an object, a light in the sky, by a certain value.
Okay, so we move and so we see something at a different value. That's us proving what?
Well, if you predict a value and then your prediction is correct, like you say, if the value, my position on Earth is X, the angle value for the thing should be Y, and that's correct, and that's validated your hypothesis.
Yeah, but that's you can apply that to anything. That doesn't really it's not specific to astronomy, right? Anything that exists in a position, if you change your position relative to it, you'll see it from a different angle or different vantage point or whatever. So how does that prove anything in astronomy specifically?
Yeah, and that takes a bunch of assumptions on distances as well.
So the other thing you could do is you could do the stellar parallax calculations, or you could look at things like the retrograde of certain planets or lights in the sky. There's a few other things like that. You could use spectroscopy. You could look at the different levels of red light and blue
you're
light.
Gish galloping. One second. Let's go one.
You know why I'm gish galloping? Because you made a broad statement, and I'm giving you as many examples as I can because I know you're just going to try to find a problem with every single one.
Okay, I asked for a single example, right?
Right. Here's a single example then. The further out we look into the universe, the more likely we are to see it shift from blue light to red light.
How do you know you're looking further out?
Because we are looking at more distant objects, so we have more zoom.
How do you know?
In order to read.
No, that's circular logic.
Because we have more zoom enabled to be able to resolve the objects optically.
Okay, but zoom just looks like, you know, kind of at smaller things. It just, like, you know, in terms of the field of view, it just makes them small. Maybe you're looking at smaller things and you're just making them bigger. You're zooming into smaller things. How do you know they're farther?
Because the perspective relevant to other things also changes, which means we're looking at not something that is small on a flat surface that we're zooming in on, but we're looking at something further away relative to other things.
How do you have differing perspectives when you have the same vantage point? And how do you know it's not just like a Dolly effect type of thing? You know what the Dolly effect is, right?
No. But
It's
if
like,
you think that that's an argument to discount it, then go ahead.
no, I mean,
Because it seems
you're
like
so,
all you're doing is you're asking me, how do you know this? How do you know this? How do you
bro,
know this? Without
you're
ever
making
saying,
the
no, you're
positive
not doing
claim.
that.
The burden of proof is on you, right? And so
Yes.
far, you haven't provided any actual evidence. You're saying that you're have a circular like argument saying that you're looking at farther things, and you know that they're farther things because they're the distance is farther. It doesn't make sense. It's possible that that all of these things are the same distance away, and some of them are just bigger, and some of them are smaller, and some of them are more faint, and some of them are more bright, and you're just like, you know, with your better resolving power, you're seeing the more faint things now. You haven't proven
It could
any
be
distances.
possible we're doing that, but it seems like there's a lot of other variables that I don't know, and you probably don't know, that have been used to figure out the distance between objects. Things like stellar parallax are a good one.
Well, because that's an argument from ignorance. You're saying that whatever
Well,
the
except
thing I'm
for
saying
the
is true,
example I
but
then
we don't
gave.
know, and I don't have any evidence for it.
Except for the example that I just gave as well.
Stellar parallax.
The means of doing that. Uh-huh.
Okay, go ahead. What's the experiment for stellar parallax?
What do you
Actually,
mean?
Define stellar parallax first. Why not?
Oh my god. It's a calculation using a trigonometric function whereby you have two places on the Earth where you view a distant object, and using that trigonometric function you can come to an idea of how far away that object is.
Okay.
It's
Do you have
similar to
any
how the
assumptions?
eyes work.
Yeah, do you have any assumptions that you're making about these objects?
Literally everything you do in the world has an assumption, but that's part of science. You make assumption on things and then you test whether your assumptions are correct. Do you not understand this? Are you
Is it
saying we
possible?
can't make an assumption in the testing process for making assumptions?
In the testing process for making assumptions, what are you talking about?
Yes. So what you have to do if you don't know something is you make a heap of assumptions about what that thing is. And then you go through the testing process. And to do the testing process in science, you have to make assumptions on what the thing could be. And then you test it to see if your assumption is correct. Are you saying we can't use assumptions to
No,
test
you
whether
can. You
the
can't just
assumption
have
is
multiple
correct?
assumptions, right?
Why not?
You can only test one assumption at a time. You can't have
No, you
multiple
can't.
variables.
You can test multiple assumptions if you want.
So you can solve for multiple variables.
It can be done, yes. It doesn't mean it's done all the time, but it can be done.
Oh, come on, man.
But
terms of stellar parallax.
what multiple variables are in stellar parallax?
Well, the variable first off is that like the calculation that you're trying to get, right? This angle that you're trying to figure out by observing these stars moving relative to each other from wherever you are on Earth. Okay? But on top of that, you're assuming that these stars are moving at the same speed. Because if they moved at different speeds, then it would affect your calculation. Right?
Are we?
Are you what?
Are we assuming they move at the same speed?
Well, if they moved at, let's say that they moved at that different speeds, let's say that the stellar parallax effect is such that this background star, relative to the foreground star, is moving, is twice the distance. It's possible that it's moving twice the speed, and that there is no stellar parallax effect.
How would that be possible? Because we'd be able to see if something was moving at that speed. Like we'd be able to see it move through the night sky over time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, how are you going to test it to differentiate between the speed of it versus just
by looking at it over time?
Okay, go ahead.
What do you mean? Go ahead. I gave you the answer by
experiment.
looking at it over time.
Yeah. So you're looking at something. Where's the experiment? How are you testing it?
What do you mean? How am I testing what?
You
like
said we
I
can
look at the
scientifically
star,
prove
I see if that
astronomy.
star's position has changed relative in the sky, And if it hasn't changed, then it's likely that star isn't moving at some ridiculous speed that would throw off stellar parallax measurements.
Okay, so how is this a scientific experiment if all you're doing is observing stars moving?
So what you're doing is you have the observation of the star, and then you come up with the hypothesis of the star will move in the sky if it's moving at an increased speed. It will not move in the sky, relative to other stars, whatever, if it has a speed, like a known speed. And then you'd take multiple observations. So the variable you'd be changing is time. So, time would tell you speed, like time plus distance is speed, right? And then you'd be able to work that into the calculation of stellar parallax to see if it is accurate or not.
You're manipulating time?
Of course you're manipulating time by waiting.
Time is your independent variable that you're changing?
By waiting, you manipulate time. Do you not understand this?
Bro, that's not science.
If I want to test the growth rate for a tree, would I do that by waiting to see how long the fucking tree takes to grow?
That's a false analogy because the tree has that analogy has different causes. The tree needs sunlight.
You started that false analogy
thing
without knowing if it was a false analogy, isn't that right? You're like,
No,
that's a false analogy because the analogy is false because the
don't lose it. I
please.
told you the tree has other independent variables that are required. It requires
Why
water.
does that matter?
Sunlight.
Why do other independent
If
variables?
you had time alone,
matter?
if you had time alone, you wouldn't see anything.
You can have multiple variables.
You realize time is basically movement, right?
Yes.
Yes. So you're observing movement, and your independent variable is movement. Your variable that you're testing with is the same thing you're observing. That's not science.
So time allows for movement, but you're trying to test for the speed of the thing moving. So you have to wait for it to move, which requires you to allow time to pass.
Speed isn't a test. Speed is a calculation based off of distance and time. It's not a test. It's not experimentation. If I measure this object in front of me to not be moving, I'm not experimenting.
This is such bad
I have a lamp in front of me right now.
If you wait for
its
time
speed is
to
zero.
pass, that
I'm
is
waiting for it to
manipulating
move.
a
It's not
variable,
moving.
isn't it? If you wait for time to pass, is that manipulating a variable?
No, you're not.
Okay, so if I watch a tree grow, am I not waiting, manipulating the variable of time in order to figure out its growth rate?
You're not. You're not manipulating time. You can't stop time or start it. Time is always it's a constant variable. It's not an independent variable.
You're obviously lying, and this is bad faith. So if anyone else wants to back this guy up, if anyone else can validate this guy's claim that waiting for time to pass isn't manipulating a variable, I'd love to hear it. But this guy so far is just pure bad faith.
You're saying that time is not a constant variable.
Anyone else going to back this guy up?
You're saying that time you can manipulate, you can start it, stop it, like anything else. You can't.
If I take a picture at 1 o'clock, and then I take a picture at 1:01, and then I take a picture at 2 o'clock, if I take that 1:01 picture and say, well, over time this thing happened, like I can't tell if that thing actually happened after maybe a minute. It might be hard for that if it's like the amount of motion of like a snail. But if I wait for a full hour to pass, I've manipulated the time, and I can then see that thing happen more. Take the observation the observation of whatever outcome I wanted, whatever I wanted to test, because I've let the variable of time pass. I mean, I don't see how you can't understand.
So you've compressed this constant variable.
Can we choose to let time pass or not?
First of all, again, time is just movement, right? So all you're doing is allowing for this constant...
Can we choose to let time pass or not? Can we choose to let a small amount or a large amount of time pass?
Time is constantly passing.
So that
we don't
would
have
be
a choice.
manipulating a variable in an experiment, wouldn't it? That would be manipulating a variable in the experiment, wouldn't it?
Okay.
In the same way that I can choose to take a picture from like down the street or at my house. That's manipulating a variable of just where I am on the earth. But they're all variables. Time is a variable you can manipulate. If you keep saying that it isn't, you have to give an actual good reason.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, time is constantly moving. Like things are constantly moving, right? Time is a constant variable.
Stop or
1 second,
start
please don't interrupt so much, man. So time is a constant variable. Yes, you could choose to look at it and to like make the observation at different moments. Sure, but you're not manipulating time. Time is constantly flowing. You understand? You're just looking at it at different moments.
Time is a common independent variable. High school physics.
Listen, I could look at the sky
Time,
at
for
different
example,
moments.
will always be
One second.
independent variable. Let's say
Bro.
you don't that you wanted to test how tall a tree would grow after 8 months of breeding with certain
keep
types
on
of
over-talking,
fertilizer.
eh?
The height of the tree may change. I've proven this to you. I've explained it
You
to you.
haven't
If you wanna
proven
keep
anything,
lying,
man. All
go
you've
ahead.
proven is that you interrupt a lot.
I'm going to go on mute
If I
for
look
2
at the
minutes and I'll
sky,
explain, then I'll come back.
hold up, 1 second, man. If I look at the sky and I see that it's blue, and then I come back later and I see that it's kind of purple, I'm not manipulating time. And time isn't the variable. The variable is the sun that's changing it. With a tree, the variable is the sun and water and what have you. Time is a constant variable. It's not an independent variable. You can't experiment with time. Get that out of your head.
Yes.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, but percentage. If you're charged with the task of providing me the information of the growth rate of a particular tree, and I want you to do it in like day intervals and over a period of 30 days, you're going to plot time on the x-axis, and you're going to plot tree height on the y-axis, and you're going to observe it once a day.
Sure, yeah, that would be an observation.
And that
it wouldn't be an experiment.
That would make time on the x-axis the independent variable, and the height would be the dependent variable.
No,
and that's all he's saying.
I can find multiple references in like just high school physics to like profound physics that said time is usually viewed as the independent variable for the simple reason that it doesn't depend on anything else.
Can you find a reference saying that time is a constant?
Why does that matter?
Because I'm saying it's a constant variable, that you can't manipulate it.
The way you manipulate it is by you
By
allow
observing
it to
at different
pass
times.
or not.
Yeah,
You
observing
choose-
is manipulation, according to you.
Of course, because you're choosing at what point in time you're making an observation to validate your hypothesis.
Yes, but if there's no other variables, then nothing changes. The only reason there's an effect that a different observation that you're making is because something else, which is the independent variable, is affecting it. The tree,
So you said
the sun is affecting it. You know, the water's affecting it. If there's no sun and no water, the tree ain't growing, bro.
But that's not true of a distant object's motion. If you're trying to determine the speed of an object, you must necessarily include the distance it has traveled and the time. And the only way you
Absolutely,
can
but that's not
recognize
an
the
experiment.
distance between spot A and spot B is by allowing the time to pass, because that's one of the variables that must necessarily happen in order to allow the other variable to happen for you to then calculate the conclusion, the speed.
Absolutely, I agree. With speed, the two variables are distance and time. But calculating
so what were
speed
we
of something,
talking about?
measuring
What was the
distance,
experiment we were talking
hold
about
up,
originally?
measuring the
What's
distance
the-
or measuring the time, neither of those make an experiment. Neither of those are testing. Like, that's not what the
So-
scientific method is. You started off
I
knowing what the
can't-
scientific method was. You said the steps properly, but then you fell off saying that a calculation is an experiment. That's fucked.
So why can I find multiple references saying time's an independent variable?
Why can you find multiple referencing time is constant?
That's not an answer.
Find me a reference saying is calculating science. Just is calculating a number science. Is
Calculating
math
isn't
science.
always
Doing a
science, but
mathematical calculation, is that
calculations
science?
can be science.
Come on, man. You
What
know
did I
science
just say
is,
to you?
man. You started off
What
knowing
did I
what it
just
was,
say?
and then
What
you
did I
fell
just
off.
say? What did I just say to you?
So again,
Calculations can be science, but calculations aren't always science.
a calculation in and of itself is never science.
It can be, right?
No, and it can't be.
Okay, if you're trying to say that you want to do an experiment to see the speed of a cheetah, right? So what you do is you'd come up with something for the cheetah to chase. You get a cheetah, but then you'd have to have the distance over time measurements that are part of the scientific method, and then the conclusion would be based on the calculation of distance and speed.
Absolutely.
Right? Awesome.
But did you hear what I said?
How is that not science?
Did you hear what I said? A calculation in and of itself is not science. With a calculation
It could
alone,
be, right?
you can't have science. No, for your experiment with the cheetah, you need to set up the actual experiment, which is the cheetah chasing something. It has to be physical. A mathematical calculation on its own, per se, is never going to be science.
Great. So let's do this, okay? So I have the observation of a distant object in the sky. So that's the star, right? And then I have the hypothesis that the object will move in the sky, dependent on its speed over time. Now, to calculate that, I have to manipulate the variable of time by allowing time to pass. Isn't that correct?
Hold
That's
on.
part of the experiment that I come up with. So I allow time to pass, and then part of that,
Bro, no.
I observe
Can I stop you?
where the star is relative to other objects in the sky that I may have already done this with, or like the height of it off the horizon at certain
Bro, can you
times
repeat
of
your
night.
hypothesis just for the audience? Repeat your hypothesis.
My hypothesis is that the object in the sky will move over time.
So so again, the observation is this object in the sky is moving. Your hypothesis is
No. The observation is just that there is an object in the sky, and my hypothesis, so my assumption, it can be completely baseless. It just has to involve something I've observed, which is the light in the sky. My hypothesis is that it will move.
Okay, so you're gonna you're coming at it as if you know nothing and you only saw the sky for the first time in your life for a snapshot, and you haven't seen anything in the sky move, right?
Sure.
Sure. All right. So you see the star, and you don't know that stars move. You don't know what it is. You just see this light in the sky, and you're hypothesizing that it moves.
Yes.
All right. Continue.
Great. So after that, I then manipulate the variable of time by allowing a full day to pass to see if there's any movement, relative movement. And I might let a full year pass, so I'm back to the exact same point, which would be the best point to test whether that star is going to move in the sky over time.
Okay.
And then I can wait maybe 3, 5, 10 years, whatever.
All right.
And then if there's a change in its relative position in the sky, then my hypothesis has been validated, and time is the only variable that has been manipulated.
Are you serious that
change
you
the
think this is a
observations.
scientific experiment? Are you serious right now?
So I've gone through observation, hypothesis, testing, and then I've got a conclusion out of it based on the prediction.
So you think this is actually science? You're serious? I just need the confirmation before I absolutely destroy what you just said. Are you gonna double down on this? This is science for you? Thought so.
Are you going to respond, or are you just going to keep asking me?
Bro, I'm asking you. Are you honestly
so by
saying
now,
this is
any
science?
reasonable human being with any intelligence would have concluded that I'm not going to reply to that question. And then the next step would be for you to actually tell me how I'm incorrect about what I laid out.
So you're thinking this is a reasonable take on what science is. You're saying that the hypothesis is that this light that you haven't seen to be moving is going to move. Your test is that you're going to observe it. You're going to watch it. That's the test. Observation is the test. You think that observing something, makes science. There's no actual, you're not changing anything. All you're doing is watching this thing, and that's science for you.
That's right in the definition. Yeah, observation.
Do you observe things through time?
No, observation alone is not science. Making an observation is part of science, but it's not science alone. First, it was calculation alone is science. Now it's observation alone is science. What is wrong with you?
Do you observe things through time? Do you observe things through time?
You observe things moving, which is time.
Do you observe things through time?
No. You observe things moving, which is
stationary.
Time.
If something is stationary on day 1, and then on day 3 it's in the exact same spot, does that mean time hasn't passed?
No, it means that everything else moves, but it hasn't.
What if I'm also stationary? What if I set up a camera that's stationary, pointed at a spot on the wall that is also stationary, and then I let 3 days pass? Does that mean time hasn't passed?
What does a day passing mean?
Why does that matter?
Because that's what time is. It's time is the quantification of movement. A day passing is the sun making a full revolution. That's what we call a day.
Time is a measure of entropy in physics.
The sun moves. We've created a system of time off movement. So if 2 things are stationary, but the rest of the world's still moving, time's going to continue passing. If everything is stationary, then there's no time passing, because time is movement.
If I wait for a year Have I manipulated a variable between observations?
What variable did you manipulate?
Does anyone else in this call believe that time isn't a variable?
Time is the movement of things, bro. It's just the quantification. Time is a convention. It doesn't actually exist. You're not manipulating anything. Everything's just moving. Okay.
If I choose to take a photo,
hold up. That's why we have
1
different
hour
calendars.
after
We have
I've
the
set up
solar
an
calendar.
experiment to see what the outcome is, and then I choose to take a photo 1 month after the experiment is set up, and then I choose to take a photo a year after the experiment is set up. Can I learn different things by waiting for those amounts of time?
Of course, you can learn things, but it's not science. You can learn things just by observation alone. It's not science, though.
It is science. Of course it's science, because
it's
you're
not,
learning
man.
what the outcome of your hypothesis is.
You have no test. Watching something is not a test.
Of course it's a test.
No, it's not. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's a step in the scientific process.
How many more
But we're going in circles
other
now. You keep on
experiments
saying
do you
observation
want?
is science
If I
alone,
was
and
to
it's not.
If I was to have two, say, chemicals next to each other, that's it. They just sit next to each other. And then I wait and I wait and I wait. And then after those chemicals have reacted long enough, they spontaneously combust. Would I be able to say that me waiting for those chemicals to react is the variable in that experiment of seeing how long it will take for chemicals to react?
The two chemicals are in the same beaker. You have two chemicals, and then you're just waiting for them to react.
I don't know. It could be something that's out in the sun just naturally occurring. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you have two different solutions.
All I've done is I've just walked across them out in the earth. There's two things next to each other out here in the sun, and then I just wait for time to pass to see what happens.
Yeah, you're just observing something that's happening. You didn't make any tests.
And from that, can I then come to a conclusion of something like it will take X amount of time for these two things to combust?
Yeah, depending on all the other variables, like if the temperature and everything else, sure. That's not a test. That's an
I didn't
observation.
manipulate any of them, so it doesn't matter.
You didn't manipulate anything, yeah, so
No.
none of them matter.
All I manipulated was the time. I sat
didn't
down and I
manipulate time,
observed
no.
this thing happening over time after coming up with a hypothesis. If I wait long enough, this thing will combust.
You
And then
didn't
I
manipulate
validated my
time.
hypothesis by waiting long enough.
You didn't manipulate time, bro. You just observed it, and this happened because time is a convention. Things are constantly moving. This thing was constantly moving, and it just happened, like it combusted eventually.
When I say I manipulated time, what I mean is that I chose different points to observe at time.
Yeah, that's not you manipulating time. That's just you making observations, which is not
That's
science.
how I define manipulating time. Is I
Sure,
allow
but it's
time
not
to
science.
pass, and then I choose at what time I will make observations.
I'm with you, but that's not science. That's just observation.
Can it
And
validate
I'm not saying
a
you can't learn things
hypothesis?
from observation.
Can
You
it
can learn
validate
things.
a hypothesis? Can it validate a hypothesis?
No, it cannot.
Okay, so my hypothesis is that over the course of 5 days, this object in the sky will move in this path. And then I wait the 5 days, and my hypothesis has been shown to be true by the observations over those 5 days. That's validating the hypothesis.
Okay,
I've
but
just
is it testing the
explained it to
hypothesis?
you directly.
Is it testing the hypothesis?
Testing and validating.
Are the
Testing
same?
is a part of validating.
Okay, but is an experiment a hypothesis test or just the validation of it?
Is an experiment the hypothesis test? What?
Yes. Are you testing the hypothesis when you're experimenting
Yes.
or not?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, you are.
so you're saying it's a that you've tested it by waiting.
Yes, of course.
No, you haven't, bro. You just observed something that was
Why
going to happen
haven't I?
regardless. It was
Why
going to happen.
haven't I?
You didn't make any test. You didn't
Input is
manipulate
input is
anything.
hypothesis. Test is waiting for time to change.
It's
And
not.
the outcome is either a validation of my hypothesis or invalidation of my hypothesis.
What do you think time is, bro? You said waiting for time to change. You think time changes?
Time is a product of entropy.
It's not.
as governed by the only universal constant we have, which is light, and time is relative dependent on your reference frame.
Time is not a product of entropy. That's wrong.
That's great, buddy. It's nice to
No,
hear.
seriously, that's wrong. Because time is dependent on movement, right? Movement, it would be, you could say, this product of entropy. But time itself is not. Time is a convention that we made. That's why we have different calendars. We have solar calendar, lunar calendar, sidereal calendar, these different cycles. None of them are different products of entropy. They're all the same thing, which is movement, which is the product of entropy. These are all just conventions that we made.
Okay.
Time is metaphysical. It's not a physical product of entropy.
So what you just said was that time is movement. Movement
it's a quantification of movement.
Is a product of entropy. So therefore, logically, time is entropy.
No, time is a quantification of entropy.
Time is the change. It doesn't necessarily have to be a quantification. It's just something that moves in a direction, which is what entropy.
So when you say it moves,
no. Time doesn't have to be
You don't know
abstract.
me.
Time is a direction caused by entropy. Entropy is what gives you time,
No, that's
because
wrong.
without entropy, there'd be no changes in the universe. Time is something that has to have a directionality, otherwise you can't apply it.
Listen,
it doesn't mean that it has to be quantified. It just has to be
You're just
directional.
replacing time with movement. Movement's the one that has the directionality, the vectors.
Oh my god.
Time is just a quantification of the movement. That's why we have.
Right, you need to
different
give me
things
like a
that we
logical
use.
argument. You need to give me a logical argument for why time cannot be an independent variable, and why I keep finding references for it being an independent variable.
Time cannot be an independent variable because it's constant and it's metaphysical. It's not a physical thing that you can physically manipulate or test. Okay, you can't use any physical qualities to describe time. All you're describing is movement, which is constantly happening because the world is not like stationary. It's not frozen. If it was frozen, nothing would happen.
Does time act and affect the natural world around
No.
us? Then you're lying. It does. It just does.
No, it doesn't. It's movement.
Are you
Again,
getting older? Is
time
time passing right now? Is my dog out there getting older?
Is your dog okay? Can you give me a minute?
Is my clock ticking? Is entropy happening right now, right this second? Time affects.
Does your clock need to
natural
move
things.
to
Time is a
tick?
product of natural things. You fucking liar.
Yo, does your clock need to move to tick? Show me time without movement.
Do you see how bad faith
time
you
is
are?
real. Show me time without movement. Hand me a second.
Time is a product of entropy. Movement
not.
is also a product of entropy. So time and movement are both caused by the same thing.
So is time and movement the same?
No, they're not the same. They have the same cause. Did I say they were the same, or are you too
No, I'm just
fucking
asking. I'm
stupid
just
to
asking.
listen?
Okay, so now that that you're saying time
Are you
and
too
movement
stupid
are
to listen to
different.
what I actually say?
No, hold up. You're saying time and movement are
I'm
different.
waiting for you
right?
to give an argument, because time affects the natural world. Therefore, it could be an independent variable that you can interact with, right?
Time and movement are different, right? But they're both real.
Time
is what you're saying.
interacts with the physical world. It's a directionality of motion caused by entropy. Yeah?
Hold up. Directionality of motion.
Yeah, it's
is
caused
movement.
by entropy. Did you miss the last part?
One
of that?
second,
You're
one
just
second,
trying
one
to find
second.
like tiny
All
little
motion.
words I
one
say that
second,
you can
bro.
grab onto.
Just relax, man. Just take a breath.
Why?
You're
You've
saying
lied to me
directionality.
multiple times now.
1 second, man. 1 second. You're saying directionality of motion, right? All motion has directionality. All motion.
No,
has,
you idiot. You
show me. Okay,
idiot.
give me
It's-
motion without
you
directionality.
Idiot. It's not directionality as in directionality through space. It's directionality through like energy.
What?
It goes from higher state of usable energy to lower state of usable energy. That
Okay,
causes
does that not
motion.
require
As
movement?
the transfer of energy across like particles happens, that's
All right,
entropy.
yeah, I
that
hear
causes motion.
Does that not require movement though?
Does what require movement?
When something goes from a ground state of energy to a higher state of energy, is there not movement implied there?
It doesn't go from a ground state to a higher state. It goes from the higher state, the more usable energy, to the lower state of energy.
Oh, sure. Okay. So
less usable.
What's going?
So what happens is you have the Higgs field, and inside the Higgs field, it allows the transfer of photons across electrons.
So electrons are moving.
If they're excited particles, they're moving, yes. But if they're at zero Kelvin, they won't be moving.
Okay, but in terms of what you're talking about, in terms of the directionality of energy, you're talking about the movement of particles. Because before you're saying nothing's actually moving. It doesn't actually have directionality. It's not through space. But now we've determined it is particles through space.
So again, Higgs field, which is like a quantum field, allows for the movement of photons between electrons, which allows for motion.
Yeah, so there's movement.
You understand that?
Directionality of motion would, like I said, all motion has directionality.
Oh my God.
So you're just like you're trying
thinking
to.
of directionality as in walking left instead of walking right at a T intersection. I'm talking about directionality as in from a higher state of energy to a lower state of energy.
Which
that doesn't mean the
implies
particles themselves
motion.
necessarily have to move. It just means the energy from the more excited electron moves into the less excited electron. You still
Yes,
you're
but
just
that
not
still
understanding
requires
what
motion
motion
directionality.
is.
It still requires
you don't
traditional motion.
You don't understand what directionality and motion mean in
No, you're not understanding, bro. I understand you're talking about different states of energy. I understand that, but that still implies actual motion.
Why? Why does it imply that?
Because the particle has to move.
What particle is moving?
Whatever the electron or whatever is moving from the higher state to the lower state, the entropy. You can't have change of energy states without movement. If everything was frozen, there'd be no change of energy. There'd be no oscillating atoms or anything like that. There'd be no radioactive decay or anything that you're talking about.
I don't even know if that's true. Because
I know it's true because nothing happens.
But it also doesn't act as a particle, does it? It's a wave and a particle. So a wave function, which is the change
you're just going into bullshit to prove your original bullshit.
That doesn't mean that there's a physical like particle moving across like space. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. That's true.
But all of this is just a red herring from the fact that if I wait for time to change, then the experiment I'm looking at will change. That's a variable that has changed the outcome of the experiment, hasn't it?
You're still confused on what time is. You're still confused. Time is
a red herring. Why are we still discussing this? It's a red herring.
We defined the hour. We defined the minute. We made up these units.
Someone else jump in this call and you tell me why this guy's still lying to us about time being an independent variable when I find it again and again and again in the literature for independent variables and experimentation.
Proof by assertion. So what? Just because you find it a bunch of times doesn't mean it's right.
I'll jump in for
it means that the people who actually come up with a scientific method say it's an independent variable. So you can't say it doesn't.
These people are wrong. These people that say time is real are wrong.
You can't say it doesn't conform to the scientific method when the people who developed that method say that it conforms and named it an independent variable.
No person developed the scientific method, man.
Francis
Are you serious?
Multiple people did. It started with Francis Bacon, and then it went to Pollock,
experimentation
right?
is a natural product, like a natural, exhibition of humanity. Like we naturally do that. Humans are curious.
No,
and
we don't.
We do
Humans
trial and
all
error.
The time
we did this before someone made up this.
They'll delusion themselves into thinking things that they haven't experimented on. People come to knowledge through other means.
It's not just. You think trial and error was invented by some dude in a lab coat? No, from the dawn of man, we were experimenting.
Percentage dogs or gods. Hey, you guys are doing great, but both are kind of talking over one another. Specifically, dogs. Like you literally just cut in mid-sentence. When
I know. I'm frustrated with this guy. I know I'm cutting in.
So then sit down. It needs
I
to
know.
be.
I'm cutting in.
And I don't need you to talk over me, or else I'm going to mute you too, bud. All right. Just saying, it becomes inaudible when both are talking. So I just
can I ask you a question?
My bad.
And you did want to open it up to the room and just ask if anybody else wanted to have a say for just a second. And all I want to say on the topic is
I have an extremely specific question to ask anyone in the room, including you.
Yeah, regarding time being an independent variable, you kind of ruined your shtick for something that you said previously, where you said if I have an experiment and I leave something there for whatever amount of time, something's going to change. Well, time is literally just a measure of change. That's all it is. So to say time is the independent variable because if I let something go for however much amount of time or shorten the time, increase the time, things are going to change. All that's saying is, hey, I have this measure of change. So when I have change, I'm measuring it. Therefore, my measurement is the change. So it's a
No.
complete contradiction, since time is the
No,
measure of
no.
change.
You're just
You're
completely
measuring
incorrect.
change.
So if I was to have something left out in the sunlight and I was just to let it absorb heat and that was to cause a reaction, you'd say that me allowing that heat to be absorbed would be the independent variable that caused the reaction. I'm doing the exact same thing with time. I'm just letting time happen in the same way that heat increasing in something can happen.
No, so
the thing is,
And then the
about it is,
outcome of that I'm measuring
so
to
if-
give a conclusion to validate my hypothesis. What doesn't follow from this? What part has a fallacy or a
can I
non
address this,
sequitur or
Napalm?
doesn't follow?
G-
And
g-
why
give me
do I
just-
keep
just one
finding
second, percentage.
data
Dog,
that says
dude,
it's an
if you
independent
wanna have a
variable?
conversation,
Guys,
you gotta
how do you
end
not
your
get this?
If you want to have a conversation, you have to allow people to like legitimately answer you, and you have to listen to their answer. And if you don't want to actually listen to people's answers, or you don't want to hear an answer,
Well, I
then
don't
think
care.
you're
You can
trying to
mute me
have
and
a
kick me out if
conversation
you
in
want,
good
buddy.
faith.
But he needs to find something that says time isn't an independent variable rather than his opinion, okay?
Do you just believe a citation? Like, that's it? As long as there's a citation, you're
So-
going to take it?
I believe
So,
a citation
like,
for the
disregard that.
proofs
Sorry.
that define the
cannot be an
thing that the
independent
citation
variable.
applies to. Did you hear what I just said?
All right,
Citation doesn't matter. Time
Yeah,
cannot be an
disregard that.
Of course,
independent variable
citation
because
matters
time.
on this. So
Dude,
we're
you gotta
explaining the
let me finish.
scientific method, which is a method
I'm about to
created by
time you out.
people who do science.
I'm
And
literally
then they
about to time you
also
out.
say
You
that
gotta
there's an
finish.
independent variable that applies to this method. So they created
Yeah,
both the method.
Okay,
Bye
we hear
bye.
you, man. We hear you. Listen,
I was just gonna say, can you
just
stop
make your
talking over me?
statement.
Everyone? It's very difficult to listen to.
Hold
He
on, man.
left.
Yo,
He's gone.
yo.
Literally, he left.
He got tilted, man.
Did he leave
Guys,
just because he got
He
muted?
left
Like,
because
he
he got
literally.
Yep. You guys muted him, and I watched him go red, and then he just left. What a biatch. What a biatch.
Whatever. Sorry, percentage. I didn't mean to like cut in. You were doing fine. It was just he was over talking you so much that it was inaudible. Like you couldn't get out a sentence to answer anything before he was just literally railroading you.
Yeah, he was tilted. I don't blame him.
That's what that dude does. Have you guys engaged with this dude, Dogs, before?
The first time.
Yeah, maybe a while ago on a different server, but
Yeah, he's very good at withdrawing let's call it negative energy from people or positive energy from people and making them turn, if you will.
Okay, I mean, he's gone now, so.
Oh, he's still in chat though, posting away. Nah.
yeah. Well, whatever. To kind of finish off the conversation there, like I don't understand why people constantly want to say that time is some sort of independent variable when if you're trying to figure out the cause of whatever's taking place, whether it be a reaction, a degradation of something, anything like that, just because time has to be involved in the equation doesn't mean that time is a cause that you can use as an independent variable.
Yeah,
Because
I was going to say,
Go
it's a
ahead.
sneaky thing that they do. Because when they make time an independent variable and say it can be manipulated, they imply that it's a physical thing, right? And when you imply it's a physical thing, that means it's the other shit they say about it, that it can be dilated and you know that it stretches and that time is the fourth dimension. All this nonsense that the heliocentric model requires, you know, it gets validated, right?
Well, that's when they say it's a dependent variable with that time dilation thing. That's the fucking crazy one.
But wait a minute, guys. Isn't time a measuring device?
Time is a measurement, right? In the way that like
Right. So let me just, I'll say on this point, then please, Napalm, go. I'm just saying that a ruler exists, right? But the thing that I'm measuring exists on its own. I'm just using a ruler to figure out what the dimensions of this thing is, i.e. time exists.
You cut out for a second for me.
So very sorry about that. Now, the thing that I'm using, which is time, to measure something occurring over a certain period would be the unit of measure being time versus a thing that you can independently vary or manipulate. Please, Napalm, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And it's like equating so saying like time is a variable. I can let something go for a specific amount of time. I can decrease the amount of time that I'm letting the reaction go, or increasing the amount of time that I'm letting the reaction go, and the results are going to vary. All that's doing is allowing whatever's causing the reaction to have more time, meaning it has you're giving
More
it
reaction, basically.
more reaction, right? Exactly. To say like, oh, if I lay out in the sun, I get warm. But if I lay out in the sun all day, not only am I going to get warm, but my skin's going to get burnt, right? So time did not cause the sunburn. The sun caused the sunburn. The thing is, the the amount of energy that is going into my skin is increased because I've allowed it to penetrate my skin for a longer amount of time.
Yeah, you're just letting the other variable do its thing for longer.
Yes, exactly. And that's a good equation. I don't know what you're going by right now. Kiwi. What are you going by right now?
Yeah,
but
whatever you want, man. Hey, you works, Globe Joker, Kiwi, whatever.
all right. So that's a great analogy, and I use it often when you're talking about like a measurement, right? Inches, you can't hand me inches. You can only hand me something that has inches, right? So you can't manipulate inches within a variable. You can't manipulate inches within anything. It's not something to be manipulated. It's simply a standard that we've applied to utilize as a measurement.
Yeah,
For
it just
obvious reasons, it comes in handy. The same way we do that with time when we're talking about, really it's tied back to the movement of the sky, but time is something that we literally, it's just a measure that we used for movement or something in linear progression. So that's why we have seconds, minutes, hours, the same way you have inches, feet,
even
miles.
centimeters.
Yeah, any of
right?
that.
It's literally just, and all I want to get in is these seconds, hours, minutes, days, whatever. They're just different units of measure. Yeah, I understand that they're in the same methodology. If you want to go whatever, imperial or metric, not to say that that is associated with an actual time measurement, but these are classifications of measurements with different units associated to them, however you want to cut it. But at the end of the day, we can't vary a length. Length exists on its own. That's right. I use length as a comparison, and we can't vary the duration of us measuring. We can only we can't measure the thing. We can't vary the thing measuring the unit. We can only vary the thing that's being measured.
Correct. And so it's sneaky in two ways, like you alluded to earlier, or somebody alluded to earlier. They utilize time as the independent variable to get you to have this idea that time is something physical that can be manipulated, right? That's why they're saying, oh, it's a variable, it's being manipulated, so that they can get their ridiculous idea and concept of time dilation. But then they also use it very sneakily in, let's have something that we call an experiment, but it's not actually an experiment because you don't really have an independent variable and you're not proving a cause. But they'll use time as the independent variable to sneakily put that in there to try to use that to say, hey, what I'm doing here is a legitimate experiment, when it's not. It's not actually it's not a scientific experiment to actually determine the cause of the effect that we're seeing. It's a sneaky way to like sneak in your ideas without experimentation, but claim that there's experimentation to back it up, if that makes sense.
That doesn't make sense, because if I want to know the rate of growth of something, if I want to know how long something takes, or what is the duration of some event or some medical intervention, how long does it take the medicine, blah blah blah, you must incorporate time on the x-axis, and it is the independent variable, and it does not disqualify it as an experiment. Absolutely not.
Just
that's not.
Hold on. X-axis doesn't make it an independent variable.
Yeah, that doesn't make it a scientific experiment, Left Lane. So if you say, I want to know how long it takes for something to do whatever, that's cool. All you're wanting to do is measure the time. That's not an experiment.
You do it multiple times in a rigorous setting, and where your confounding variables are controlled, all other variables are controlled. Yes, it is an experiment, scientific experiment. Yes, it
Oh,
is.
so if I want to know how long all the boards are stacked up on the side of my house, I mean, I'm going to perform a scientific experiment and measure them all, and then I'm going to scientifically know how long all the boards are, or the average of the length of the boards on the side of my house. That's a scientific experiment. I mean, I'm doing science there, buddy.
Yeah, and if you do it quicker, if you take less time, it's you're doing science quicker.
Well, it's the same thing. Like I'm measuring each board, so I'm measuring how long they are. That's the same thing as like I'm going to introduce this medicine, and I'm going to vary the amounts of time that I'm checking in on what this medicine is doing to somebody or something. Therefore, you're trying to claim that time is what's causing this to do X, Y, or Z. No, you're just varying the time to see how long it takes for the reaction to kick in, or for the medicine to fully be working psychoactively or anything like that. It's not an independent variable within a scientific experiment where you're trying to prove a cause and effect. And that's what you guys try to do, is you try to slip it into cause and effect, quote unquote, experiments, claim you have an independent variable, which is time, and then just declare what the cause is, because you're, oh, my independent variable is time, therefore my cause of things falling is gravity. Okay, well, what's actually causing it to fall? Well, I measured it over time, so gravity. Like, it's ridiculous.
The thing I want to touch
Yeah,
on
if time.
real quick, with relation to
I'm
medication as
next.
an example. Thanks, Jeremy. With relation to medication as an example, they would have you do things like drink water to help dilute your system. Let's say if the medication came on too strong, right? These are things where they say, when they tell you like the label, take on an empty stomach, that's so that the medication gets into your system quicker, right? That's not you varying the time per se in measuring it by you diluting your system or making your system less full of nutrients. That's the ability how you can change the timing on how things get into your system and affect it. Please, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, that is what they do a lot. They'll, if you have time as your independent variable, you basically have nothing. Like stars, some guy tried running a thing where stars moved over time. I was like, oh, that's fucking profound. They do that a lot though, right? They'll do that with weight change, latitude change, and say, well, okay, they'll say Earth's rotating. We know it because weight change, latitude change. And you go to, run through the experiment with them, and they'll change latitude or something else, and it'll never be the thing. It'll never be Earth rotation as the cause, because they can't do it.
Yeah, it's
Somebody's
like
hot micing.
avoiding actually having an independent variable that you're trying to prove is the cause, and shoving it off onto something that doesn't relate in a way you're trying to relate it. Time being an independent variable and alluding to time being the cause of anything would default into time being the cause of everything. If time can be considered the cause of anything, time is the cause of everything. And that just can't be the case. Because I could default say the cause of whatever, it's time. Time caused it. Because how can you actually look at anything and experience anything without experiencing it in the concept of time? Time is always going to be there because it's just movement. Everything is constantly moving, and we're constantly progressing. You're never going to be
The
able
reason why
to.
my bad. The reason why they do that is because they can't ever they have no causes to their effects. I was saying this for days now, for a long time. They have no causes to their effects. So they have this effect. They want to act like either measuring the effect is them doing science, and then we still have no cause in the end, right? We go measure the effect, boom, science. We did it. The cause is Earth rotation or whatever. Like they don't ever have the cause.
That's exactly what it is. It's like they're yeah, you're right. They're measuring the effect, and they're like, well, my independent variable is time. When I measure this effect, therefore, insert whatever cause you want because you've proved it. Like it's like a get out of jail free or card. Like it's like the cheat code on how to
Well, with
convince
weight,
people that certain things are scientific when they're not.
yeah, with the weight change with the latitude one, they'll say, "Oh, changing your latitude is the independent variable." But that's part of the effect. You know, you get weight change or latitude change. That's the effect. So it's not like you didn't do anything. You're just making a measurement. You're just measuring the effect, like Cavendish measuring the effect. Foucault pendulum measuring the. They have nothing. They have nothing where they actually get down to a cause of the effect. By the way, Cavendish, Cavendish. I don't know if you guys heard yesterday, but I think Cavendish, they're measuring what they're actually measuring is surface tension of gases.
Shame. That makes a lot of sense.
That's dope as fuck. I just thought of that yesterday. Like they say, gas is there's no surface tension in a gas. But how the fuck do they know? Maybe that's what they're measuring in Cavendish.
But okay, hold on a minute. Gas is a medium. Water or fluids are also a medium. Waters have surface tension. Why wouldn't a gas have surface tension if they're both mediums? Just different densities. Or was
They
that too
say
much of a
something with a
common sense?
molecule or something.
Was that too much of a common sense question to ask? Because they're both classes mediums. And the other thing we can observe too is drafting. When vehicles or riders, they have the lead pack and the Peloton pack, the pack that's at the pack at the back, and within that little, let's call it ecosystem that they have, there's a noticeable, call it gradient change, perhaps, that you can draft off of. Like if you get your car in behind a semi truck when it's going down the road, you will notice that the car moves a lot easier than if it was on a full-on headwind.
Yeah, so this reminds me of this like gas surface tension or something like that. This kind of reminds me of if you ever look into Newton's idea of what he called ether. That's what it reminds me of. It's basically like the the Cheerios effect, right? The cereal kind of the surface tension on the water creates a slight depression in the surface tension in the milk, so therefore when the individual pieces of cereal get close to one another, they actually kind of like attract, right?
Yeah.
They start to gather together. So
Self-association.
if you look up Newton's ideas of what he called ether, it was kind of like this rarefied gas, and the closer you are to or like a rarefied air, so the closer like anything is to a material, like the closer you are to the surface of matter, the more rarefied the air is around that specific area. So once you get something close to it, like matter will have a slight attraction due to the kind of like the same thing you're doing to the atmosphere around you would be analogous to what the Cheerio, like each individual Cheerio is doing to the bowl of water. That's kind of Newton's idea of what he was talking about regarding ether.
So dust bunnies, as an example, like the little dust balls that collect, same kind of idea. Napalm.
What that collects?
Dust bunnies. You know, you get those collections of dust balls if you haven't vacuumed in a while, on
Oh,
hardwood floor, things like that, or like you have a tiled area where you have dust collecting.
yeah. I
I
mean,
tend to think it's maybe the same idea where you're having this self association that's occurring, but obviously it's not in the same. You know, it's not in a bowl of meat.
Tumbleweeds, you mean?
Tumbleweeds is another one, right? You got
tumbleweeds of
tumbleweeds
dog hair.
outside.
Yeah, I know all about that shit.
Yeah. But I don't
Yeah, I
call
have.
like the dust bunnies that I've seen. I don't call those tumbleweeds inside the house. I think a tumbleweed's like out in the desert.
Well, I only have one husky left, but I had two huskies at one time, and trust me, there was tumbleweeds of husky hair in the on the tile often.
Yeah, I was gonna say you must have had tumbleweeds of dogs. Jeez.
Yeah,
For everywhere.
but
That's
but
crazy.
yeah, that's possibly a similar type thing where you've got these like particulates, like small particulates, and once they become close to one another, they might tend to coalesce due to this effect, or possibly with those smaller things, electrostatics is becoming more at play because the smaller, the lighter the object, the more intense that relationship of electrostatics would be based on the ratio of mass.
And with surface tension, you also have the formation of the meniscus along the edge, which again, that kind of brings in an idea of concavity to the fluid itself, where things potentially could be driven towards the middle. But we also know that we've all seen when we're eating cereal that you'll have those Cheerios floating out to the sides as well, right? But they do self-associate. They do get together and tend to stick together.
Yeah, but if you haven't read it before, it's a very interesting read. Reading Newton's ideas on the ether. I don't know if I still have the paper. If I can find it, I'll try to post it. But it's an interesting read. I just stumbled across it, kind of like doing dual search terms between Newton and ether at one point in time, and yeah, he has interesting ideas on it. I didn't think he touched upon like what he considered ether ever, but he does. He has some papers regarding it. So how long were you talking with that guy, Percentage? Kiwi, you still here?
What up, Home Slice? Just having a fight with my alt button. Ha! What's going on, home?
Nice. Oh, nothing, man. How you been? How are things going?
Good, thanks, brother. Doing my thing. Work. That's about it, man. How are you?
Yeah. Yeah, same. Just busy.
Working so I can afford to get nice stuff. You know how it goes, right?
Nah, yeah, definitely know how it goes. I don't care as much about the nice stuff. It's just, food on the table and a roof over my head most of the time.
But it's funny how the rewards do, in fact, come when you have a strong heart. The blessings just seem to fall into the lap.
Yeah, definitely. And I find that, the less you, care or dwell or be concerned about the money, the more open you are to just receiving opportunities for more of it. Let's put it that way.
Talk about it. Very well stated, man. When you don't focus on it, it seems to just come.
Yes. Whether you want it to or not. And then lots of times I find people always talk about I asked for this or I tried to do this and nothing ever happened and I didn't get this or I didn't get X, Y, or Z. But it's I feel like some of the opportunities that you have are presented to you in ways that don't always smack you in the face, but are very subtle.
Mm.
And if you have the ability to really look for those opportunities or pay attention to them or realize when it's an opportunity presenting itself, you can really take advantage of that and have many different benefits in different ways within your life, I think.
Yeah, the thing that I think about is my son was in karate for probably about 8 years. He went from a white belt up to red belt. And whenever he would receive a new belt, he would always, there's a ceremony to it. And whenever he would actually receive it, he would have to have his both of his hands up. So palms up, thumbs pointing outwards, fingers pointing towards the instructors so that you're receiving it versus taking it. Hands, palms facing downwards and you're taking it. So you're receiving it. And walking through life that way, when you're literally in a position where you're receiving gifts, seems to be the way to approach things without having to reach in and try to take things. And I sorry, go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I thought you were coming in. So yeah, with relation to just the idea of walking through life and realizing that life is beautiful and it actually is just something to be enjoyed versus taken is something that I've tried to bring in. I've been studying Stoicism, philosophy of Stoicism, and realizing that emotion is a resource that we have as human beings. But we need to be cognizant of how we give out that emotion, where we choose to put that emotion. Because you can put that emotion anywhere you want. You can put it here on Discord, aimlessly with chatting with people like dogs or gods who don't have very much of a moral compass, sense of ethics, good method of procedures, ability to think logically and practically and apply things, or you can choose to reserve your resources, your energy for your family. And so I found that in that retrospect alone, just keeping my own energy and resources and be cognizant and aware of these things, it's done a lot for me as well.
That's awesome.
Tim, I'm not poisoning the well at all. I'm strictly, and again, it's a great point. I appreciate you, Tim, outlining that I'm potentially poisoning the well. I wouldn't say I'm poisoning the well. I'm providing observation based on prior interactions. That's all it is. It's nothing more than that. But I appreciate the point, Tim. Thank you for that. Sorry, please, Nathan, go
But
ahead.
to an audience that doesn't know Dr. Todd, that would look like you are shitting on him for no reason while he is not even here to defend himself.
Fair enough, but within the conversation between Napalm and I right now, Napalm had a conversation with him earlier, probably about 10, 15 minutes ago. I think it was still within course to provide observation, but that's fine enough. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good point, Kiwi. I like your analogy there with receiving the belt. That's awesome because because
I've never heard that. I love it.
it really is awesome because like when you put yourself out there in like the proper mind state and like not necessarily expecting things back for like expecting things in return for doing things, like things come to you and just are provided to you. Like if you're just operating in a more wholesome kind of way, like gifts come to you. But if you're trying to like constantly grab and get and take, it's such a struggle. Like the minute you're tightening the rope more and more, the more you're trying to like take things, whereas like mentally letting go and allowing your own like, I don't want to say passiveness, but your own like willingness to just do things out of the goodness of your heart or do things because you enjoy them, like the gifts just start to come back to you in a way.
This is why I know the wordology I'm going to use isn't accurate per se, but this is how you remember it or remind yourself how it works, because you have to live in the I am, not I will be. You have to live in the present. That's why they call it a gift. The present, it's a gift.
Yeah, that's a good point. And like many things that have come to
And if you just
sorry, you're cutting off.
present and live in the now, it's just vibration, and you're accepting it. You're not trying. Yeah. Oh no, it's not good.
Yeah, sorry, man. You're pretty laggy and you're kind of cutting out. Yeah, no, I found that like some of the most significant changes that have happened in my life happened by me just willing to like say yes to opportunities that presented themselves to me, no matter how crazy they would have seemed to other people at the time.
Dude, so last night before I went to bed, and I've said this to myself so many times, where I find that maybe I'm missing the gumption, the push to get something done, and then you realize that the universe is on your side. However you want to cut the word universe, whether it's source, God, whatever. I can't project that onto you. I'm not here to do that. I'm just talking about myself. All that is required is your will. Everything else will be provided. And when I actually like think about that, ruminate on that, and provide supports for myself, I realize that it's literally just walking the journey, walking down like the Book of Eli. If you guys saw the movie, Denzel Washington, you're just walking down that road, and whatever happens to show up on that journey, it's how you interact with it that will yield the gifts, the fruit. Scripture says, be quick to listen, slow to respond, from a standpoint of slow down. There's no rush to get to this end goal that you think you have in your head. By like running a race, like a horse with the blinders on, because they're not allowed to look at the other horses because they might screw them. They're going to throw off their ability to keep their streamlined run. When you run your own race with your blinders on, you're focused on what you're doing, you may in fact be robbing yourself of the external gifts that sits outside of your own personal purview.
It's like driving at night. You can't see the road except for what the headlights can illuminate in front of you. You can only see what's right in front of you in the very present. You have no idea what actually is on the road. If you want to drive from LA to New York, that's thousands of miles, and that's a lot of work. How do I know how to get all the routes? Well, you don't have to worry about it. You can go there at night just by heading in front of you and making slight course corrections whenever you need to. It's that, I mean, all you have to do, that's the present. That's people have to, you have to call it, I am. It's one of the best documentaries. You guys should all watch this. It's by the guy who made Ace Ventura, Tom Shadyac. It's called I Am. It's a documentary he made. It is just, it's an awesome idea. The concept of you have to, it's you. It's all about it's all about you. The idea is I am. But the idea that you have to live in don't say I will be healthy. No, I am healthy. You have to already be living the thing. Otherwise, you're not going to be living the thing if you say I will be. Well, then if you will be, that means you're not yet. So you're not. If you're always going to be living in a not.
Yeah, that's a really good outlook to have, like, especially subconsciously, right? Like a knowing or understanding. Like if you want to take like examples of that within like health, right? It's not I will be healthy and fit. It's I am healthy and fit. And the more you act that way, the more your body will start to present itself to the world in the way that you know that it is. And it's
There
like a
it
true
is.
understanding. Yeah.
That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, I know this is like a colloquial proof or not the right word, but this happened to me. I literally started responding to people whenever they came up as a, hey, how you doing? Instead of just saying, good, fine, how's the weather? I kept saying, I'm living the dream. And it was like, it would make them laugh usually, or it's like an interesting icebreaker that it can kind of tell them, however they respond to it tells me about them. I don't know. But I started living more. I mean, my life changed. I don't know how you want to call it, but I don't know, living the dream. But life definitely started changing when I started saying that out loud. It's very kind of, I can't prove any of it, but you know what I mean.
So, example speaking on that, growing up, my mom would always call me, text me, whatever. Hey, Killian, that's my real name in real life, or my IRL name, if you will. Are you okay? My response would be, of course I'm okay. Why wouldn't I be? Now, the question being, are you okay? Of course I'm okay. I'm fine. Breathing. I'm not bleeding. I'm good. I ask people, you good? Meaning the question is already putting forward the perspective the perspective being put forward within the question is, you're good. Are you good? Are you good? Are you positive? Like, are you there? Versus, are you okay? Negative connotation put within the confines of the question. And that's where smiling at somebody going down the hallway, smiling at a stranger outside, puts a positive connotation in front of whatever they could be going through. And that smile or that question of, you good, has a positive impact versus a non-smile or a negative connotation type question, are you okay? Just my thought, but leading with positivity, as you said, is never a bad thing.
Yeah, that's awesome. And as we're thinking about this, I'm thinking about like how maybe I should change some of my reactions to certain things, because we have all these pleasantries that we pass back and forth with people when we interact with them on a daily basis or anything like that. Even like earlier where Killian and I was like, hey, how's it going? How are you? Like, how are things going? Those kinds of pleasantries to be able to have conversation and try to ensure that the person you're talking with is in a good state of mind. And if not, where can you jump in to help them or whatever? And I feel like lots of times when people ask me like, hey, how's it going? What have you been up to? I'm always just like, busy, like super busy. And maybe I find myself busy because I'm always telling people how busy I am. And maybe it's like I need to change that to something like, oh, how are you going? What have you been up to? I probably just need to change it to like, very fulfilled, right? Because busy is kind of filling up a lot of your time, and maybe being fulfilled is a way more positive way of thinking about how I appreciate the busyness in my life is not necessarily like a detriment to me, but as something that I enjoy. So it's fulfilling
Well,
because I
part of
seek
that.
more things. Because I feel like when I'm like, busy leads to like the imagery of not being able to accomplish everything. There's always a hole that's needing to be filled, right? It's busy. Like I'm constantly having to like meet deadlines and do things and blah, blah, blah. Whereas like fulfilled and knowing that I'm doing a lot throughout the day and being productive, that should be fulfilling as opposed to like keeping me busy. There's more there. There's always that hole to fill, but being fulfilled, I think, is probably a better outlook I should have on it.
But it's like when you're on the rat race, being busy is always looked upon as a good thing, and everyone is like, it's like the common go-to to make people, yeah, no, I'm good, everything's good, I'm busy, I'm on the rat race, I'm working, like you're a part of.
Busy means
like,
that your conscious is occupied. That's what busy means. So the question then becomes, okay, well, when you're not busy, how do you rest? Right? Subconscious takes over, you have sleep, the body repairs during sleep. But in actuality, you're so busy throughout the day, are you getting sleep and allowing your subconscious to really rest itself? Because, I mean, being busy throughout the day is one thing, but we all know, like, when you put in a hard day's worth of work, if you can't even stand up to, let's say, make yourself a meal at the end of the day, you're so busy, you're going to go hungry.
A friend of mine used to say, instead of asking people what they did for a living when meeting strangers, and hey, what do you do for fun?
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's see. I love it. Positive connotation, right? You're introducing positivity within the confines of the conversation versus maybe they shovel shit all day and they don't want to talk about what they do for a living.
I hate that we call it that too. What you do for a living, like what you're doing in work is nowadays seems to be just mandatory to fulfill the lower structure of your Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing, right?
Yep. I
But
got to
it's
make
not
X
like,
amount.
Well, no, because the matrix that they've put us in has literally made it to where you have to work you have to pay to be alive or live as part of this society.
yeah. When we lived, dude, the topic of abundance, when people try to like come from the scarcity mindset, which I totally understand because that's what we are like conditioned to think we live in from like birth, is that we live in this world of scarcity, that we need to, work to acquire these things and blah, blah, blah. The amount of abundance that we have around us is so ridiculous.
Staggering.
Like
It's
people
staggering.
don't even comprehend it, right? Like I have a friend that's in town right now and I'm like just driving around the neighborhood and being like, there's the papaya tree. Look at all the papayas on that. Look at all the mangoes on that mango tree. Like so much abundance. Like, oh yeah, you can take this tree and you just cut it and you stick it in the ground and it grows. Like
Literally, people say like, oh, money doesn't grow on trees. Things like this doesn't just fall out of the sky. But then when it comes to actual rain and water, the one resource that all humans need, it's going to be $1 a bottle. You know what? With inflation, it's going to be like $2-3 a bottle. And people are actively paying for it. And it literally falls out of the sky. It's doublethink.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. So crazy to think about that. Like even what we drink is like tap water and stuff like that. That's literally recycled water. When we live around, at least where I live, there's such an abundance of fresh water that is like, I don't even know. Like, why are we recycling all of this?
Yeah.
Like like the recycled, like literally sewer water that we're drinking, why can't we just have that dedicated for like watering the
Someone's
grass
got
or
to
something
pay.
like that? Or, yeah. So we're not wasting the fresh water, but having like a straight supply of fresh water. I don't know. This world's weird.
I just got into distilling water thanks to Riggs. He's like, get a water distiller. So I picked one up. Number one, it's cool. It's really cool to observe the water cycle, how you can go from water to a vapor and then watch that vaporized water drip out of a faucet into another reservoir and it becomes clean water. And then to see the solid stuff that's left behind, the milky residue and all that stuff that we're ingesting on a daily basis if you drink water from the tap. That aspect alone is crazy. Getting rid of that sludge and crap that they have in there. It really frees your mind.
Yeah, I need to get into that. I need to start doing more for the things that I put in my body. Like I'm not ridiculous on, eating stupid things and stuff like that. Like I eat fairly healthy and fairly clean. And when I say that, that's like comparatively speaking, right? Polling all of my neighbors, like I am on the way healthier side, but I know that there's like a ton of improvement for me to do, especially like really digging in on the things that I'm applying to my body and putting into my body and figuring out what exactly is involved in all of these. I've like switched my deodorant to aluminum free, but is there still something else that is in there that I need to be avoiding and finding a better solution for and things like that, And distilled water is one thing I definitely need to try.
Yeah, I drank distilled water for a couple of months. It was fine. I don't know. The only reason I went back to the filtered stuff was because it was expensive. It was like, I can't remember, but it's not cheap. So I went back
You
to
can get like home distillers, right? So I guess that's like an initial cost and then maybe an energy cost to run it. But it's kind of like a initial cost and then savings from there, right?
My
Or were
distiller
you
ran me $115 Canadian. That's like 90 American. But
okay?
and then I mean the biggest pain in the ass, I'll be honest with you, is just like lugging a 4 liter reservoir from the fridge to the bin itself. I don't know what my electricity bill works out to be. I mean, I run this thing for 4 hours a day. That's how long it takes to really get 4 liters of water out of it. The only thing you have to add additionally to it is a charcoal filter. Replace it once a month, depending on how often you run your water. But
Gotcha. So what is so 4 liters, is that close to a gallon?
yeah, 4 liters is 1 gallon.
Okay.
It's like 1.1, I think.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I was talking to Witsit the other day about distilled water, and he was saying that he's like, yeah, it takes like 5 hours to get a gallon of water. I was like, dang.
There's heat up time. I mean, it does. It's 108 Celsius that it goes to, so it boils the water, it vaporizes the water, and then it just literally drips out of the faucet. So, I mean, there could be a heat up time involved, but 5 hours is probably better in terms of timing to associate with it.
Yeah, I have one of those. That's about right. But you can get spring water in 5 gallons for about $6-7. That'll last you like 2 people. It'll last like 2-3 days easy. All your water needs. Now, for what people lack and don't see, and that's a big thing, right, is a shower. Even if you eliminate all the intake of water, when you take a shower, your skin is your biggest organ, and your skin absorbs the chlorine. So that might be another thing. I got one of those. It's like what, $50 filter, and you take a shower and it takes out all the chlorine and stuff. So yeah.
Is the chlorine like really bad? I don't know.
Yeah, bro. I can
I'm
smell
killing myself
it.
daily then because I get in the pool all the time and it's chlorine.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. I mean, that's your choice. But just keep in mind that your skin absorbs the chlorine. So
Yeah. I've contemplated converting the pool to salt water, but it's a similar like effect. Basically, the salt gets kind of like cracked through electrolysis to create like a mild chlorine, anyways. Through salt water, just more mild, I guess.
Isn't there still chlorine in saltwater pools though?
Yeah, that's really what happens.
Okay.
So you keep the salinity level up in the pool, and as you're drawing that through this little, they call it like a saltwater cell. That cell is basically doing like electrolysis in there, where it's kind of like breaking that water. So it's breaking that salt into the chlorine aspect of salt, because really chlorine is, I think, comes from, isn't it a portion of salt? Isn't salt the root of where we get chlorine to begin with?
Look it up.
I don't know. But it basically does electrolysis and gives you a similar like chlorination. But I think that the higher the salinity of the water, the less chlorination you need to like keep it clean and all that kind of stuff, like keep it clear.
if you buy a water cooler, right, and you get water like I do in 5 gallons, it'll cost you like $50 a month or something. Then you have fresh spring water. Make your coffee, your food, you know.
Nice.
Yeah. Because that distill, I tried it, but I'll be honest with you, it's a pain in the ass. You got to have it running in like all day long to meet your needs.
Yeah, I mean, I am fortunate that the county that I live in, they don't fluoridate the water, so that's a bonus. But there's still like other BS in there for sure, like within my
Bro,
tap water.
just the medicine. If you're drinking tap water, you're taking medicine, whether you think or not. You're drinking
fluoride.
all kinds of medicine, yeah, because the water filtration systems in most counties or cities do not eliminate those chemicals. Birth control, chemical pills, and all that stuff. You're drinking that.
Right. Yep. It's just recycled water.
Yeah, they take out the germs and that. The chlorine makes sure like you don't die and stuff. But yeah, you're taking in a whole bunch of chemicals. So yeah, the number one health benefit that you can make for yourself, the cheapest one, is eliminate drinking tap water. And if you can, shower, if you can get a filter. But number one thing is ingesting tap water.
And I've also heard that, or not heard, well, I started doing it, but activated charcoal. I've started adding that to protein shakes in the morning. I have multiple sclerosis, so the aluminum content within my body, apparently activated charcoal helps to withdraw metals from your body. So if you guys use aluminum foil, put it on like a baking sheet, put your French fries in the oven, things like that, chicken nuggets, whatever, your body absorbs some of that stuff through off-gassing. So getting rid of metals within your system is a good thing.
I never freaking thought of that, bro. Yeah, I do that too. I warm up sandwiches and outgassing. Yeah,
off-gassing of
very
aluminum
good point.
isn't. Thanks, Essie. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, off-gassing is a killer. I mean, obviously we have metals in our blood, iron content, and this is why we can smell our blood when we cut ourselves. That's what you're smelling, the iron content within the blood. But yeah, it's the other stuff that's not good. Causes a lot of
Yeah, I used to
inflammation
think,
within your
well,
system.
better than the microwave, but you see, I never thought of what's inside the tin, the tin foil. Yeah, good one.
Sorry for I'm just curious, are they with a think tank? I noticed all the heliocentrism apologists are missing of recently. So I'm assuming they're in a think tank trying to figure out how to, cover this up because I think they're all toe tagged at this point, right? Because they can't argue against, the geocentric position, like, at all. And, like, everybody who comes to look at the flat earth thing, they go outside and they actually look, like, it automatically makes them geocentrists.
Yeah, bro, they've been hiding. They've been hiding recently. I guess there was one here earlier, and I don't know. I may have killed the conversation on accident, but there was one in here earlier trying to talk about time being an independent variable. Quite funny, but yeah, I think they're regrouping. They're in their think tanks. They're trying to figure out their strategy.
Don't apologize for killing a conversation with that, man. Please don't. I'm sorry if I'm gonna poison the well, but I'm gonna poison away. In fact, I may even pee down this well. But yeah, that's not. I wouldn't apologize for killing that conversation on a Sunday morning. It's intellectual dishonesty is not a good thing.
Well, look, we learned about outgassing using tin foil to warm up your sandwiches, right? We learned something today. So just use a steel pan. That's what I'm going to do from now on. Who would have thought, right? That's what you learned here today, Sunday. Outgassing in a toaster oven. That's freaking brilliant. I like that. So have you guys heard of the latest devastation to the Big Bang model? Well, they found, those 6 baby galaxies that shouldn't have been there? Well, they found 6 more. Seems like they're finding them in half dozens. And they're even younger than the other ones. If you're trying to talk, you're breaking up there, bro. You're roboting. You sound like you're muted, like a half mute robot.
Morning, all.
Yo.
Yeah. My insomnia pattern has shifted differently.
Since it's so quiet, I just reached out to Sean G because he wants to debate me. So maybe we can do it now if he's available for about an hour or so.
Yeah. Cool, man. Sean's a pretty cool kid.
Yeah, yeah. Wants to debate the model, so that should be interesting.
What model of what?
The model, I guess.
The model of the
Everything, yeah, cosmology, the works.
expanding universe model.
I would imagine that's part of the model, right? The Earth.
He doesn't even know his. I don't think he's very familiar with his model because he still uses Newtonian gravity. So if you try to do any kind of relativity shit, it's not going to work.
Well, that's going to be bad for him. It's not going to be good.
I don't
You
know.
guys
Last
said
time
you ran
his
off.
claim's always been he doesn't understand relativity, so he doesn't have to use it. He just uses Newtonian.
Yeah. Well, if I just tagged him. If he's around, we'll find out.
I thought he wanted you for an actual like event.
Yeah. Well, we can do an event. I mean, no one's talking, right? So.
Who are you talking about, Essie?
Sean G.
Oh.
My response to him when he posted that in chat, because he tagged Geo and he said 1 versus 1 with SE, and Geo I think gave him a thumbs up reaction on the emoji. My response to that was SE is gonna eat you.
No, it's gonna be hopefully a good combo. I know Sean G for a long time, so we'll see. I think it should be cordial. The one we had last time went off the rails a little bit because he was a bit triggered from a previous thing, so he took it out on me. He did apologize after, so that's the only bad experience I've had with Sean G for years. So, I judge people individually, right?
Fairly stated, man. Because again, as Geo says, the Earth is the Earth, right? This place is the place that it is. It doesn't need you. It doesn't need your opinion. It stands under its own merit. It's just it's your understanding and interpretation of what you live in.
I couldn't have said it better. Yeah. What is, it doesn't matter what you think exactly. Yeah.
That's what I love about the Earth. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about your memes. It just sits there and allows you to reside within it. Now, if the Earth actually heard what you were saying about it, I would wonder if the Earth would kick you off of it for horribly misunderstanding the creation itself.
Exactly. Like, let's be honest. To us mere mortals, this is all equivalent to magic, right? Like when you grab a tomato seed, little thing smaller than your pinky, you just what's there on the ground, you just move the ground, you just slap it in, put some water, and then freaking thing pops out with tomatoes. Isn't that a miracle? Like, if you think about it, it's like, and what people were saying before, everything is provided. Water falls from the sky. I mean, there's food everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's food, so. The point is, even like the smallest thing in nature, we cannot reproduce it. Like all these brainiacs, ask them to make a tomato seed. Go ask any scientist. The ones, especially with evolution, they think they can make life and enzymes and they can do this and that and the other thing. Okay, make me a tomato seed.
I was going to say, they would quickly key in and say, oh, that tree evolved from the seed that you planted. It's evolution. Evolution.
Yeah, that's right. A tree also comes from a little seed. And it can grow 100, 300 feet tall. Some of them grow in Canada there in that island. It's amazing, by the way. Yeah. Go look at one of those and think it started off no smaller than your nail. I mean, no bigger than your nail. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy who said he didn't do anything special to his tomato plant. All he did was block the UV light coming to it or something. He blocked some spectrum of light going to his tomato plant, and this shit grew fucking crazy tall. It was like, a guy gave like hundreds of tomatoes. It was crazy. You guys hear about that?
No. So he blocked a certain spectrum and that caused the tomato to start growing crazy.
Crazy, bro. Yeah, I don't know. That's just an anecdotal story, so I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Saw it on like TikTok or something, so it's probably true.
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, who knows, you know?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it's definitely worth trying.
Yeah, imagine you can increase your yield of tomatoes just by blocking a certain. I mean, that. I'm sure if that was true, like they would all be doing it, right? All these indoor, yeah. Especially the pot boys. The pot boys would be all over this thing, no? Because they're.
I know.
Hey, these guys are like freaking scientists, man. I'm telling you.
I know.
Who was it? We got a guy in here that really knows his shit. Is it Dicelo?
When it comes to weed,
Yeah, the whole growing process, like the
that was
chemistry,
grim.
yeah.
Grim.
Yeah, Grim is, yeah, Grim 2 knows, yeah. Because there's a lot to it. Like there's budding, there's flowering, there's clipping, trimming, male plants, female, like, yeah. What chemicals to put, what fertilizer to use, and yeah.
Yeah, like I can legally grow like 12 plants between me and my wife right now, but it's so complicated. Yeah, I don't even know.
Hey, Jeremy, if you need anybody to take some of those plants off your hands, feel free to let me know, okay? Thanks, man.
I mean, bro, I don't even know how to do it. Like what? Like
I was playing around, man. I know growing isn't the easiest thing. When I see people actually grow and they're successful, I'm super proud of them because I'm like, not me. I'm just gonna go keep buying where I buy.
yeah, I mean, I know how to smoke the weed. I don't know how to like grow the shit.
I know how to cook with it. Does that count?
Well, I know how to drive my car. I can't like make a car, or you know.
It's not just the growing, right? And it's
Sorry,
the
SE,
cutting.
real quick. I'll just say that's a great parallel because it's like I don't know how to make one, but I know how to use it. Sorry, SE, go ahead, dude.
No worries. That the growing is only half of it. Then there's a whole thing on how to cut it, trim it, burp it. You know, like it's a big thing, man. It's a big whole
It's not
thing.
a baby. It's not a newborn baby. You don't got to burp it.
You do got to burp it. And anybody that grows knows what I mean by that, right?
That was awesome.
Yeah.
He said burp it.
That means you put it in after you trim it, right? You put it in a container. Whatever. I don't even know what the word is for that. They put it in a container, it cures or whatever, but you got to open it every once in a while, and they call that burping, and move it around, aerate it, then you close it again.
And it's the same thing we were discussing about aluminum, off-gassing, right? Because off-gassing is something that naturally happens. I think that actually is entropy being demonstrated, which is like, things that were grown, I'll say respectfully, they fart. We fart, we off gas. They do the same thing. And if you don't let those gases out, those gases will actually force the thing that it's enclosed within to decompose even quicker.
Yep. And
like
that word outgassing is like, it's like kryptonite to the ISS, to the moon landing, kryptonite to the O-rings, to the film. That word is like a nail in the coffin for their cosmology. Yeah.
And something you can do to literally even observe it at home is if you have fruit that you keep on your counter and allow it to, ripen. Like I always get mangoes whenever I do my groceries. I'll get 3 mangoes and I'll let them sit on the counter so that they ripen, because we all know if you guys buy mangoes, you get them from the store. They're like cricket balls practically. You throw those things through a window and they'll smash out because they're so hard. In any case, you can take that same fruit that you would have out on your countertop in the open air, put it into a cupboard, and you will notice that because of the closed system, the cupboard, the decomposition of that fruit will be a lot quicker than if it was left out on the countertop.
Yep. And that same process will destroy the O-rings on their ISS, would prevent them from taking pictures in their fantasy moon with their Hasselblad camera. It's very, very, that word is very detrimental to their space fantasy. Why don't you guys in text bring your convo in VC? You got the floor. How about you, Bob? The proof is in the pudding. No, it's not in the pudding. You don't have pudding because your pudding wouldn't work. So you're showing pudding, but in the place where you made the pudding, you couldn't have made the pudding. Why you say, oh well, because the film would outgas. you wouldn't have the chemicals necessary. You're not an engineer. We're talking about a camera and film. You don't have to be an engineer to understand outgassing, what the film is made of, what the conditions you say it's in, and it can easily be debunked.
Are all the Globers outgassing?
It appears nobody wants to. Everyone's quiet today.
mean, you would figure they would send in one of the, Glovers that don't get into the deep space like Matthew learns, or left lane or something, right? But I guess everybody has to attend this think tank. It's like a meeting. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, we don't have anything. Somebody make up some new shit. What am I paying you for? Obviously, this is all speculation on my part.
Hey, Larry, what do you use to talk on here?
A shitty headphone, but I can get my good headphones if you like.
When's your birthday?
No, I have some good headphones. I can go get them if you like.
I would like. I'm sorry. You guys said you got all the bars to run away, then I just go look at the chat and it's just like all toxic Glovers. I guess you mean like ran away in the DC.
Yeah, don't ever apologize for telling me the truth. I was just charging my phone and had some shitty headphones in.
You sound way better now.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I gotta quit using those shitty headphones to talk. I've been told too many times. But yeah, I'm just wondering where the Globers are, because, are they just tired of having the same conversation, or what? You said they're in the chat. How come they're not in the voice?
They're complaining that they don't get an opportunity to speak. Meanwhile, I'm inviting them all to come in and speak. I don't get this.
No, see, like, the truth is, bro, we let them all speak, but you can talk about a made-up narrative without being called out much easier in the chat. Right, so this is the same reason that, like, my comment sections, people stick their chest out, but they don't ever jump on my show.
Yep. The only thing is just don't interrupt. That's it, man. You won't get muted. You won't get booted. Just don't interrupt. That's it. It's a very simple thing to do.
Larry, pretend that I'm a heliosexual. All right, open up your combo with me.
I don't know why you guys are so attracted to the phallic and the spheres. I really don't understand what you guys are so perverted for. You guys are a bunch of perverted criminals.
Yikes. Well, I'm sorry that you don't understand science, bro, but we figured out that we go around the sun a long time ago, and you just want to be special.
You keep using that word science. I don't think it means what you think it means.
You got to be a special boy about science, too.
I guess this is the part where you tell me that the scientific method I learned in 7th grade was wrong.
Well, that's direct natural science, but we can also do observational science. And when we look at the sky, we see parallax, and that proves that we fly around the sun.
Yeah, I got a NASA article that says that's the only assumption in the parallax is that you're flying around the sun.
Well, I have to be fallacious, so apologies up front. So, okay, well, explain it if we're not moving around the sun.
That's the burden of proof reversal, but yeah, you admitted to it in the beginning. But yeah, I mean, usually the ballers go with, well, you just don't understand what assumption means.
Well, I am the baller.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you can't just reverse the burden of proof on me, like I'm the one now making a claim. You can't make a negative claim. That's not how logic works.
I get you're scared and you don't want to answer the question because obviously parallax proves that the Earth goes around the sun.
If you believe in assumptions. Proof based on assumptions.
Look, dude, there's also aberration. So parallax, aberration, and retrograde. The motion of the planet. Let's start there. Okay, proof that the Earth moves around the sun is the planetary motions.
Well, none of that actually has anything to do with the Earth moving around the sun. You're just looking at the planets and assuming that's what the Earth is. But no one's ever seen the Earth as a wandering star in space, except for, well, not even the astronauts, right? They didn't even see it like that. So no one's ever saw the Earth as a wandering star in space.
Well, explain the planetary motions. You cannot explain the motion of the planets unless the Earth's in a solar system.
Well, I can't explain something truthfully. I could speculate and postulate what I think is going on, but for me to call it science would be disingenuous.
Yeah, but you can explain the planetary motions with the geocentric model, and all the planetary motions are observations of movement of these things in the sky. It's not like there's any definitive claim one way or another between geocentrism, meaning we're in the middle and things are traversing around us, above us in the sky, and the alleged idea that the sun is central and that the planets are moving around it, and thus everything else in the universe is moving, relative to that. So there is no definitive difference between geocentrism and heliocentrism solely based on the observational data. So what would you say to that, Baller Witsit?
Yeah, I mean, that's just not true. The fact that the planets, we map out the planets with Kepler's laws, only works if we're also moving around. Like, do you think that the planets just go backwards sometimes? Like, the retrograde and the planetary motion proves that we move around the sun because we have a model that we mathematically worked out hundreds of years ago. Oh, I don't know, I might have cut out. We had a model that we worked out mathematically hundreds of years ago, and it works perfectly to this day. So we can predict where the planets are going to be using the heliocentric model.
You keep using that word prediction. I don't think you know what it means. Like, a prediction is like, hey, I think you're going to get married in 2 years, right? You've never been married before, but I'm predicting that that's going to happen, right? If you have someone who gets married every 5 years and she's on her fourth husband or he's on his fourth wife, and you say, I predict you're going to get divorced in 5 years and have another, that's more like what you would call a postdiction, right? So anything that you guys claim is a prediction with, the sky, it's been doing the same thing for thousands of years, right? So you can't just make yourself look like a know-it-all because you recognize the pattern in the ancient text, and still to this day the pattern repeats, and you say, that's a truthism that proves everything I'm going to say next, right? That's a squatting dog fallacy.
Okay. Yeah. But anyway, so sure, relativity says there's like a kinematic equivalence. By the way, this is like the most honest baller ever. I don't know how else to do this. But there's not you can't explain why or how they move around, and that requires the heliocentric model.
Well, a model is just an explanation, right? So you've taken what you observed and you've made a model out of it. But I got news for you. It's just a model, right? And models are a lot like theories, right? They're just postulations until you can verify that it's true. And The thing about relative motion is you can't verify that because all motion is relative by your own standards.
So, yeah, but the proof that we're moving around the sun is the phases of Venus.
The motion of a planet around the sun has nothing to do with the Earth moving.
No, like the phases of Venus can only happen if the planets in between the Earth and the sun moving around in a solar system.
You were correct until you said the solar system, right? We know that the planet Venus, as it's called, moves in between the Earth and the sun, okay? I've seen the transit myself in 2012. So I believe that object that I saw in front of the sun, eclipsing the sun, was Venus. Okay, that doesn't prove anything about the Earth, right? This is like a non sequitur.
The scientists, huh?
Now, you guys think you're smarter than all the scientists.
So elegant that you had to invent 96% of the universe, right? Which is a violation of the first law of conservation of energy and matter. You can't just create it out of thin air, but that's what you guys did to make your model work. And if you just drop all that extra BS, right? The geocentric understanding of how this place is, right? This creation is geocentric in nature because it was created for you and you're special, and God wanted you to know that you're special, and He's offering you forgiveness. All you have to do is accept it.
Yeah, that sounds like free lunch, though. Is there no such thing as a free lunch?
So this is the baller response.
Right.
So Big Daddy in the sky, huh? Huh? Yeah. Big Daddy, huh?
Right. I knew it was going to go there, right? And I set you up, and thank you for.
Oh no, I'm not a baller.
No. I was talking to SC Montreal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So the Big Daddy in the sky thing, right? You know, we can't see him, we can't observe him, but he has to be there, right? Just like dark matter, right? So we're exposing your religion as a religion while you masquerade as science. And the other gentleman was correct, right? You can't have a free lunch. You can't make all this dark energy that makes up most of the universe out of nothing, right? That's not how things work. And you can't just put dark matter in certain spots in the galaxy, you know, near the outer edge, because that's where your model of gravity, your theory of gravity breaks down. And we observe that it's not true. You can't just make this stuff up out of nothing, right? And then call it science and pretend that it's not your religion. So, you know, God is to Christians just like dark matter is to atheists. Can't observe it, can't detect it, but it has to be there, right? But the difference
we have
is,
proof of dark matter.
hold on. The difference is we're not calling it science and asking you to tithe so that we can teach it to your children. Thanks.
Yeah, but I'm playing the baller now. Yeah, but we have proof of dark matter. Are you saying that all the scientists, all the tests that they've done, all the satellites, time dilation, are you going to go against all that? Are you smarter than all the scientists?
Can I just stop you there, Essie? The problem is, yeah, when you're being a baller, I mean, you haven't interrupted Larry once. Like, you have to interrupt him at least twice, and you also have to call him a name. And you didn't call him a name, so I mean, I'm just not feeling the authenticity.
I'm not
Very
projecting my
disappointing.
baller spirit. Okay, I'll try harder. Listen here, boy, you dumbass.
Yeah, we got a lot of that in the early days. It's cleaned up here recently. Maybe that's why they're not here, right? They're not getting their, you know, sadist pleasures anymore. So they're like, well, we can't beat up on the flat earthers anymore. What are we going to do? I don't know. Let's go find the Bigfoot people, beat up on them for a while. Maybe that's where they're at. You think they're like harassing the Bigfoot people right now?
Now, they ain't going nowhere. They can't keep away. They're just being like little brats, you know, because we took their ability to disrupt the conversation. That's what's happening now.
Somebody's breaking up. Yeah, the thing about observing the phenomenon that's called dark matter, right? It's kind of a weird way of saying it, right? Like you're observing the phenomenon of gravity. Somebody's roboting. You're observing the phenomenon of gravity not working. And instead of saying, shucks, we need to get a new theory, you're going, hey, I got an idea. Let's double down, right? And put a theory on top of a theory. And we'll just keep this thing going, right?
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
So I think people somehow have been conditioned to defend something they don't even understand. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that's the globe life right there for sure.
So, I unfortunately had a
It's also the
conversation with
tax
my
system, though.
mom. People think that gravity is due to going to the center of the earth. I'm like, no, that's Einsteinian gravity. Now, or no, it's what is it? The Apple guy.
Newtonian.
Yes, I said it right when I said it. Newtonian gravity. Now it's Einsteinian gravity with a fabric of space time.
Guy? Steve Jobs.
I didn't hear what you just said, Gemsy. Mic check. Might be me.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you. But
I had crypto
concept
say
of
Steve Jobs.
Oh, did I say Gemsy? I meant crypto. Did I mess that up, you guys? Oopsie.
No. It was a silly. You said the Apple guy, and I just said Steve Jobs because I knew you meant you.
So yeah, my mom is a boomer and she gets really triggered super easy. So yeah.
Uh-oh.
Not a conversation I want to have.
Did she drive a Buick? Yeah, but you know,
she used to.
You know, gravity as a concept existed before there was a ball, right? There was like you could just look up the etymology of gravity, and it goes past Isaac Newton to before he existed. So, if the word existed before Newton,
I thought
Newton,
it was. Sorry to cut you off. I thought it was they came up with the heliocentric, whatever you want to call it, theory before they identified gravity. So that's to me would be weird if that were the case.
Look up there's dude. Even the ancient Greeks had a concept called gravitas or something like that. That's way before Isaac Newton, like 2,000 years before Isaac Newton was even born.
Oh, okay. I see your
But
point.
that word
Okay.
has a different meaning.
Yeah, so people have basically called the falling of objects gravity for like thousands of years. And then recently in the past 400 years, with the whole Jesuit takeover,
right?
Converted it where gravity only works on a ball when clearly that's not the case, and thousands of years of evidence shows.
But yeah, so my poor mom is, conditioned to defend the ball, not even understanding how it works. It's like, oh, I'm just going to have to shut it down. It's like, Mom, you're going to have to pick another topic to talk about.
Kind of sad how people are like programmed to defend something when they're not even getting paid to defend it.
Well,
Like,
that
you
they don't
guys
even understand it.
Yeah, but like the Globers come here day in and day out and just simply defend quite badly, might I add. Like,
They're just entertaining themselves, you already know.
Well, think about it like this.
System. It's their
Yeah,
religion.
that's right. And think about it like this: if your religion was being under attack, and your religion was the main religion, you would want to automatically go into apologetics, right?
So
as we go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Larry. Appreciate you, brother. Okay, so the big thing that my mom got the most upset about was, what does it matter? I mean, not even she wanted to know how knowing this is supposed to change our lives. I'm like, well, Mom, usually humans don't like being lied to, for one. And for two, if you don't know where you are, how can you possibly know who you are? And, that was pretty much all I could say. And she still feels like I didn't answer her question. So it's like, what do you say to that? To a boomer that watched the moon landing live on TV, quote unquote, live on TV. How do you break through that? I mean, I guess not everybody's meant to know, and I'm okay with that.
I mean, yeah, but I watched Hogwarts on TV. Does that make Hogwarts a real thing?
It could be somewhere else.
If everybody knew that the Earth was the center and this place was created special, they would know that there's a God, right? And if there's a Most High God, who the fuck are you to tell me what to do?
Right. And then once we figure out there's more of us, kind of thing, so.
Yeah,
I
so it's
mean,
a
it's
power
just
thing.
odd to me. It's odd to me because my mother doesn't believe in organized religion anymore. She can understand the idea that it's, on some level, it's a mechanism of control. So why cherry pick and it's only allowed in one area and not like across the board?
Yeah, well, the
So,
globe is a Catholic religion, pretty much.
yeah, well, she doesn't want to accept that one.
Just show her the Pope telling everybody that it's okay to believe in the Big Bang cosmology and evolution. Right?
Well,
He's literally preaching heliocentrism.
Well, it was a Jesuit priest and I forget, I'd have to look in some old folders, who really put the heliocentric theory in present time, like on the map, shall we say. And I can't remember for the life of me what his name was, but Catholic priest saying it's a ball. I mean, that's suspicious for anybody.
Lemaitre.
What? Sorry.
There's the guy with a weird fucking French name, George S. Lemaitre or something.
Who I was referring to?
Yeah, the Catholic priest who invented
Yeah.
heliocentrism. Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
he was
to
French.
me that. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think he was French, but yeah, he's a oui, French name.
What did I say?
Oh no, you just see it had a French name, which is true, but I don't think
Oh.
he was actually French.
Got it. Alrighty. But yeah, so one person made up heliocentrism somewhere and told some other people about it, and then they were like, "Fuck yeah, let's go!" And then more and more people believed it, and now here we are.
Well, the stuff she was saying was like in general, what she was saying against flat earthers kind of being just believing what you're told, and then after a while you just believe it. I'm like, Mom, that's what we say about people who believe in the heliocentric theory. So it's weird. It's just weird, man.
Keep in mind,
She thinks we went to the moon, so there's no way she's gonna go to flat Earth. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I'm not optimistic.
I had an even more uncomfortable situation where I addressed both of my parents at that time. My father, he had been almost silent. So
Can barely hear you, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I want to hear what you're saying.
You got to debunk the moon landing with her then. Show her how the moon landing. Richard Nixon talked to them on a telephone, wired telephone.
Well, she probably thinks the Kennedy thing, there's no conspiracy, and there's no conspiracy to 9/11. And, she wants to know, what does it matter? I guess because she doesn't want.
No, you got to start. You got to start somewhere, though. You don't want to just bombard people with a ton of different ideas. And I noticed the moon landing works really well, along with some of the NASA footage that guys have put out. Catching all the bloopers. These are the things that really no one with eyes can deny it. They'll just,
Right.
some people in here will make up excuses for it, but yeah,
Well,
like if you're just a normal person, you're gonna see.
I think I'd rather take a round the way kind of approach to it and let her decide if she wants to ask me about it. Like all this is that we haven't paid attention. We haven't asked the right questions. And, so what does that matter? How does that change your life? Well, you find out that some of the answers are not supposed to be questioned. And that's a big problem to me. Right. So I can come at her with all kinds of things and she's just going to glitch out and get upset. That's what's
True.
going to
So
happen.
true. So
Yeah.
true. Yeah, they definitely. A lot of people have to figure it out on their own kind of ordeal.
And then I would think there'd be comfort in knowing and, coming to the realization that this didn't just happen to you. It's happening to everyone. So it's not anything to be butthurt about and take personal and all that kind of bullshit. I hate that.
Well, people identify with the globe, which is really interesting, right? Because that shows you it's part of their religion, right? Like I identify as a Christian,
Oh
right?
gosh.
Right? Think about that.
Identifying it as a religion, dude, that's amazing. I love that. Yeah. Okay. Go on, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So when you start attacking someone's identity, they respond in a certain way that's very easy to see that, hey, you're acting like this is like your religion, right? Because if it was just a model and you didn't identify as a heliocentrist, then it would be like, that's interesting. Show me more. But instead, what do? We get like vitriol, right? And tactics and all sorts of other weird things that are like, basically smoke signals telling everyone around you that I identify as a heliocentrist. I am a sun worshiper. And how dare you question the validity of a theoretical mathematical construct?
Well, she just can't get the concept that academia has been maybe compromised. So she
After COVID?
credit to that. What? Oh, go ahead.
After COVID, she doesn't know that academia is compromised.
Oh man, when I brought up Fauci and called him an intellectual plagiarist and pretty much yeah, I went off on a couple things with that and just the look on her face, she'd be like, "Oh, oh." It's like, "Oh my god, I can't do this." She's just too far in. I mean, I don't know. She's going to have to get herself out cuz I'm not, I don't know. I just don't want her to think I'm crazy.
Listen, we can treat it like this. So just like with alcoholism or addiction, no matter how far you've dug yourself into the hole, it's always just 12 steps to get right back out. Okay. No, but I'm serious. If you take that personally, if you're like, oh, what a mean guy, he's comparing glow belief to alcoholism, it's the exact same thing. You keep feeding the addiction, it's going to keep hurting you. But it doesn't take much to admit you've been wrong and then admit it's time to change and then make, the first step and so on.
Well, if she brings it up again, I'm going to say, hey, you have to watch at least this one video. It's 5 minutes long. Because she doesn't. I'm just going to have to say, you're going to have to investigate this for yourself and then come back at me.
Right,
She seriously brought it up and then got mad at how the conversation was going. It's like,
right,
what?
because she thought she was going to destroy you and you're like, nah, this is how it actually is.
I don't know what she thought she was going to. I don't know what she thought she was going to do.
Okay, so people have their minds made up. They don't want to look into it anymore. And so
right.
when they're faced with the truth that they might need to in order to have the better understanding, they get frustrated. Most people, I mean, shit, I did. All the time, I was like, what? Wait, I have to reconsider this and this and this. But you know what? I grew up, and that's how I was able to do it.
Well, I take it from the mindset that when I came about all this information, I thought it was kind of freeing. What we know is not the end of what we need to know, but what we got now is pretty cool.
Right. No, it wasn't like, okay, so it was a chore because I'm a lazy guy inherently, right? But The part that was exciting was that oh my god, I'm actually like learning shit, and I'm excited to know about all this stuff now. For the first time, I'm not being told what reality is. I'm finding out for myself.
True. That's a nice way to put that. It just gives a new perspective on your existence.
Totally.
I think how it changes you.
Absolutely right. Yep.
Changes your perspective on where you are. But yeah, so guys, okay. So my mother brought up to me, and this might be why she's getting a little triggered by flat earth or something, but she has lived in the same place for a good 4 decades, right? And has gone down the same roads and seen the same sun throughout the season and know where it is exactly when it sets and whatnot, right? Well, she's telling me that the sun is all of a sudden not in the same spot it should be for this time of year. Have you guys like heard anything down about anything like that? Because she was getting, I don't know what's on her TikTok and what she listens to and whatever, but they're the pole shifting kind of thing, you know, and so I think she understands it without being able to describe it, that magnetic north would be different.
I feel like that's a calendar thing.
Well, yeah, I mean yeah, of course. The sun is in different positions throughout the year. I mean, there's ancient structures built to go along with that, right? But she's saying for this time of year, the sun is not setting in the usual spot. So I don't know if, I mean, I think that would that be something that would be noticed and or reported? I don't think it would be.
I think it would be because there's so many astronomers out
Right.
there that are just like independent. That if they found something new, they would want to be the first to report on it. So they
That's a
would
good
be like
point.
telling everybody. So I think that maybe your mom might have made an error, well, an accident, because for
Right.
me, the sun is always in the same spot for like thousands of years, and if it were changing, I think we would know, but I could be wrong.
Well, she might be watching too much effing TikTok. That's what I'm thinking what's happening. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm particularly fond of TikTok because there's no place to put clickable links or something. I don't know. So people will show pictures and then I don't know. Just seems like like people are making up shit just like they do on YouTube. Nothing to back it up. But I guess that whole narrative would be easier to believe on a globe than it would be for a flat earth.
Yeah, if the sun were like changing its location, that would make sense on a globe, right? Because it's all just happenstance, right? But in a geocentric, flattish terrain, water world, as some people say, the true earth, as some people say, like, I don't think it would ever move. I think everything would just be set like a clock. And,
Oh
the
yeah, for
clocks,
sure.
they're set on gears. And I'm not saying that's what
Right.
the sky is. I'm saying that's what it's
Well,
like.
yeah, like an astronomical clock like that one in Prague. I don't know if it still exists, but I think that's vaguely similar to what it could potentially be for our realm. Or the greater realm, I should say. That would be indicating lands unknown.
Yeah, if it was heliocentric in nature and it would result from the Big Bang, you would expect to see parallax. Stellar parallax would be obvious. We would have
Yeah.
the old constellations and the new
Yeah.
constellations.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of that. You know, it's simple. I mean, if it were a globe, I don't think people understand parallax because we don't experience it, right? Only in movies
Or trains.
or trains. Okay, yeah, of course. Hmm.
One of my websites utilizes a very nice parallax effect as well.
Yeah, we wouldn't see the same. It'd be impossible to see the same stars for the long period of time that has happened. But yeah, when she initially asked me why do I believe in flat Earth, I said, well, there's just too many coincidences, or I should say, and/or anomalies. I mean, like you look at one, you can explain it away maybe, but when you're getting more than a dozen, it's like, I don't know.
Why would you believe in the globe Earth? Because it's unfalsifiable, right? You can't see the curvature because of refraction. You can't feel the motion because of the size.
Well,
I mean, et
she
cetera, et cetera.
seems to. She knows I was recently on a plane, and she asked me if I saw the curve, and I said no, I did not, and I was at the window seat both times. So, that's just odd to me. You know, for those that think that they see a curve from the airplane, when the scientism priest says that it's impossible. Says that stuff is flat. Good old Neil. Good lord.
Jenny, can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, yeah.
So I was going to finish my story. So I tried to bring up flat Earth to both my parents at the same time, and my father was almost to the point of violence. Like he just really wanted the conversation to stop. So like 30 minutes later, I sneak my mom off to like the back office, and I throw on 200 Proofs, Eric Dubay, and we're only like 20 minutes in, and she's already like, "This actually makes sense, John. Like I don't have a problem with any of this stuff." And my dad comes in and like, what the fuck is going on in here? And I didn't want to drive a wedge between them. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna let you, let you guys stay globetards for now.
Right. But so my first thought would be to have her watch Flat Earth in 5 Minutes by ODD, because that's pretty simple stuff, you know.
She had absolutely no problems at all. She didn't push back at all.
Mm.
Is she a Christian?
No, neither one of my parents are religious at all. Neither one of them have ever read the Bible. My dad thinks because he spent the last 25 years watching the History Channel that he has the whole world figured out. You know, he's one of those guys.
Shit. Isn't that shit funded by the Smithsonian Institute or some shit?
Yeah, here's my father in a nutshell. The first time I bring up a subject and I point out how History Channel is wrong, he will violently oppose me and stick up for the History Channel. And then the next time 6 months later when this conversation will come up, he'll be neutral. And then 6 months after that, he will agree. He will tell me my original stance and claim that was his stance all along when he agrees with me. Funny and frustrating at the same time.
Yeah, that's how dads do things a lot of times. I'm gonna not be that kind of father. I had a lot of older men in my life that were supposed to be father figures and such, and a couple of them did that, and yeah, it's no good.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to give me credit for anything, and that's fine. Like, it was a tough love childhood, but I appreciate it though.
He's being stubborn.
So you were able to bring up the topic to where he thought it was his idea. That's bravo, dude.
Yeah, he will come full circle and tell me that, like, I taught you that shit. What are you talking about, dude?
He'll do one
Oh
of
well,
those.
that's some on a whole nother level, though.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
both extreme sarcastic smartasses. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's certain documentaries that I would pick for certain people, like Scientism Exposed.
Oh yeah, I remember my mind was blown when I watched that in the beginning of my FE journey. Oh, sheesh, because I was still going to church when I found out about this stuff, and
And
I
The
was all
Principle.
green. Huh?
The Principle.
Oh yeah, I soon after I'd watched that that wasn't that on History Channel one time?
I doubt it. I seriously
No.
doubt it.
So it's only been on the internet, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, they've showed it in theaters, in a real small amount of theaters, and it's been shown in other places, but it's definitely not going to be on the History Channel. That's where like most of the programming comes from.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, that Principle movie, it's a real eye opener, and I think his dad is a real atypical um father, right? So I've heard women say, right, with their wisdom of being married for a long time, that you present the idea to them in such a way that they think it's their idea.
Yes. What is that called, Larry? Is there
I
an
don't know.
industry term for that? Because that's my new goal, to figure out how to do that. No, really.
I
Because
guess
I'm indifferent on most situations, It's like I'm not going to be pushy.
I guess you plant the seed and don't nurture it and let it grow in their mind until it blooms, and then it's their idea, and you don't say, "Hey, wait, I told you so." You just, let them believe that it's their idea.
I was kind of thinking of going through like a critical thinking type process. Because the whole idea behind indoctrination is that it's devoid of critical thinking. We just repeat what we think, what we're told.
Yeah,
So,
if we all went downtown and started teaching logic classes,
mm,
like it would really speed up the healing of the land, I think.
you are so right. Well, because it can be applied to all things. I mean, mainly is, I love, what is it? Richard Feynman says, I'd rather have questions that can't be answered rather than answers that can't be questioned. I mean, that's pretty simple kind of philosophy type stuff. I mean, I don't know where he got that concept from, but I mean, it resonates with me, so but
I bet the
oh my
Globers
gosh.
hate that shit. I'd rather have
Speaking of
answers.
Globers, no,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go for it.
No, you go,
Yeah,
you go.
I bet they hate that stuff, right? When we pull out a quote like that, and they realize that, we're questioning, and that's what science is. So the only thing
Yeah,
they can do is say that we're science deniers.
it's the craziest thing, but my mom, she knows it's upside down clown world, so it's kind of like she's got her pinky toe in. I mean, you see that everywhere, if you ask me.
well, I mean, in her defense, it would be pretty scary to sever ties with the
Paradigm.
priesthood. Well, yeah, the priesthood. Where is she going to go? It's not like her generation isn't exactly internet warriors. It's not. She's not going to get on there and start researching all this stuff. She would be
Oh, she
solo at
might.
that point.
No,
Well,
she might. She's
it's a
very
pretty
internet
difficult
savvy.
proposition to be on an island, right? To sever your paradigm, and now you're responsible for your entire worldview that needs to be re-researched. That's a difficult proposition.
Yeah, to replace your expired paradigm. I get it. You know, like I remember when I first realized, oh my God, it could be flat. I had like this like moment where it was kind of a state of paranoia a little bit, but it wasn't like it was out of control. So that must have been like my paradigm shift moment or something. Because I guess I can understand the the fear and people get triggered.
Can we? I want that as a tag. Can we make that as a tag? Searching for new paradigm. Are we all kind of doing that? I like that.
Mm. So, why does it matter? How does it change my life? It's like, are you kidding me? I'm not just repeating what I've been told. I'm lucky if I can do as I'm told, let alone repeating it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
listen,
know.
if nothing else, at the very least, it makes you less gullible than you were before to consider that the Earth may not be a globe. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's real simple. We've just never paid attention. I don't think it's any reason for anybody to take offense. I have like zero tolerance for people that can't control themselves. It's like, bye, Felicia. Just fling them into the void of discord. It's real easy.
Do you think people would have been this stubborn against having their beliefs challenged 100 years ago, 200 years ago about something like this? Or do you think it's like a function of like modern society and technology and stuff?
Well, didn't a
No,
lot of people... Oh, go ahead.
well, I was just going to say no, because back then, 100 years ago, in school, people were actually still taught about logic. So they would actually have a means for figuring out if someone was lying to them or not. In my opinion, the biggest problem is that not only do people not research, but the very first step, they don't even understand the process of research itself. So they're really stuck in a paradigm. They can only listen to the television. They don't understand the very first basic steps of research itself.
Totally agree. Totally.
You gotta question. You gotta question it in the first place. Most people aren't even at the question stage.
Oh.
Let alone the research stage.
And then, we have the internet algorithms and such. So I think my mom's algorithms on her connection is way different than mine's.
Yeah, I asked my father one day, I go, let's go to a fantasy world where you actually disagree with your government for the first time in your life and you think that they might be lying to you. Please lay out the steps for which you will actually find out whether or not your government is lying to you or not. Can you explain to me your process? Go ahead, please. And it was just crickets, man. It was crickets. They don't understand the very first steps in research.
Right, because they're just used to repeating what they're told.
Well, like who said it first, right? Like you don't research something you already think you know the answer to.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's
So the
real
first
easy to
thing that
show.
got... Oh, go ahead, Larry.
It's real easy to show people that the government's lying, right? Because all you have to do is explain to them the 3 ways to lie, right? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and then show them redacted documents. Like, this is lie by omission, right? It's top secret. You don't need to know, right? That's lie by omission. They're not telling you, even though the law says it's a Freedom of Information Act request. It's the law, the Freedom of Information Act. It's the law. They have to tell you, but they're
But only if
redacting.
you ask.
Right. They're lying to your face. It's easy to show them.
Yeah, I don't know what she would say if I told her that there was government documents that state we are on a stationary, non-rotating Earth. I forget the exact verbiage, but it's pretty bizarre. But the first thing that got me into flat Earth is flight paths. Dave Murphy. I came across his video on YouTube. And it was kind of like one of those moments where it's like, total channel change right there.
Dave Murphy, he is so awesome. Dave Murphy,
Yeah,
so awesome.
He was like an instant OG. He was
Oh,
polished
yeah.
from the very beginning.
Oh, well, yeah. So once, he was pointing those, out, it was just kind of, I fell in the rabbit hole right then and there.
Yeah, when I first saw Dave speak, I was like, no shit. We've got faces out there acting like professionals and really, just kind of calmly, intelligently ripping apart the globe narrative. Oh shit, we're gonna be fine.
So now I think who's even better on that topic is Flat Earth Banjo. I think he's from South America.
Oh,
He's like really
yeah,
hard
I
on TikTok.
love Banjo.
And he's an OG.
Banjo, Japanese.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he's published some of his work,
He's got
hasn't
the
he?
best YouTube name.
Oh yeah. And I think he
Yeah, you can
changed
make
his
books
channel
out of
name,
his
but
the landings, the 16
I think he
landings.
did. I think he does have a publication. But yeah, I think there's like a dozen or something or more.
Who else was really good? My
Yeah,
Perspective, I think was.
there's he has at least one book. Sorry, go ahead.
My Perspective. Does he still have a channel? Because that sounds like, is that?
I think that was his name.
Was he the one with the monkey?
I can't remember. And then there was Wakey Wakey. He was really good too.
Yeah, I remember listening to
Does
him.
Dave Murphy? Who is this Dave Murphy guy? Is he still around? Is he like the flight routes like Banjo, Brazil, Japan, whatever that guy? I can't remember.
Well, he talks about other topics, but I think he lives. I forget. Doesn't he live in the UK? Or he did at one time, I thought.
He talks. He's into flight paths a lot, or that he does that's his like. Does he have videos on that specifically?
Well, the video that I saw was a late night talk show. And I just happened to YouTube, when the algorithm was different, it suggested it to me randomly. And so he was talking about a range of topics, and the flight paths, I think, was in the beginning portion of his talk. So, it piqued my interest in what he said, and then I'd have to re-watch the video because it's been forever since I've watched it. But then, so after I watched that video, then the algorithm sent me more, and I think it was soon after that, I found ODD and/or Celebrate Truth at that time. So that's how I entered into the flat Earth realm.
It gave me Math Powerland, who had a YouTube channel before Dubé did.
Oh yeah, Dubé in his parody videos and all that nonsense. I mean, come on, man. That was very interesting. All the Math Powerland stuff.
You know who I appreciate right now, like a current flat earther is kind of underrated, is the Flat Out Truth channel, the Terry Eicher.
Really?
That guy makes really good videos. Yeah, it's like little simple 4 or 5 minute videos, like one a day, and they're just like short, concise, to the point. Guy has his shit together.
Nice.
Yeah, Terry's dope.
I came through Rob Skiba and then found Eric Dubé. So I came through Rob Skiba like thinking I'm a Jew, and then found out that I actually am a descendant of Yehuda. But it's really interesting. I went from Rob Skiba, who was like Torah, and then I found Eric Dubé, who was like Hitler. But I wasn't really there for the Hitler stuff. I was there for the flat Earth stuff.
I was in the I think you were there, Larry, on the 24/7 ODD YouTube chat before Discord.
Yeah, I would come in and say hi from time to time for sure.
There was some wild ass conversation. Oh man. I think that's when Jem used to roam free and terrorize everybody, and now he has his own little spot. But I don't know. So far as I really like the ODD's Flat Earth in 5 minutes. I mean, and then to me that's like a gateway to the 21 questions. Eric Dubay, everybody already knows he's great, but that fucking video is what, 2 hours long? 200 proofs.
See, that's what I looked for, though. There are people out there that specifically, I don't want this 5-minute bullshit. I want the actual meat and potatoes.
Oh yeah.
Show me the math. Show me give me a 7-hour video. I don't want this bullshit in 3 minutes.
Well,
Yo, if it's not
say
5
anything in 3
hours,
minutes, but
I feel you. If
but
it's
I
not
get it.
5
I
hours, it
understand.
don't count.
Yeah, I mean, I get it to plant a seed or whatever, but there are people who are like more discerning for a lot of like, I need to, show me the science, right?
Show me the science. I need the science.
It's like,
Trust the
well,
science.
but yeah, it's like both my parents are teachers. Like this was really hard to like, or it took a long time to undo all the indoctrination. So it's like you need, almost equivalent time to redo something else, or like
Well,
to because it takes years to implant all this stuff. You can't
well,
just undo it all in a 3-minute video.
the crazy thing is, as you probably know this already, but you don't need science to figure out it's just not a globe.
Oh, I get it now. No, 100%.
Yeah.
But like back in the day,
So,
when you're like, no, there's thousands of years of scientific proof on the globe,
right,
and let me just look into it. Let me just prove it wrong. And
right.
because you're trying to go for it at that level of like,
But the thing is,
like,
what they call science or what they think is science is actually not fucking science. That's the crazy thing. Right? So thousands of years of science, well, they don't realize it's theory based on theory. That kind of bullshit. Scientism.
It's philosophy based on postulations.
I mean, mostly what they have is just measuring effects. Like that's, I mean, if you want to call that science, whatever, if you just go around and measure effects, then you don't actually come to the cause of any of the effects. I mean, that's where their shit stops.
Well, yeah, they don't know how to science.
Well, it's not that they don't know how to science; they don't know what science is, because we've all been taught what science is, and then used those proofs to then use that. So a 5-minute video is not going to explain to someone how, if you don't have an independent variable, you're not doing science, and it's not science.
Well, I just think it's good for planting a seed, but for
No, I get it, 100%. But for a different discerning kind of type person, you need to be able to delve into something that deeply, because they need to understand the reason why that proof isn't actually proof is because you're not even doing science, and that's a bigger like video than 5 minutes if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty details as to why.
Well, yeah. So I like 21 Questions by ODD, but I mean, Scientism Exposed, that really changed my perspective. In fact, I had an epiphany, for myself. It was just amazing. I realized that what scientism is.
I really do
What we
think
were just
that's.
talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
I really do think that is the right word. Epiphany, like a sudden realization of God. Right.
Oh,
and when you go through this, you're like, whoa, evolution is bullshit. Big Bang is bullshit. Like all of cosmology isn't science. whoa, right? It kind
Yeah.
of puts you in the center where you belong, right, of creation.
Yeah, and I really started to focus more of my attention on the idea of like, going to church. I was already kind of on the journey of out the door, I think, because it was like church is not a building, and then organized religion, like the overarching concept of that, it's like, ooh, so that just put me in a different space altogether.
Well, church, the building, right, is the very definition of a violation of separation of church and state, right? Because they're 501c3 tax exempt,
Right.
licensed
Hmm.
corporations doing business with the state, right? So when you walk into a church, it's like going into a government building.
Well, I guess so. Hmm. I mean,
Yes, I'm very much sorry.
is it possible that churches can exist but without and just pay taxes? I mean, why
Uh-huh.
is it so difficult to pay
Well,
taxes? I don't think the trade-off is worth it, is what I'm getting
well,
at.
there's another one I can't remember what it's called, but you don't have to be 501c3, right? You could also do the other tax exempt status, and I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, there are good churches out there that are not 501c3. Like the Anabaptist, if you look them up, like they just stick to the book, and they're very Seventh-day Adventist-ish kind of people.
Mm.
Isn't that Amish adjacent? Aren't the Amish
Yes.
derived
Yes.
from Baptist? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the
really?
The Mennonites.
Yeah, you're right. You're on the
Hmm.
right track there.
I love that. I love those guys though, the Amish. I mean, they're just trying their best to stay out of the Matrix, but they use electricity now. I thought they weren't supposed to use electricity with their belief system, but I'm probably misinformed. But they have great grocery stores, for sure.
See, this is what I think the idea of using electricity, if you're using the Matrix's electricity from a grid, and the only way to be able to use it is to be plugged into their grid, that's what they're not against. But if they could get some Tesla or some sort of other, make their own way to harness electricity, I feel like they would totally use it and should be able to.
Well, I
Right?
think don't they make Amish people register their horse and carriages and shit?
I don't know, but do the Amish have like an elder council? Can you schedule a meeting to speak with like the leaders of the Amish communities?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I have
I
some
would
questions,
imagine.
man.
You
How do I get
should.
in?
I swear she asked if the Amish people register their whores and carriages.
I think
Close
there's
enough.
like some country in like Switzerland or Sweden or Norway or some shit where they don't send you to prison, right? Because they send you to live with Amish people. That way you can get your fucking mind right. You're not gonna get your mind right in prison. Prison's like criminal school. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People come out and they're like excellent criminals. Now they got connections for guns and drugs. You live with Amish people, you get your mind right.
Yeah, good old fashioned physical labor.
Yeah, when you're out there plowing the fields with the ox, yeah, it's pretty hard to be messed up. You're going to be tired as fuck.
I'll bet there's not a single even wannabe keyboard warrior amongst those hardworking folks. They ain't got time to be bitches on the internet. You feel me?
They ain't got time
They're,
to be
they're putting
bitches.
up entire barns in one day,
Oh
Yep.
my god.
Oh, yeah, those barns are sick. One day, dude.
No
They're
power
fucking sick
tools.
with it.
Right? They just go get trees and shit with no power tools.
Yeah, exactly. You think you had a hard day at work? Just go watch Amish work for 1 hour.
Rumspringa.
Don't they do it in like a suit and tie and shit too?
Yep. They look great while they do it. Full
I don't know if you
clothes,
guys ever-
full on, long pants, long shirts, tie, suspenders, fucking hats.
I don't know if you guys ever built something construction wise, but I could not imagine doing that in a suit, bro.
Yep. They're badass. Straight up badass.
Yeah, it's a black suit too. They're hot as fuck in that sun.
It's like a 3-piece, bro.
They got a vest and shit. Black socks, black shoes.
They gotta stay flossy, you know.
I mean, they make their lives look better than ours anyway. They might as well dress the part too. Shit. Go ahead.
I heard a story about the Amish. Somebody in the government was trying to fuck with them. So they made a lean circle, right? So the next guy just leaned the person to his left, right? Because first in line, first in time, right? So they couldn't, whoever was trying to take their property, they couldn't take their property because they all leaned each other in a circle.
Yeah, those are the questions I want to ask this elder council of Amish. I want to know if all that land is in a trust, is what I really want to know.
Oh yeah. If you want to talk to these kind of people, it's on the Telegram group that I'm with. Like, these are the kind of people that you're looking for, I think. I've been gone for 6 months over there hanging out with them. Like,
I'm pretty
the
sure
salt
you
of the
could have
earth.
a sit down with the Amish Mafia.
Because you would think that they have a lineage, a track record to the 1700s or whenever it was when they originally got those land patents, and they understand the process, how they did it. That's what I really want to know.
W4 Telegram, bro. Download Telegram. W-4. Go in there and
I mean,
start watching.
we're all looking for answers in here, and I think the model has already been laid out by the Amish. I think we need to all set up small communities around America. So
I think when you got to pay the Amish Mafia protection money, times have gotten really tough.
Their model's neat to live by, and it's a beautiful way to live, and I love it. But I mean, we need to make cell phones and computers and shit like that. So, can you do that if you had just have? Let's say everyone wanted to be like, "Oh, the small community thing's dope. Let's do it." How do we like continue on with like civilization?
Well, civilization doesn't necessarily mean concrete jungles and grid, right?
Yeah, what do you mean? Because because civilization is already here. The only thing that we think we're chasing is the next furthest thing away in space, and we need more tech and more money and more development in civilization to get further and further into this bullshit narrative when we could be but we think there's a helicopter on Mars, but we can't now build the pyramids that are already here.
I mean, I guess we could.
I think we've already had the peak of civilization. We're, you know what I mean? It's not. It's a different. It's a different timeline for civilization.
I mean, we could all go live like Amish people, but then who are we gonna have cell phones after? Like, is anyone gonna make cell phones and keep the internet up and shit?
Just use walkie-talkies.
Has an Amish person ever made a walkie-talkie? Like, I'm. That's what I'm saying. Like, we need to still be able to like make stuff. Don't we still want cars? We want to go horse and buggy everywhere.
Dude, my grandpa didn't graduate like the 2nd grade, and he made like an AM radio from scratch.
well, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying we adopt everything about the Amish culture. I'm talking about the basic fundamentals of how they were able to accomplish it in the first place, which is they're doing it through a religious exemption, is my understanding of it. So who's to say we can't create our own religion and live under the protection of that umbrella?
Exactly.
There's issues if we all started doing that. Now there's issues with that as well.
Yeah, it would be called a cult real quick.
There's issues with everything, so.
Yeah.
But why couldn't making fun of a flat earther be considered hate speech? Can that not be a protected class?
Because it falls under the Disinformation Act.
Yo,
Well, who told you you were a flat earther?
Lunatics? Who told you were a flat earther?
Right. How do you know you're a flat earther? I mean, are you not just a man, right, following his beliefs. Like, why would you want to classify yourself as a flat earther? That's their word.
You know, I'm kidding, obviously. I'm just saying, like, apparently you can just classify any kind of idea as a protected sector of some amount of whatever you want to call people.
Isn't
That can be
flat
considered
Earth
hate speech.
anti-belief? I think flat Earth's anti-belief. Like, we don't assert ourselves on the belief rather than the facts.
Or flat earther is not the right word, but like let's just say anyone who identifies themselves as a geocentrist. I don't know, something other than something that can be considered protected under a blanket statement or umbrella. You know.
How about the term biblicalist? Right, that would give you the protection you need, right? You're basically a Christian. Just a sect of Christianity, right?
Yeah, I guess if you can somehow tie it into religion, the whole thing would be a much easier process, probably, because there's already other exemptions and other protected whatever groups.
And it doesn't have to be religious, right? The First Amendment also protects private membership associations.
Aha. Contracts rule the land, huh?
That's right. Contract is the law. Trust is the highest law.
Did you ever hear that story of Christopher Hauser's house purchase, Larry?
I think he went to prison.
Did he? I still want to further investigate his story for how he bought his house. He said he went to his neighbor, the land was already paid off, and he went to the neighbor and said, I want to purchase this land from you in a certain amount of gold pieces. And then after we agree to the purchase of the house and we fill out the paperwork, then I'm going to use my cash to buy that gold back from you. And then I want you to not pay the taxes so it falls off the tax register. And if the city comes to you to collect the taxes, say, I no longer own that house, this man is the owner of that house. And so I think that's a great way to buy stuff with gold and silver. It's a double purchase. You give him the gold, sign the paperwork, and then you give him the cash to buy your own gold back from him. And all the legal aspects are taken care of.
Yeah, anything you purchase in 21 silver pieces is a constitutional purchase.
But I didn't know he went to jail, though.
Yeah, he was doing a 1099A. So it's an acquisition or abandonment. So basically, he was writing it like a check to purchase things. And the way I understand it is you might get away with it for a couple of years, but then they're going to come get your ass. But I was looking at his habeas corpus because the habeas corpus is really fascinating document. It's basically like you're summoning the injured party, right? So if you find yourself in jail, right, you're in there, but you have the right to go before the judge. So this isn't legal advice, obviously, but if you subpoena the victim, right, and they can't produce a victim, well, that's not good, right? Because you have the right to face your accuser. So if there's no accuser, what am I doing here? So, yeah, I would do your own research and look into it yourself, but it's basically a get out of jail so you can start on your case type document. Not a get out of jail for free thing, but basically, yeah. And that's how I found the W4 group. because I started to suss out like this Christopher Hauser thing. This doesn't make sense, right? But then I started looking at the W4 thing, and it's like, oh, you want me to wear a mask? Like I'm your employee, right? Like a First Amendment auditor. Our policy says you got to wear a mask. Okay, well, if I follow your policy, right, and I'm performing, doesn't that make me your employee? Like a de facto employee? Oh, and you don't want to pay me? Guess I'm gonna have to write it off as a business loss. Let you sort it out with the IRS.
Right, like the American citizen is beholden to the USA corporation, not an American nationalist.
Yeah, but check out the W4 thing if you want to. It's a W4 sandwich by Hollywood. I believe it's on YouTube. But that's the group that I was in for 6 months. And I'm still in there. It's just taking a little break, like
Does
I did from you guys.
yeah, everybody needs a break from the truth too. Truthers deserve vacations too. Does Yusuf L say anything about that W4?
I don't think so, not yet. But yeah, the understanding over there is basically the IRS is our agent. They work for us, and we haven't been claiming our credits. We've been letting all the corporations run away with our credits and our signature, and it's time to claim it back. So
They're basically double dipping, right?
the corporation, yeah,
They're claiming their credits, but they're also claiming our credits, right?
right. So it's a sales tax, not a buy tax, right? But if you don't if you don't claim it, then you pay the taxes for them. It's really deep, and there's way more to it than I can explain. But basically,
Yeah,
they post PDFs of law after law after law over there.
yeah, it's easy to get burned out going down that rabbit hole. I've done it. I've attempted to dig in for like 3 different occasions, and your brain just gets fried after 2 months.
Well, technically, right now I'm on my Christmas vacation, because I just did a semester. Like literally, I just did a semester. But yeah, it's really cool over there because there's stuff. So I've only told you about stuff that's public, like stuff that you can look up on YouTube. Like I haven't talked about like the private stuff that goes on in there, but there's way more to it than what I'm telling you about. But what's going on over there makes the habeas corpus look like just a napkin. Like there's way more powerful stuff going on in there. Like that dude Amish Viking, he comes in there sometimes. Let's see if I can find his YouTube channel. Yeah, right here. It's like a 2-hour video for those of you who, don't mind the dry. Court access, the common law course. This dude right here, like, is my hero. Like, he takes on the traffickers, the legal traffickers, basically. He helps people get their children back when they're stolen by the state. Yeah, when you got a family that's been in, the truther movement, quote unquote, since the 80s, you might want to pay attention. Maybe they know something you don't.
Yeah, they got the hard copies. I've lost 2 or 3 different computers. I was trying to compound a bunch of information, and then it just gets lost. I never backed it up.
Dude, if I see like a computer on the side of the road, I'll just like go pick it up, take the hard drive out, and have backups of backups. Doesn't matter if it's a laptop or whatever. Like, I'll just take the hard drive out, format it. I got like a pristine gaming rig. It was worth $3,000, brand new parts, about 3 years ago. And I just got a wire sitting outside of it, just hanging out from the bottom, where I can just plug in a hard drive.
Yeah, I want to get a computer that never gets plugged into the internet. Just like cold storage information.
Yeah, that's my computer. You have to wire it in. There's no wireless tech on it. I made sure that all my stuff is wired. Yeah, I've never assembled a PC with wireless capability, ever. But yeah, if you have the right to contract unlimited, and someone tells you, for example, a cop tells you, hey, I don't mind if you record, because if they stop you from recording, they could lose their jet ski in their house. But you need to go stand over there. Like, oh, is that an order? Yes, that's an order. Go stand over there. Oh, you just placed an order. So once I perform, what happens next? When you go into any business and you place an order, and you don't have to do it in a building, right? If you have a DBA, doing business as, that's your business name, you can contract with anybody. You're you're a contractor, right? So when someone tells you to, perform, hey, it's an order, go do this, and you fulfill that order and you perform, well, what's the next step? They have to pay, right? Because they gave you an order. So if they don't pay, what's that called? What's it called if you're a contractor and you go install a roof and then they don't pay you? What's that called? Does anybody know? The business loss. So you let the IRS sort them out. That's an interesting concept, right? Because if you have the right to contract unlimited, according to the Constitution, it guarantees your right to contract. So what does that mean? If they don't pay you, they're withholding your pay. But obviously none of this is legal advice. This is all for entertainment purposes only. But if auditors acted like this, they might stop ordering people around, right? And just arrest them if they break the law. Wouldn't that be great if cops didn't order you around? Because imagine me, like I'm just a dude, right? I come up to you and you're on the sidewalk playing with your cell phone, and I'm like, "Hey, you go do this and you go do that." You'd be like, "Bruh, who the fuck are you to tell me what to do?" Right? But if I show up with a costume and a shiny, shiny badge and qualified immunity, I tell you to go do it, or else, right? It's a different story then, right? It's a different story because we don't want to go to court, but who's afraid of the IRS? Corporations. Did you know that police stations have Dun and Bradstreet numbers? Courts have Dun and Bradstreet numbers, and they're for-profit corporations. And guess what? People that think they're above the law, like cops and courts, if they think the law doesn't apply to them, what are they probably doing? And what do they probably don't want? But, you know, I'm not offering financial advice or legal advice or medical advice. Obviously, go contact your lawyer and ask them if bending over and signing the plea deal is right for you. Yeah, so if anybody doesn't know about the DBA, doing business as, I'll do some research into that. The TWIC card, TWIC card, is also good to learn about. And the Hobbs Act. Oh my gosh. The Hobbs Act is scary for them. It is super, super scary.
HOBBS?
Yeah, Hobbs. Yeah, Hobbs Act. You talking about making them shake in their boots. Yeah, a lot of this is pro-spiracy stuff, right? We're not actually saying that the government is all corrupt and do away with it. A lot of the stuff over there is the government was set up for us. You just have to know how to use it correctly. So there's not a lot of conspiracy. Obviously, there's corruption. Obviously, they talk about that, right? But like I said, most of it's, you know, learn the system, how it works, how to use it to get what you want, and know the difference between legal and lawful. That's basically what they're teaching over there. Yeah, all this stuff is public. Like they put out public videos, so I'm not in violation of the stuff over there. I'm sure there's a lot of people that probably wouldn't want me talking about this though, and I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but what percentage of the population is actually going to take the time, effort, and energy to dig all the way into this stuff?
That's right. Slavery is a choice.
1%. Yeah.
Yeah.
1%, 2%, 5%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can be a slave if you want. I'm not telling you have to go look at it, but those who wish to be both ignorant and free are wishing for something that never has been and hoping for something that never can be. So, Thomas Jefferson.
And the percentage of the population that will be able to digest this information goes down every year. These attention spans, what is the average attention span of a 12-year-old or an 18-year-old now?
Yeah, I'm addicted to YouTube Shorts and Coco Fun app, which is kind of like TikTok. So, yeah, I mean, believe me, I've enjoyed my little vacation. I've been off for a couple of weeks from over there. Well, maybe a couple months. Maybe I should get back over there. But yeah, like it's dry. Like it is not entertaining. Well, sometimes hypothetically, if somebody were to record a court hearing shit can get real entertaining. But the testimonies are really good over there, like really good. So other than that, it's pretty fucking dry. Like we're learning about what they did in 1933 and how there is no money and how it's socialism, basically.
Banker's Manifesto.
Yeah, modern money mechanics. You know the deal over there. I'm sure kind of get what's
Yeah,
going on.
that was my first red pill in about 05. 04, 05, somewhere in there was learning about banking, Federal Reserve. And then all the rest of the...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Over there, we just realized that we're the creditors. And if we're the creditors, then basically everything is ours.
Where's this over there that you're talking about?
Who are you?
I'm a slave.
Levelist.
And
John Candy.
Okay. It's W-4 at the Telegram app. So I don't think you have to download the app, but there's an app for your computer and there's an app for your phone. Makes it real easy. So you just go over there, W4, and watch the Jack in the Box video. There's like a 2-hour one and a 12-hour one. If you're really hungry, watch the 12-hour one. But you only need to watch the Jack in the Box. It's a 1 hour or 2-hour video. And you're going to be like, well, shit, I never thought about it like that.
I'm still confused here. Now, I've got a computer. What do I do to get to this place that you're talking about?
Telegram?
Sorry to be so clueless.
No, it's all right, bro.
What do I do here on my computer to get where you're?
You know how there's an app called Discord that you're on right now? There's also an app. There's an app called Telegram that does similar things where you can send and do chats and voice calls and sending videos and pictures, and it's called Telegram. And you can search in a certain Telegram group, and this one is called W-4, is what he's saying.
It's nearly identical to Discord. There's zero learning curve once you download the app for your computer or your phone. But once you get there, there's going to be, you have to basically unbrainwash yourself, just like with the flat earth thing, just like with the globe. Because once you get there, it's really hard to get past the fact that it's all our credits. Like we're the creditors. They're all our credits. And all we're doing is what we're supposed to do, right? So the IRS gives you 3 things that you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make and place orders, right? Just doing business as usual. And you're supposed to keep records. Number 2, you're supposed to keep records of those orders, and you're supposed to report them to the IRS. Like that's what you're supposed to do. You are an agent of the IRS, whether you like it or not. You have a social security number, birth certificate. That's what you're supposed to do. But did you ever think to report your Discover card to the IRS? Is it not doing business as usual to take and place orders, keep records, report it? And this is all in the YouTube video. Like you can search Hollywood W4 sandwich. But don't listen to other people, because other people are going to hijack it, bastardize it, and make money off of it.
Okay, I just opened up a new tab on my computer. What do I type in to get there? Get this app.
Telegram app?
The Lion's Share, is that the YouTube channel, Larry? Does that sound familiar?
I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, that's it, the Lion's Share.
I type in Lion's Share or Telegram app?
No, you need to type in Telegram and then go to the Telegram website and then download the app. Or the app for your phone.
It. Okay, I got that. I got the Telegram web and Telegram app. Should I go to the web or the app?
desktop.telegram.org.
Yeah, if I was you, I would just go in there and listen once you go through the private membership association. And beware, like, there's like a moral thing. If you start learning this stuff and teaching this stuff, they're going to want to kill you because people do not like it when you try to free the slaves. Imagine trying to take someone's slave away. So just beware. Be aware, right? There's like a moral aspect to this.
I don't have a cell phone. I clicked on the clicked on it there and it said log into Telegram by QR code. Open Telegram on your phone. Now I don't have a phone, so what do I do? Oh, wait, go to settings, device, link desktop device. What do I do if I don't have a phone?
You're going to download the desktop version and you're going to install it like an app on your computer, right? You've installed exe stuff on your computer before?
No, I don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about.
Well, just like you downloaded Discord for your computer years ago, right?
My wife did that. I'll have to talk to her. Maybe she knows what to do. But yeah, I really want to learn more about this. And yeah.
Well, brother, all you got
You
to
were
do is
saying,
go to YouTube and type in how to install Telegram on your computer.
Share your
okay.
screen and show them. Share screens and show them if you're on a
I
computer.
can't. I'm doing something right now. I'm on my phone.
Go to YouTube and okay, so I go to YouTube and type in
Yeah.
what?
How to install Telegram.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
On a desktop.
Yeah, that's right. How to install Telegram on a desktop.
I was just watching that Ken Wheeler video, and he was talking how everything is SNR, signal or noise ratio. And he gave a crude example with a black rock, host rock, having gold in it, probably like $200-300 worth of gold. But the rock itself was only worth like, I don't know, maybe $5 or something like that. Because the fact that the gold wasn't, you know, actualized. So what is potential is not actual, meaning that the gold was never extracted from the rock to have that $200-300 value. Kind of a crude way to explain it, but I thought it was pretty good. Talking about point source technology and how all the future inventions, major future inventions, will be of that, primarily point source technology.
Yeah, you're talking about, technology and energy. Like, I can't figure out why we don't have all magnet-powered V-twin generators. So you can look it up, right? But you just get a couple of turkey basters, right? Syringes, hook it up on a piece of wood in the V-twin style, and you put magnets, opposing magnets on the ends, right? So when it goes left, the magnet pushes it right. When it goes right, the magnet pushes it left.
Yeah, that's kind of the way everybody currently is like applying magnets and magnetism is through the direct interaction between the so-called attraction and repulsion of the magnet. But in all actuality, they need to start applying the field around the magnet and utilizing that, because that's where the greatest inventions are going to come from directly. It's not
Yeah,
necessarily within
obviously.
the
Go ahead, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Just saying, it's not necessarily with the push or the pull, rather than the field of the magnet.
Right. So obviously, if you had a bunch of these like in a circle, right, hooked up or in a series, there would be a hell of a lot of oscillating fields, right?
Well, what you would want is like a pyramid-shaped magnet, because that's going to focus the flux in a point source emission. And as Ken put it, it's super shallow, but depending on the size of it, could be increased. And yeah, there's not a lot of. I don't even think you can find a manufacturer. I think China was producing them a while back, but yeah, good luck finding one. Or like a quadrupolar magnet. But yeah, being able to take that point source emission from that particular geometry of that magnet and magnifying or amplifying that to where you got, you know, an increase in gain, so to speak, where you've canceled out most of the noise, signal to noise ratio, and what you're left with is an extreme uh, signal that could be utilized.
Damn, Cuddy really caught Ed with his hand in the cookie jar. That's a lot of screen clips. Well done. Cuddy is the OG Cuddy. You don't even have to note it. You can audio clip it.
No sound right now, or am I just up? Like,
Hey, Dicelo, are you fairly well versed in magnetry?
I mean, not from the conventional perspective, but from the ether's perspective, I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding.
Could you do me a favor? I just posted a little 4-minute video. This video has intrigued me for so long. It's like it's a very simple, crude little mechanism. You can like skip to the end. The very end, they come up with this idea for a, I guess they want to call it a perpetual motion. I don't know if I would call it that. But could you explain to me why this could not work if you scaled it up? If you made a big ass metal wheel with all these magnets on it, like a 20-foot wheel, why would this not work as an actual generator?
The problem with the wheel. Oh, go ahead.
no, it does work.
All right. The problem with the wheel is that there's an equilibrium point that the magnets find. You need to break the circle. So, like, I actually have an idea where the circle gets broken. There's a thing called a V gate track. Right? You can put magnet on top of the track. It's like V's. It's like a whole bunch of V's in a line, and you can push something uphill using these. Right? Another magnet or some shit they use to push it uphill, and that's pretty much what my idea is based on. But the circle never works. I've seen the circle tried so many times, it never works. There's always an equilibrium point.
Even with that switch, like it's doing some kind of like pulse, like automatic pulse shift thing where it clicks. Even with that thing, it wouldn't work.
Oh, if you had something else, yeah, but just a circle of magnets, like any circular magnetic formation, like I've never seen one work because it's just, yeah, if you added some other thing onto it, possibly.
Yeah, check that video out, Jeremy. It's only 4 minutes long. You can just put it on 2x speed. But I just want to know about the last model. Like at the 3-minute mark. I just want to know why that wouldn't work scaled up.
Well,
it would work. It's just people don't really bother with it.
It's a shame.
The only limitation to it is as like depending on how well crafted it was, precision wise, and that after a certain amount of years, the level
the
of
bearings, right?
No, well that too. I suppose the wear and tear, but no, the magnetism will decrease. But depending on how well sourced it is, that won't be a problem for ages. So yeah, it works.
Really
it's just people have been. So go ahead.
What you really want to come up with is a solid state drive. So no moving parts, no input, only an output. Basically, a door stopper, if you will, in the door of the ether, allowing that pure potential to flow.
Right.
And
like
then
what Tesla was working on.
Yeah, and then being
it's
able
not
to.
It's not to say this doesn't work, but yeah, what you're describing is going to be more effective for sure.
Yeah, my 25-foot model would be very expensive. That's a very expensive neodymium cost list, you know.
You know,
I'm pretty sure
neodymium
there's
magnets aren't
mechanic.
as expensive now as they used to be. They've gotten a lot cheaper.
I'm pretty sure there's mechanical ways to get the best out of the rotation, because one of the issues is either turning like piston action into rotation action or vice versa. But there's some mechanical, I don't know what you call them, just devices I saw. It was like back in the days, you go down the YouTube trail. There's some really interesting things, but it's such niche stuff, and it requires imagination. So that's why this stuff doesn't really take off that much. But is it Levelist? Have you seen that one? I think it was a Georgian or some kind of that region of the world. They worked on a device, and they'd had it functioning, like, and they demonstrated it in front of their colleagues. It was like some university thing, and it was effectively a ramped up mega torque version of what you're describing here. And they had like just to demonstrate the output, they had a massive fan on it, and it was just stupidly loud. Have you seen that in your searches?
No.
I'll try and find you the video. It's pretty cool.
In my mind, this would be like underground, in buried in some building, basically, you know.
Yeah, for practicality's sake, but it's just to show you that there's working models of far greater power output than these.
Better efficiency, yeah.
That video that you posted about that little machine with the magnets in the V shape that pushes it, right? What would stop someone? So you move the little magnet piece in place and it starts turning it, right? So if the light switch is literally just to put that little magnet piece in place, which then starts turning something, which then just lights up the room you're in. Because everyone talks about, everyone says that as soon as you put a load on any kind of perpetual motion device, that it stops working because it can't support the load to actually transfer the work or whatever, right? But if it's just something simple like turning an axle enough to create light for a room, that shouldn't be impossible, right?
So you're saying that perpetual machine would need to recharge a battery bank rather than going to an actual DC motor, is what you're saying?
Or it just powers the charge for a single light bulb or a room's worth of light bulbs or LEDs or whatever. It doesn't take that much charge.
Like a localized generator.
Yeah, just do it on a small scale.
I was thinking about it as a supplement to a solar, like an off-grid solar array.
The ideas that it could generate are endless. I'm just saying, in theory, when people talk about it, they're trying to replace the grid, and that's not. The whole point is that you don't need the grid. Every house could have little micro generators that are, why is every roof not made out of solar panels, supplementing the entire grid? Every house should just have, I mean, what? Everyone should be more self-sufficient. You don't need to have wires everywhere if every house can be built in such a way to access free energy for this, and all it has to do is power its own house, its own self. And if every house did that, you wouldn't need a grid.
Right. You know what's funny about that? In the kind of countries where they don't have stable power grids for whatever reason, be it political, climate, environment, whatever, right? Everyone has their own diesel generator or petrol generator. So forget the method or the mechanism particularly involved. The idea of powering your house locally in a cost-effective way, you can do it with a generator, right? So why would you not then be able to do it with an alternate, equally efficient or maybe even more efficient means, like's been discussed in the room now? So the principle is sound and it's there, but for whatever reason, people don't want to think like that. But what you're suggesting is perfect. Sound fuzzy.
Yeah, that's just a lot of people think of the solution as trying to, replace huge power plants and then transport it everywhere. But that thinking is what got us into this problem in the first place. Everything needs to be more
decentralization is the key in many things, right? Society,
name of the
food
game.
production, power production, everything.
Yeah, it's like if there's one thing to do, it's decentralized. It's the whole point of the one world. Make it, divide and conquer, so to speak, right?
Exactly, make it centralized, but that's exactly what they're doing, shutting down rural areas and building everyone up in the centralized zones. So yeah, that's exactly what we've been led into.
It literally takes one Walmart and one Home Depot or one Target and one Lowe's to come into a town and snatch up all the local business. And especially after a worldwide reset, all those local businesses go up, and then all the things that are left are the multinational conglomerate.
That's happening. That's happening at the minute, post-Corona. Can't even say the word Corona now, but I mean post-Corona here in Limerick, all the old shops are closed down, and all you have is these international conglomerates. Absolutely right. Even the clothes shops and stuff. I mean, everyone's buying online, so there's no market. But it's definitely been directed this way. And I guess the question that you're dealing with is what can the individual, in reality, do? You know what I'm saying? And it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, it's hard. You got to realize this. You got to realize what the problem is first. Then, individually, you can make your own steps to know how to fix it. But you have to individually, on your own personal level, understand what the problem is in the first place. And no one's going to tell you how to fix your own specific problems in your own specific part.
Well, exactly. But the problem is that we are here trying to convince the masses. You know what I'm saying? We're flat earthers, so we have this desire for the truth. And we want to, obviously the masses, are using general terms, but you know what I mean? That's a desire within our heart for all of us to wake up, not just to become sort of separate, isolated packages and sort of look from the outside in. You know what I'm saying?
Can anyone here? I think everyone here has been around the block many times on this topic. Can you imagine taking this red pill in this day and age and not back in 2015 or 2016, 2017? Before to come to this, I was just the mere fact that someone's first red pill could be the flat earth topic. That's someone's first red pill down the rabbit hole in this day and age.
Deep end stuff.
That's insane. How does that even, that's amazing. I took me 20 years down rabbit holes to finally come to this one. And some people, that's their first one. That's a world.
That's good in a way. Think about it. You're thrown in the deep end and sink or swim. So
but it also can scare you away
over us. Yeah.
Because
we took the long road, but the long hard slog. Now people of today have TikTok presenting core truths and potential immediately for their accelerated consideration. I say they're capable of it. I say we're capable of it. You know what I'm saying? Especially the youth. But they won't have to take the same elongated path as necessarily I did or you did yourself.
because everyone has their own amount of indoctrination that they've gone through. Some people drop out of high school. Some people, go to graduate school. Some people, both their parents are teachers, and the idea of any of this to even question, certain core truths of how the world and history and all these things, almost every topic we learn in school, turns out,
Well, I have something to say about that. Think of it in a more positive light, in a sense, if you want. When I was growing up, we had video games like Pac-Man, Space Invaders, the basic element.
Yeah.
Now,
Atari 2600.
well, there you go. There you go. Now, think about it nowadays, and the vast sort of selection and range of games, immersive games, which do in their way reveal lots of different, I'm not going to say truths, but are putting sort of lots of different conspiracies. The one I was thinking of most is Assassin's Creed. Never played it or anything like that, but I saw young children playing it. And I was thinking, okay, there's a positive in all of this. You know what I'm saying? So in other words, that it's not like me that I was completely immersed in this reality. I had ultimate respect, not even say that, like respect for the education system, did well in school or tried to do, etc. But yeah, I never had these options. I didn't find out that there was even conspiracy for 9/11 until 2010 when they got back in the internet. Anyway, the point being that all the youngsters, youth of today, in their mind has been presented immersively all of these different sort of differing considerations, from UFOs to religious sort of conspiracies to whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? So it won't be such a massive leap, I should think, to find out that everything is actually a conspiracy, up to and including the Earth not being a spinning ball is given.
It's true. Back in the day when I was looking into Roswell, I've read every single book there was on Roswell at the time, and I had to get to the whole. I mean, so the idea that space was fake didn't really quite sit, and now the idea of a UFO is now mainstream.
Yeah. That's not to say that UFOs don't exist. I think they do. I've seen them myself. What their exact origin is, that's the next mystery, isn't it? Flat Earth, in a sense, is just the beginning, because now we're back into reality. We're exiting the cave of shadows, and we realize that the people in power, whoever we want to label them as, or list them as, or think of them as, they know everything. They know everything from, not that if they know everything, but they know everything that we're coming to know. They knew, for instance, the Earth was stationary flat or surface many, many years ago. They presented us and they built up the fantastical spinning ball Earth model, knowing that, whatever's going on in reality, that's what we have to face now. You know what I'm saying?
100%. I think there's definitely somebody somewhere that actually does know exactly how the pyramids are built.
You can chalk it down. At the very least, we can appreciate that. Let's say Operation Fishbowl. If you want to take it literally, fair enough. But I think there's more clues if we go beyond, and we actually apply it. Let's say it did happen, but now it's applied to flat Earth. I think it was about testing the barrier, right? It was testing the strength of the barrier, and could one or numerous high explosives maybe make some indentation or some difference. And I think they got a positive return. But the point was that, well, this is a new setting now. So what's the reality of this situation? And now we look back at other offerings and say, well, okay, maybe they mightn't have been the literal truth, but there's something attached to the story delivered, which was waiting for us to come out of the fog of globe Earth and see the true reality. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm just saying maybe if we're really going down all the ideas of rabbit holes, you say Operation Fishbowl, you're taking that an awful lot of credit that the Army and whatever other government sources.
Yeah, that it actually was the case. Okay, okay, you sort of broke up there, but
well, or just, I mean, it's just the idea that it could be a disinformation idea. Just
sure, definitely consider that. But I do. That's why I mentioned Operation Fishbowl, because at the very least, the powers that are in play at the minute, the military, top government officials, they're aware of the extents of the Earth. They're aware of the not just earthbound, terrestrially, but above us as well, the enclosure itself. They're aware of the source. I don't know. They're aware of so much more. They've explored everything. So of course, at the very least, they're aware of the bounds and limitations of this Earth itself. That's my point there. Not to mind what's beyond.
They know the game board that they're playing on.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just still coming. I mean, for me, Earth is not flat. It's stupid to say that because we haven't said what Earth is. You know what I'm saying? Can't
Yeah,
say
that's why
something is
I
something
like
unless you say
saying
what that something is.
flatter than what NASA claims Earth.
Yeah, but that's what I say. Okay, I always careful with the words I use. The Earth's surface that we're on. I think the only way to say it is the Earth's surface, or the surface of the Earth, whatever the Earth is that we're on, is stationary, and by secondarily, then by sort of extension of appreciation of water, is flat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but what the Earth is, who knows? Surface of what? Who knows? I myself think it's a tree, a felled tree, but that's okay. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Uh,
no, I do. I know what you mean, but for me, you're getting more too far into the specific nitty detail about how you're precise on the words. You're using
well, I'll
too,
tell you
you're
how I'm
using,
not,
I guess
Brad.
the question, no, no, no,
Yeah, let me.
you're right,
Yeah.
but I'm saying that you're using too many words to articulate your side as opposed to use less words to say that it's not what they claim.
Okay, but we all know that. So we know that. We know that's why we're flat earthers. So we know it. So now it comes to what actually is. And I'll tell you the reason why I say that is because, you see, now when I look up, as opposed to before, all of these skylights are moving because I'm not moving, right? All of these skylights are moving, and seemingly in unison as well. Obviously, with variations throughout the day and throughout the month or the year, especially. But previous mindset, I'm looking at vastness, ever increasing vastness. The further I look or the deeper I look, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm brought to mind that what we're looking at is an aspect of the earth when we look at the sky. Just like the barrier itself is an aspect of the earth. It's created by the earth itself or whatever the earth is. So that's why I mention that more particularly, because the earth, I think, is everything. It's in its entirety. That's the new sense of the earth as opposed to the blue marble picture of the earth, right? So that's all. I know it's getting a little bit beyond, but I thought we were talking about that and what actually is and who knows what actually is as opposed to, well, you know,
Well,
knows what isn't.
yeah, it depends on who you're talking to. It depends on what verbiage you would use. I hear you
I was
though.
talking to
Yeah,
you,
like I'm saying,
Fuzzy. I was
yeah,
talking to you,
no,
bud.
no. The
I'm
first,
joking. I'm joking. I understood
no,
what you were
I know,
saying.
I know.
That's just a
It's
joke.
just
That's a joke.
the most general people. It's
Yeah.
easier to tell them what it isn't,
Yeah, I'm
and
talking
then
to a
plant
fuzzy
the seed.
Ewok. Fuck's sake. What's abnormal about that? Just kidding, man. 24/7 have a speculation Sunday, so the rest of the 6 days they deal with just the mundane, the quotidian, just the usual flat Earth arguments and
Right,
debates,
right.
especially. But I think we're sort of immersed, or here anyway, Geos is there's no sort of delineation. It's like general, depending on the time, any topic can be discussed sort of openly. And I think this is a more
Hundred
yes, it's a
percent.
more
Oh
sort of
yeah.
it's a more generalized venture for flat earthers when we get a chance to talk. And we're not debating to venture beyond well the obvious. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they used to also have a ladies' night on Fridays, or as I used to call it, Fanny Fridays. But I don't know if they do that anymore.
Fantastic Fanny Fridays. I remember those.
Yeah, but they were pretty good actually. Like when they first started out, they were quite popular. But I think the women just, I don't know.
Where are all the ladies gone though, bud? Where are all the
I
ladies
don't know.
at?
They're still around. They just don't turn up on a Friday. It's just like, fuck's sake. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Up to
but
them.
why not? Why not? You can't make it. Well, yeah, Saturday. It doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
Friday
It's
night's
literally the
probably
same way.
Wednesdays or some other night would have been a maybe better night than Fridays.
Well, they're too busy out partying, you know, because
Yeah.
yeah, we
Yeah,
are
that's
all
what
past.
women. That's all women party. We all know that on Fridays.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Different sort of celebration on Fanny Friday. Yes. Okay, we're with you. We've all been there.
It's funny because that's only really a British joke. Because I think in America, fanny means bum, right?
Yeah.
But in the UK, fanny is a vagina.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, if you say it is, I mean, you know, commoner. Vagina is always a vagina to me. Ultimate respect. No slang. Yeah, but it is true. I mean, where are all the women at? I can't think of regular contributors here, even in Geo's channel. Let me try to think now. I know there are women who come in occasionally. I think more over in 24/7, the other server, but gosh.
Blaze the Nazarene was here earlier, and also Jenny was here earlier.
All right, I
Like
haven't heard. See,
Brenda,
I haven't heard them in ages. Yeah, and I know Jenny and Blaze. I haven't heard them in ages though.
Pete, you're talking about Brenda, aren't you? When you're talking about ladies.
Ha! don't get me started now. You get me banned. Brenda's got me blocked, banned so many times, even from here. And I was going through. And one night I was going through my reasoning and my evidence for Will Smith being Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden. And Brenda came in, and I already went through this with Brenda loads and loads of times over in Gem Pandas or whatever. And immediately then started frustrating me, and I called her something, and I got banned.
Oh?
I said you're talking like a cheap 2-bit whore or something like that. That's what I said. Just kept interrupting, kept knocking, and that's what I said. Not my finest hour, but it's not the worst thing I've ever said as well. Brenda is quite mean when she likes to be. You know these characters are all actors as well, right? You know that the very first time you met them, think of any character, the very first time you met them, very first few weeks you got used to their intelligence spiel, they're all very capable, but don't they come in every new day and give the same spiel? Isn't it the same sort of script throughout? Think of any character and think about that. Exactly
Well,
the same script.
I would just be interested to know how many of Gem Panda's lot Brenda could out arm wrestle. Probably most of them.
There was lots of Gem Pandas crew in here today. Druss was sort of under pressure. Druss was under pressure when it got to the real conspiracies about pedophilia, sexual, Jimmy Savile, all that sort of stuff. They were under pressure with the real stories. Their official story, I call them anti-conspiracy official story, officialado is a new term by me, but they're exactly that. But they don't like talking about the real conspiracy, Jeffrey Epstein Island, Jimmy Savile, or something like that, because it sort of incorporates the greater power structure, who they are working for. They're working for in some form or another,
The fact that Gym Pandas, where you can go in there and people are still arguing about 9/11, is a complete waste of your time at this point.
But it's not.
And then move on.
But Fuzzy, it really is not. And I'm a member of Gem Pandas. I might go over here later on. But the thing is, I get to fucking say what I want to say. 9/11. How many places can I talk about 9/11 being a hoax? Not very many places. It's a taboo topic.
You already know that. I mean, because after I've spent time there talking about 9/11, once the fact that they are still not going to get it, I mean, it's like a waste of, do whatever. But the fact that you know that they're not going to concede, and if they don't concede to that, they're never going to concede to, they're not going to concede.
Right.
It's that
now, here's the thing, but Fuzzy, here's the thing, honest to God, and I've said this many times, and I hold this to be true. I'm on my own search here, and by having a back and forth conversation, being challenged at maybe every level by 5 or 6 guys, okay, it's frustrating, infuriating. I still get to say what I have to say. Our challenge here as flat earthers is to intellectually dispose of all these ball earthers, but we also have to have the quest ourselves, as to what is really going on, what is actually happening in life here or in our experience. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think the great quest. That's what I think the value is. You could possibly be. Here, let me just finish by saying this. You yourself, then, as you're on this greater quest, you'll never know where you're going to get your next clue because of this emergent sort of interaction between people are deliberate agents put in place. You know what I'm saying? The best of the offering of the opposing.
100%. Like I actually don't think I could come to the idea that the whole idea of the flat Earth. I knew individually all of these different proofs didn't work out, but I couldn't necessarily think of the why would they lie. I couldn't think of the bigger web until I started putting all the pieces together of all the other different web or rabbit holes of conspiracies over 20 years. So yeah, and then I
going to say, Fuzzy, and then by being in Gem Pandas, and go back again, please go back again, and we'll have a chat over there. Not now, right? I'm not taking away attention from here. Well, but we'll have a chat over there. But here's the point, though, that if you think about your journey, it's only via the opposition that you've come to sort of, I'm going to say fruition, you know what I'm saying? But in a sense that you are where
Oh,
you're at now
100%.
and you have some solid
100%.
ground, right? Very
But
good.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, if you, going back to argue the 9/11 with anybody at this point means they haven't done enough of their research. And
Yeah.
I've, at this point, forgotten more about that topic than they've even thought about.
What's your bottom line on 9/11, Ewok? Well, they're all official story. Ask any of the Ball Earthers, anti-conspiracy, Boulderborg crew about 9/11. Most of them official story. They don't want to talk about it, but one or two of them will just dip their toes in conspiracy. Oh, there might be something to it here, but when they get asked to elaborate, they won't do it. So obviously they're holding back. But do you want to express your bottom line on it? I mean, if you want, if it's not controversial for you.
No, I mean, what's there to, what aspect
Hoax?
or part of
Was
it
it
do
a
you want to
hoax?
talk about? Oh,
Was it a
no,
hoax? No one died?
obviously 16 guys with box cutters led by Will Smith, because
hey, Will Smith, in the form of what do you call him, Barack Obama, only went and ordered the death of the main chief antagonist
so,
from
but,
9/11,
and
Osama bin
then
Laden.
the Navy SEALs that got
Yeah, blown up in
when
helicopter.
did Osama bin, it used to be UBL, Usama bin Laden, and then at one point it changed to Osama bin Laden.
Are you talking
But
about Tim Osman? Oh, stop it.
Is a funnier. Do you know the story of SEAL Team 6, SEAL Team 6? Do you know
Yeah,
the actual story?
and then that they died in a helicopter crash afterwards.
Yeah,
Sure
that's
thing, bro.
hilarious. But the actual story is funnier still. There's I don't even want to tell you because I'll get banned. It's so lewd.
Oh,
it's so
come on.
overtly
Well,
sexual.
no,
Je suis, come on.
I'm a mod, so I won't ban you.
You've got mod blessings. Go ahead, Je suis Dodo.
Okay. So, SEAL Team 6, an elite crew, went into the Obama compound and they found him watching pornography on the television. And just by surprise, the guy who killed Obama is named O'Neill. And O'Neill is credited as being the killer of the greatest terrorist ever known by shooting him in the face. So we have SEAL Team 6, Gunner O'Neill, Osama bin Laden watching porn, shot in the face. It's all sexual innuendo. And then you have the missing SEAL Team 6, no witnesses, as they die in a helicopter crew, and George Bush taking mission accomplished down from oh, that's a different matter.
But he's still his cousin, right? They're still cousins.
What is the O'Neill sexual connotation? I don't understand.
Well, a blowjob, bud.
O'Neill is a blowjob?
No. He's a swept. From a blowjob situation, a man and a woman.
Michelle and Mikey.
Yeah, you see, I told you I'd get banned.
No.
Kneeling
knows
down.
about Mike and Michelle.
Yeah, kneeling down, and he shot Osama in the face while Osama was watching pornography. SEAL Team 6. All vanished in a mysterious helicopter crash. All sexual innuendo all the way through. The more you look into it now, if you considered it, the more you'll see it. And actually, can I say this? I brought this up with a SEAL Team 2 member who was Cliff. Anyone remember Cliff Schrodinger's cat? He has pictures. He showed pictures. He's a SEAL Team 2 member. So yeah, he didn't get to go on the mission.
I threw up our boy Silverstein. If you guys know anything about Larry Silverstein, that was the owner of
Double indemnity, yeah. Silverstone.
The Twin Towers. Now, what's interesting about Mr. Silverstein is the additional insurance policy that he took out on the buildings weeks before those imaged planes crashed into them. Yeah, that's right.
I always thought it wasn't Silverstein the hero that said to pull all the firemen out of the building before any lives were more lost. Wasn't he the hero?
He did that too.
Yeah.
He did a lot of stuff. He was quite the hero, right? He didn't show up to the office that day conveniently. Yeah. He also conveniently made the phone call before anything was really amiss. And again, weeks before, he had taken out additional insurance, an additional insurance policy on the buildings. Oh yeah, and a footnote to all that is the stairwells were closed for quote maintenance.
I think he deserves a statue.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking outside of like the United Arena, like in
You know who else was?
Chicago.
Do you know who else was supposed to be at 9/11 at the Twin
He
Towers?
was able
Michael
to get
Jackson.
2 policies.
Yeah, he apparently got paid out. Got paid out double. Exactly. Good point on that. I totally forgot about the double dip.
Well, one second. Do you know that Michael Jackson was supposed to be at the Twin Towers when they came down? He was playing a concert in New York the three previous days, but he somehow, this is the story. Remember, I should tell you my point of view. It's 9/11 was a hoax, a symbolic hoax. No one died, no one cried. But yes, it was the greatest blockbuster of our time. So that's just my bottom line. Michael Jackson, according to the script, was supposed to be there. So all this stuff about Silverstein, double indemnity, that's all scripted, right? So we're sort of making our way out of the official story, but we don't want to rest in the official conspiracy story because we know it's all scripted. But Michael Jackson was supposed to be there. You talk about double indemnity. Oh, Michael Jackson was said to have faked his death and came back as the 5 alive Dodo. Dodo is double. Do in Irish is 2. But that's a different matter. That's another connection to 9/11. And it's a deliberate written into the script aspect or feature. And I'll just say this as well in case you think that I don't have many more, to bring up. There's only one image of the first plane hitting, and it was taken by two French brothers, the Naudet brothers, as they were following a fire crew around. I'm sure people know about this, but maybe you didn't know about where they filmed it from was Duane Street, Duane space St dot, right? Duane Street. But Duane Street is an exact anagram of Naudet, Naudets. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Isn't that hilarious? The only ones to capture the first plane crash on camera.
You asked me where do I stand on 9/11? After this much time looking into it, I'm almost certain that the reason the buildings were built in the first place was to be taken down in this whole orchestrated thing.
But guys, I didn't realize, and check this out, September 11 attacks, after a protracted dispute with insurers over the amount of coverage for rebuilding World Trade Center buildings 1, 2, 4, and 5, a series of court decisions determined that a maximum of $4.55 billion was payable, and settlements were reached with the insurers in 2007. That is crazy. $4.55 billion, guys. That's insanity.
That's amazing.
Off of a purchase of the first couple of months of payments of the building for a couple $100 million or whatever it was.
Well said. And that's right. Nobody would buy it. And apparently Silverstein got suckered into the purchase, apparently.
Now answer me this, please. So remember, deeper layers in all of this. Yeah, deeper layers in all of this. This is conspiracy candy, right? So this is to drag the conspiracy man in, like the dancing Israelis. What do you get when you multiply 4 times 55? So 4.55. Just obviously an easy answer. What do you get when you multiply 4 times 55?
220.
Right. How many floors did each Twin Tower have?
5.
110.
I don't know, dude.
Right, so 110 for each tower. 110 plus 110 each divided tower. 220.
220.
I think it's all fucking meta scripted. Every single aspect of it is written previously, and all the facts and inverted commas is given out to us. So, we've got to make our way through the different layers. That's genuine.
Look at that E-team. Was it the E-team or B-team or whatever it was? Where they
Gelatin B, yeah.
TB, yeah. They put it up like in the almost exact same spots where a plane-shaped hole was. Days later.
Found an interesting article. It's called 10 Years After 9/11, Property Insurance Lesson Learned. Posted up in the chat. It's a PDF document, so it means it's searchable. And it's good quality too, so Might be worth
Yeah,
researching.
if anybody out there listening has yet to look into 9/11, I posted it, about 5 minutes ago. I highly recommend Ryan Dawson. I don't agree with every single one of his takes, but in my opinion, he's put the most effort into figuring out what happened as far as taking out FOIA, Freedom of Information Acts, with his own dime. These were all recorded. These were all recorded in the last month and a half on Fresh and Fit. There's 3 parts. I recommend checking them out. It's high quality stuff.
Have you heard of Clues Forum, September Clues? You must have, right?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Actually, right quick,
before
we move
that
on.
is the foremost site you need to go to, because in essence it solved 9/11. I don't say that lightly as well as a continuing sort of research forum. I don't say that lightly, but yes, absolutely. In terms of fakery, in terms of ultimate fakery, in terms of cooperation, remember every government on earth is in on this. The only way you can put it, everyone is in it, because what are we, maverick investigators that all of the greater secret service agents of all the countries in the world couldn't figure it out? A Dutch politician came along on national television, international airwaves, and said that 9/11 wasn't real.
Yeah,
it's known.
No,
You know what I mean? It's known.
Do you at this you can't talk about 9/11 at this point without talking about Judy Wood. You know Judy Wood?
Yeah, of course I do, and I have lots to say that no one else has said about Judy Wood. Go ahead. I made a song about Judy Wood, "Stuck on Judy Wood," to the tune of Lionel Richie, "Stuck on You." Very good, very good. I do know about Judy Wood, of course.
I have her book for sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously something else happened that day. You don't get, I mean, you can't have 220 stories worth of buildings come down, basically straight down, and have that rubble not fill the lobby or crush the ambulance at ground level. It didn't even cover the ambulance. You
Guys,
can't, that's not possible.
But
I tell you,
the thing that I like thinking about is
20
the idea
stories.
that these stairwells were closed, like I said, for weeks leading up to this thing happening. And then we have the observation of a controlled demolition occurring. Now, controlled demolition, they use explosives that literally are just little explosives with shrapnel that goes outwards and attacks the building structure. So they strap all of these little explosives to the building's direct structure so that when each of these things implode, the building structure just literally turns to powder and it just falls down controlled in a controlled fashion. This is why they do this on the exterior.
Okay, yeah, I know, but not to steel columns.
Oh no, I'm not. By no stretch of the imagination am I attacking what you're saying. I'm just putting in the stonewall to that and saying that the stairwells were closed, right? And we're witnessing a controlled demolition. It's kind of like, well, that's why you closed the stairwell so that you could take the building down in a controlled format.
Well, wait, Lo, what about no floors on 9/11? Have you heard that?
I haven't
no
got. There's a lot of vacancy stories to it, and I mean it's a lot.
Let me say something about how I think they did it in reality, and it sort of ties in lots of things. But just fundamentally, I think so. No floors in 9/11. They dug a massive hole beneath the towers, the 2 towers. Dmitry Kalizov sort of deals with this when he tells you they planted a thermonuclear bomb a certain distance below, and its sort of range then just disintegrated the towers to a certain part. But he's also an actor. I take it as a clue given for us. So I think they dug massive holes and they blew the basements and took the 2 empty towers for the most part because there was no floors down in a controlled fashion because the towers were built to be taken down. Controlled fashion for later dismantling and sending off to China or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the perfect way of doing it. Elevator style, just taking it down at free fall speed.
Here's the problem with 9/11 is that I think it's basically a combination of almost all of the different things that are put out there. And no one thing is going to lead to all of them being connected per se. The whole point is that it's not what they claim it to be. And it demonstrates a level of control and power and energy that is way beyond anything that they've even claimed. So now it's like it was the whole operation was a smoking gun as to how much level of control these people really have over the entire world.
I disagree, bud. I disagree fundamentally, actually. Fundamentally, I disagree.
How so? What do you mean?
Well, you're sort of taking power away from yourself. Then, you know what I'm saying? We're in
No,
this
no, no. As
dire
far as
situation.
they
Yeah.
control the notion, they control the narrative of the world, not the actual like what people. I mean, and in controlling their narrative, they do control certain people's actions. Not to say that you're incapable of controlling beyond that, but I'm saying they control the narrative. That they control the media, the
Absolutely.
word that's out there.
Control the narrative of everything,
Yeah.
though. This is a different realm
Well,
that
that's what
we're
I'm
in.
saying. That
Yeah.
literally nothing should be trusted at this point because that kind of taps into everything.
Yeah, but the problem with that is like if you throw away the spinning ball earth and just rest on flat. I've said it many times. It's a sort of a joke, but we come away. We think in pictures, right? So we have the spinning ball earth in the blue marble form and its cross section and all the different details described. People like Nathan Oakley, if you were to ask him to replace the blue marble for the child, they'll draw a line on a page. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but what's that? What's that? That's nothing. That's nothing. But what I'm saying to you is, okay, fair enough. There is a power in play. Is a story been told? I guess we got to figure out what our part is in all of this. And in one sense, I felt that you were sort of saying that we're actually be helpless. You know, we can't do anything. We're just
No, no, no.
under cash of these powers who have ultimate control over the narrative and the actuality as well. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they can spin the narrative however they want. They can stifle progress in certain areas. They can. It's becoming harder to do. I think. I hope. But they do, especially at that point in the year 2000. They had so much control over every single thing you hear, see, read, absorb, eat.
Now,
Right?
now,
It's
Fuzzy,
like
have you heard the idea that Stanley Kubrick faked his death and directed 9/11? Have you heard the idea that the movie that we yeah, we were.
no.
1 second. Let
Wow.
me just say this for
That's
the audience.
sick.
The idea is
That's
that
I
he
have
faked his
not.
death.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, never heard that.
No, I mean I know I've heard that he faked his death, or that like after watching Eyes Wide Shut or any kind of a documentary about how he did the moon landing and then made The Shining as a thing, and then
Right.
exposed them all with Eyes Wide Shut, and then but now that's a whole nother thing where he faked it or they faked it so that he could orchestrate that whole thing because he did the
Yeah,
moon landing
I
and
love it.
yeah.
therefore
All of the
That's
wow.
some
directors
cool
were in
ass
it.
shit. Tell the
That's
All
story,
of the
amazing.
brother.
directors were in it, but all of them were in it. So Stanley Kubrick faking his death. Yes, 9/11 was fundamentally a movie. So from the moment, remember on your screens, right? So all international screens were taken over just after the first plane hit, and they knew it wasn't a terrorist attack. And then just before the second plane hit, and the movie screens were taken over, and for 102 minutes, from then until the second building, which was hit first, fell. Yeah, that was. So this is the idea that was a takeover of the airwaves. It was a presentation of a movie already developed, already made. Whatever happened in reality, maybe to get it best coincide with what we see on the television screen as best it could. But fundamentally a magic trick. But ultimately, Stanley Kubrick and all of the other directors, top directors, being part and parcel of this greater epic blockbusting production, the greatest movie of our times. Have you never heard that?
Crazy.
I go further and tell you about the greatest. Every great movie has a great soundtrack. That's Kid A. That's Kid A from Radiohead. Radiohead have a very special connection with 9/11. Just type in Radiohead and 9/11 into your Google search and see the very peculiar story. Song number 10 from Kid A, closing parting song, and okay, I'm not going to go into this as well, but just briefly, it's called Motion Picture Soundtrack. Motion Picture Soundtrack, final song. And you know it's sung by Tom York, who is the dodo. Remember I said Michael Jackson was supposed to be at 9/11 or the Twin Towers, but he got drunk the night before and he didn't make it. Well, he supposedly faked his death and came back as the Five Alive dodo. So, two dodos connections to 9/11. Very interesting. Do in Irish is two. Two and two, dodo. 2-2. That's actually 22 years now since 9/11 this year, so I think it'd be an interesting year. And I would just encourage everyone to see beyond the literal. Don't get stuck on Judy Wood. Will I sing my song, Judy Wood? I will. I nearly do it because you now here. I'll just give you a taste of it. Stuck on, sang it at the key. Stuck on Judy Wood. Got a feeling down deep in my basement, all is not as it should be. I'm on my way. Thanks to some beams from space. So I sort of continue it on that because I think Judy Wood is a deception. It does apply to reality, but it is a deception, a literal deception. It's part of the greater script. Anyone wants me to sing that song? It's a great song.
All right, do we have a topic or what here? Because this isn't. What do we got, guys? Anything?
Well, talking about
Is everyone
9/11,
clear about the? What's up,
Jeremy, what's your bottom line on 9/11, bud? You saying you mentioned it the other evening, but I never got to hear your bottom line. Do you think everything I have to say is absolute nuts, batshit crazy?
Oh, I think it happened exactly the way they said with the, with the guys and the planes and all that. Down to the T's and I's.
Laptop in the cave.
Jeremy's lying. My
All
bullshit
that.
detector's way up right now.
Germany.
Why would they lie?
Germany, the ultimate.
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah, but you see, we're not smart arses, or we're not clever clogs for figuring out that there was conspiracy. Loose fucking change made it into the mainstream and the zeitgeist back then. You know what I'm saying? Many different layers. You
Pete,
have to
you're
do
out
that
of pocket like loose change. Okay,
Yeah.
just relax.
You're out of
Dollars and
pocket like
cents.
loose
Go ahead,
change.
Jeremy.
What? That was slick. Well done.
Just relax, Pete. Don't say
I
anything
know
for
that.
10 seconds.
I know that. I'm getting too specific, and people can't sort of. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was Jeremy's 8 Mile moment right there.
I got that from a rap song or something. I don't know.
Jeremy's
I got that.
spitting bars.
Bars.
Bars for days.
No, I mean 9/11 is interesting. We can go on about that all day, but let other people do though.
Jeremy, time might be short. Every one of us as honest contributors have to be sharing our truth at every particular moment. That's what I think. That's what I actually think. Genuinely, tell us what you know from your heart, and then let's maybe try pieces together individually or collectively. Who knows? That's what I think. Jeremy, let me ask you something because I know you've been able to jump in. But have you ever heard any of the ball earthers who maybe really expand upon their investigations into 9/11 or 9/11 conspiracy? I've never beyond the basics, sort of one or two of them might go into suspecting some foul play, more so that it was sort of it was negligence. You know what I'm saying? They didn't act fast enough. They never delve to any degree deeper. Is your experience different? Okay, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Is everyone familiar with the heliocentric model and the movement of the sun? The Earth around the sun. Okay, hold on. Let's start here. How long does everyone think it takes for the Earth and the heliocentric model to rotate one time?
23 hours and 50, whatever, 9 minutes, I think.
56.
Okay.
That's right. It's not 24 hours. You know why it's not 24 hours? If it was 24 hours. What's up?
No, I said no. Why?
Because if it was 24 hours, day and night would flip from one side of the orbit to the other.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
If it was actually 24 hours, when the Earth is on one side of the orbit, one side of the Earth would be facing the sun. Then, by the time you got to the other side of the orbit, high noon would be happening at midnight. Because of that the 4 minutes is what makes that not happen. If it was actually, the 4 minutes is what. If you just stop the orbit and Earth was just rotating in place, that would also happen. Day and night would flip. It would take like 6 months for noon to become midnight. If you stayed on a 24-hour clock. If you this is on the separate, presuming that you keep the 24-hour clock.
Do you mean basically that if it was 24 hours, there would be discrepancies along the yearly orbit? Like somewhere along the yearly orbit, there would be a discrepancy if it was 24 hours. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as is in the heliocentric model, if Earth rotated 24 hours, you would add 4 minutes every day.
But isn't that why we have leap years?
You'd either lose it or...
Sorry, I was going to say that's not why we have leap years. The reason why we have leap years is because the year is a quarter of a day extra. But sorry, go on, Jeremy. What were you saying?
Yeah, this 4 minutes ain't a leap year thing. That doesn't help.
No, I know. Wait, let me see. Let's do the math. Let's see how many minutes that adds up to in a year then. So 365 times 4, 1,460 divided by 60. So that's 24 hours and 33 minutes, 0.33. So that's basically one extra day a year.
Yeah, but the leap year doesn't help the flipping thing from happening. What stops the flipping thing from happening is the fact that it's only 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Oh, yeah. No, the leap year thing is because the year isn't actually 365 days, but it's 365 days, 0.25 days. But I didn't actually know this. I've never actually thought about what you just said.
Because I made this argument like 4 years ago. Like, if the heliocentric model's fucked up, because if the day's 24 hours, by the time you're on one side of the orbit to the completely opposite side of the orbit, day and night would flip, because that's what would happen if it was actually rotating every 24 hours. But the model doesn't have it rotating every 24 hours. It's 4 minutes shy, which throughout the course of the orbit and the rotation keep the Earth, it keeps noon at noon.
I get what you're saying, but I don't understand why that would be the case.
Because maybe if you stop, okay, think about right now. If you were to just stop the orbit and just rotate,
yeah,
you'd lose 4 minutes a day. If you kept the 24-hour clock, you lose 4 minutes a day. Well, like 3 minutes and some change. It's only 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you keep the 24-hour clock and you lose 4 minutes every day or whatever, however it works, then eventually, throughout the course of 6 months times 4 minutes, that's a lot of days. It's 180 times 4. It's a lot of minutes. It's like half a day.
Yeah.
So that would make noon flip to midnight. The sun would be at the highest point in the sky, and it'd be like around midnight. Once you got to the opposite side, or no, once you just
No, so go on.
Sorry,
Sorry.
we weren't counting the orbit there. Just 6 months later, you would just be facing the opposite side at the opposite time. The orbit is what saves that from happening. And the fact that it's 23 hours and 56 minutes, also, like, you need that, and you need the 23 hours and 56 minutes plus the orbit to keep noon at noon, basically.
But isn't that why the clocks adjust themselves? Don't we adjust our
No.
clocks for? No.
No, that doesn't help. All we do is move them forward and back an hour. That doesn't do anything. You're just moving them forward and moving them back.
It's literally a dog and pony show.
Yeah, daylight savings time's fucking stupid at this point. I mean, I don't know.
Wouldn't we notice the discrepancy though? If it is the way you're saying, Jeremy, then what would happen is that eventually one day I'd be looking up in the sky and on my clock it would be like 1 p.m., 1 in the afternoon, but it's like completely dark outside.
No, there's no discrepancy. There's no discrepancy because of the 23 hours and 56 minutes you guys got.
Yeah, let's say it was 24. Let's say it was 24.
There would be a discrepancy.
Yeah, like I'm saying, eventually it would be that I would be looking up in the sky and it'd be 1 p.m., but it'd be like completely dark because the clocks would be so much off. I mean, given enough time.
Dude, it would only take 6 months. You would know after 6 months.
But how much would it be off after 6 months?
12 hours. You would do 4 minutes a day times 180 days.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Like
I did
half
that. Yeah.
a day right there.
Yeah, it's 12.15 hours.
Yeah, it's about a half a day. So you'd be all fucked up like 6 months. I mean, you'd feel it after 3 months. 3 months, you'd be like, yo, what's going on?
No, I've never actually thought about this. I'm gonna have a look into it. Like I've never actually thought about, because there's one thing I do know that I've been saying for a while, and that's that we don't actually know what time and year it is. We're way off because our calendars, we've changed them so many times that we don't actually know like what day and time is. Because sometimes, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I'll be looking up in the sky sometimes and it'll be like the first of the month or whatever, and the moon will be in a completely different phase than what it should be technically. So, like, I feel like, we don't actually know what time and
what
stuff is. Like, the calendar that we're using isn't very accurate. But I've never actually thought about the clock.
Yeah, the 24-hour thing, like they'll tell you Google how long is a day. You might get 24 hours. That's according to the sun, though. There's an extra movement in that. That whole according to the sun is 24 hours. The orbit is included in it. We rotate and orbit in the heliocentric model. It's a rotation and the orbit according to the sun is 24 hours.
You know what I want to know is that we all know that Julius Caesar made up the month of July because he felt like it, right? And that's how we also got August, because of August, the other emperor. Yet, are we still supposed to think that somehow any dating method that we still use involving those 2 months are still going to be accurate or scientifically accurate in any way, shape, or form? When emperors can just make shit up and we just stick with it today? Now, why does NASA recognize Julius Caesar's idea of a month? Or do they use a better calculator or a better calendar?
Hey Noah, do you remember when you smashed Doofus in a debate?
Yo, if anyone's got like an old cell phone they don't really use anymore, wants to put it to good use, hit me up. But how's it going? What's new, guys?
Good morning.
What's up, Gadrick?
What's up, Jeremy? What'd you do for the 4th?
We didn't do nothing.
You didn't have any fireworks?
No, I didn't. I don't buy fireworks.
You didn't have any?
I get sparklers. I get sparklers for the kids.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they just do sparklers. Sometimes I buy little bottle rockets or some shit. Nothing crazy though. I don't go drop like $5,000 on a fucking fireworks thing that's gonna.
You don't get the big ones that blow up the whole block?
Yeah.
I had some big fat steak chilled at home myself.
No doubt. You do options, right? You trade options?
Yeah, that's going good. Stocks and options, yeah.
All right, let me ask you real quick. When you trade an option, can you set a take profit and stop loss on it?
So there's an order called a limit there's a limit order, right? So you put a specific price in it. So you can do that for a stock or for an option. So like if you have a option or a stock, and they say it goes, so in this case it goes down, you want to protect yourself. It'll sell when it hits your order.
So you can put a stop loss on it.
It's called.
Well, once you buy a call. Go ahead.
I just say it's called a stop order. Go ahead.
Well, I want to buy a call. I want to buy a covered call. I want to buy one, right? Can I buy once let's say I have to pay $50 to buy it. That $50.
You don't buy a cover call. You sell a cover call. So let's back up for that. If you want to buy an option, you want to buy a call that controls 100 shares of stock. One call, right? That's a call option, not a cover call. Different thing. Okay, so which one are you trying to do?
What do you call the guy who buys the covered call? Like, say I sell a covered call, what do you call the purchase of that?
He's just buying the call option. He's buying it for me because I'm selling. I have the shares. I create the call. I create the option when I sell it. When I rent my shares, I create the call option. He just buys an option, which is a call option.
So okay, when you buy an option, you can set a stop loss on it.
Yes.
Can you set a take profit?
Yes, but it doesn't go by profit. You have to figure that part out. You just set the price that you want to sell it at.
And you can put that in so it'll automatically trigger when it happens.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. However,
Okay.
it's not going to go to the price you want. It's only it's like a fail safe, I guess. What you want to do?
Yeah, no doubt. I just had a couple questions. That's all. I think that's good.
Yeah,
I don't think that.
Do you have a broker?
Yeah, I got a bunch of brokers. Yeah.
Yeah, you just put a it's called a stop a sell limit, and it'll like, let's say you buy the option for $3, which is $300, right? One option, one call. Let's say you get the call. Let's say it's I don't know, some like Coca-Cola, something easy to trade, right? So KO, right? So spend $300. You have the option now, and now say you don't want it to go below half. Like my stop is at half, right? So 1.5. So if it hits 1.5, it just sells. So you just put 1.5, and then it'll keep it, but if it goes below that, you'll sell. So you should get half back. But if it goes up to say 354, 450, you can sell that manually. You can only put
Yeah,
one
no doubt.
order at a time. You can't have two orders. So you got to do a protection stop loss, or you want to put an order to sell at a profit. You can't have both going at the same time.
No doubt. Yeah, options. All right. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that.
You can buy an option for Coke at $3. You can put an order to sell it at $4.50. Now you get $150 profit if it hits.
How much do I pay for that?
Go ahead.
How much? So, say I want to do that. How much would that cost me to do?
Well, if you buy the option for $300, it just costs you $300. When you put an order to sell, it doesn't cost you nothing. It might cost you $1 for the commission, but it just has to do with when you want to sell it. So once you already buy the option, say for $300, options it says 3 points, that's $300. If it says 1 point, that's $100 per contract. So
Yeah,
you can
for
buy
100 shares.
Yeah, well, one contract signifies 100 shares. So you technically, like options are how you control stock for less money, but more risk reward. So if you have a stock, let's say $60 for Coca-Cola, the option might be $3. So that's $300 you got to spend. $300. One contract, two contracts would be $600. You say you buy it for $3, you want to sell $450, you put an order for $450 or $460 or $420, you'll get like that profit if it hits. But if it doesn't hit, then you just have the option. I usually go 3 months out. Don't buy an option for next week. I always go like 2 or 3 months out because you want a time to trade.
So this wouldn't be options. Wouldn't be something to do if you wanted to just get in and out real quick in like one day.
Bro, I mean, I don't do that kind of day trading, but yeah, I mean, people do that. But the problem is, if it just hit that one day, you lose your whole position, right? That's why. Like if you buy an option for 3 months, let's say it's in July, so you go August, September, October. So you buy an option in October call, right? The value is you have 90 days to trade it. Like you have time for this shit to go up. If you want to do shit like for Friday, like Friday would be the closest option to buy for Friday, next Friday. But the thing is if it doesn't hit, you lose your whole position. So I just don't do that kind of trading.
Like, what if I thought something was going to go up 20% in one day? Option would not be a good way to do it.
I mean, if people do that, you can do that, but if you have to be right, bro. If you're not right, you lose that option that whatever for in one day. If it's only a day, or let's say for Friday, you can't buy option for one day. You got to buy it for Friday or next Friday. If you're wrong about that option, it goes to zero. It expires worthless. So,
yeah, no doubt.
So if you're playing that kind of game, I mean, you better be right. That's like I say. And the thing is, when you go long term, 2 months, 3 months, on an option, you can just like go with the flow of the stock. The stock's kind of moving up gradually. In 3 months, it'll probably be higher, right? And like Apple, for example, is going up right now. Buy an Apple call for 3 months, it'll probably make you some profit, right? But if you try to do next Friday, I mean, that shit could go down, and then you have zero.
Yeah, but let's say I thought a stock was going to go up 20% in one day. What would be the most profitable way to do it? Would it be options or just buying it outright?
It'll be options. So let's say, give me a stock.
I don't know. Do KO. Do Coke.
Well, for whatever reason, let's say Coke's going to have a little bump in it, right? So let's say it goes from 60. Let's say a 63 or 64 is a good move, like 3 or 4 points, right? Which is a great move for Coke. Usually it's just 1 or 2 point move, but let's say the stock is going to move up. You can buy an option for like $1, right? Let's say you can buy let's say the stock is at 60, you can buy the 63 call for like $1, right? So if the option stock moves up like let's say 3 or 4 points, that option is going to move up like 2 or 3 points, so you can get like triple your money. Like a good goal is to like double or triple your money in options, right? So if you buy it for $1 and the stock hits, the option might move up twice or 3 times. It might move up to $3, even maybe $4. Now,
hey, how much? Let's say I was going to buy an option on Coke to go up. How much would that cost me? Just one, like how much would that cost me?
Well, you asked it before. I told you, but you weren't listening. A call option is going to cost somewhere between $1, let's say $1 to $3, right?
Per share or for the whole thing?
which means $100 to $300 because when you buy a call, it's for 100 shares. You have to multiply it by 100. So when I say 1, 2, or 3, that's $100 to $300. Okay, I'm gonna send you a picture of the option chain. Basically, all you have to do, go to your broker, hit stocks, and hit the option, and you're gonna select the option chain. It tells you how much all the options cost. I'm gonna show you an option chain for
No
Coca-Cola.
doubt. But in your opinion, though, options. If I thought a stock was going to go up 20% in one day, options would be the buy. Was it close, or is it like not even close? That would be way more profitable.
Options are more profitable, but there's a lot more risk. With the stock, look, if the stock dips, you still have the shares price. No worries. It might dip by a few points, but with an option, it
So
goes to
options,
zero.
but
It goes to
options would be
zero.
the most. Options would be the most profitable way, though. All right.
Most profitable and the most risky. Yes. Don't forget the
It's
risk.
the,
But yes,
it's the riskiest.
I'm gonna show you Coke, which is the price is $59.76. I'm gonna show you the option. You click on options, your option chain. Then it's gonna show you the option chain. I'm gonna show you a picture of that. Well, I told you, I'm telling you go to October. Well, you have September. I'm going to September. The option for September is, let's say you buy, I'm not going to do September. I'm going to do August. Why is this freaking out? I'm not getting good prices. I'm going to go to July. You know what? The market's closed, so it's giving me goofy prices on the option. Let me try to use another example. Since the market's closed, the market price, the price is goofy. Let's try Zoom. Yeah, you know Zoom. Okay, let's see. It's almost the same price as Coke. August. No, it's not giving me the right price. Well, I'm just gonna give you what I told you I'd do. I'm gonna give you the Coca-Cola options, even though the prices are off. Yeah, they click on it when the market's open, but I'm gonna send you a couple of pictures. So here's the stock. There's the stock. There's the options. And here's the option chain. Since it's Sunday, the prices are goofy, but that's what the option chain looks like. You're gonna look at the strike is in the middle, and the strike's gonna be the option that you want to buy. These ones say all 10, so you know they're whacked out. But if it was 10, that'd be $1,000 per option. But usually they're about a buck, between $1 and $3. That's all you gotta know. So go to your broker, click on these things I'm showing you, and you'll notice on Monday that these prices will be accurate. It'll be like $1 to $3. No, it's right. No less than an options. So just realize that most options expire worthless and they're never exercised. It means the person who invested in the option lost everything. People are waiting for something to happen, waiting for it to hit, doesn't hit. They keep waiting and then it expires and they lost their time.
So you're saying people selling them make out good. That's the move, selling them.
They make out because they're the ones that are selling them, but they get that premium for selling them. They have the shares. They sell the option. They're just gaining. They're not losing nothing. It's like the casino in the house. But the people who buy the option, now if the stock shoots up, they make out good. But if it doesn't shoot up, they're either going to break even or lose. So the stock has to move for the option buyer to make a profit. But for the option seller, it doesn't have to do nothing. Out of that, automatically get a small profit. Period.
Okay, let's say I was to buy 100 shares of Coke, and then another guy would
$6,000.
And then another guy was to buy the same amount of shares. Sorry, another guy was to buy the same amount of options that the shares
Value.
costed.
6,000.
Yeah, the value.
If the option was $3, $300, he can buy 20 contracts, and that could Coke 1,000 shares of Coke. So, in theory, your Coke went up a point, and you had 20 contracts. That's $2,000 profit, right?
Let's say I knew that Coke was gonna go up 20% on Monday when the market opened. Which one makes more? Which one makes more money?
Option.
Like it's not even close.
No, not really. No, it's not even close.
It's not even close because the guy with the thing, he only makes 20% on his money, obviously.
But let me tell you something, Jeremy. Here's where it gets tricky. It depends on what option you buy. There's like 1,000 options for Coke alone. Every big stock, there's like 1,000 different options. So you're looking to buy, 1 month to 2 months out, and 1 or 2 points above the stock price. That's the most common.
No, but I know it's going to go up 20%. If I knew it was going to go up 20% on Monday, like
if the stock's going to go up 20%,
just let's say hypothetically,
stock or the option 20%. Which one?
Hypothetically, I think Coca-Cola on Monday is going to go up 20% in value. So I don't know.
It's going to go from $60 to $72. So then you'd buy the 70 call, and it probably only paid like 50 cents for it. And that option, that 70 call, was going to go to $3. You'll make like 6 times your money.
So it's like 6 times as 5-6 times as profitable to buy the option than it is to just buy the actual shares.
In this case, yes. You put $6,000, that's $36,000. $6,000 to $36,000 right there, bam. But you have to sell it. Take it off the table. You don't sell it.
Yeah.
You lose your window.
Yeah, no doubt. All right.
See, with the stock, you just hold it. Like that's the thing with stock, you don't gotta like sell it, just hold it, right? Get the dividend. No stress. Now, with the cover calls, you have shares of Coke, let's say 200-300 shares. You write the cover call, 1 or 2 contracts. You're going to get the 50 cents or the $3 times 100 times 200 every month after month. So it's like not guaranteed, but it's established income every month.
If you're selling them, yeah.
And you're only downside if the stock shoots up to 72. Well, your stock's going to sell like at 62. It's going to sell it for cash. So you
don't lose it. You get the cash. You get the cash at the strike, whatever the strike price was or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. So the stock is 60. You sell the 62. You're going to get the 62 price, cash out, plus the premium you got for selling it. You win. Double win. Win-win. But
even if you end up selling the stock, You still got the money you sold the call for. The money went up a little bit, but then you don't have the stock anymore. So now you can't do another covered call on that stock unless you
Well, you
put more money in.
You have to buy it back, and if stock shot up, you're gonna have to pay more for it. You could just switch to another stock, Philip Morris or another stock.
Yeah. That's not really great money. What do you get? 5% a month or something on that?
Less. I mean, most covered calls. I mean, if you do it right, maybe 3%. 5% is like 6% is like Tesla. percent a month, and you say it's not great, dude. It's great because you have 100 grand, 5,000, 6,000 a month. Do it 10 to 12 times a year. You're set, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's 50, 60 G's a year. I heard it.
Get $1 million. Now you're talking about 50 grand if we work in Tesla, work in Apple.
Oh, that'd be huge if you had $1 million. Yeah, you could. No doubt.
Now I have a success story for you. Once I bought Google back in the day when it was newer, and I increased my investment 29 times. I bought a Google option for 50 cents, and it went to $14. So it was 29 times on my money, but that's just one hit. I have losses, obviously. So that particular time, I think it went from like that particular trade was like 1,000 to like 29,000. It was like a 9-month option though, so I went to like 9 months. That was the biggest gain I made, but I don't really recommend it because it's just a long shot. It's like betting on the horse that's not going to come in unless you know the stock's going to move up somehow. You know that. An option could go out for 2 or 3 years. So then you got the leap, call it a leap, LEAP. So if you buy an option for like two or 3 years out, then you have time. It could go up 20 times, 30 times in theory, more. You're talking about like a next Friday option expires next Friday. I mean, if you know it's going to hit, but I don't do those trades because I don't want you to lose money. But some people do those trades. High risk, high reward. Just let me know if you have no more questions about stocks or options.
What's up, everybody?
Yo.
Just came back from a little flat smacking on another server. Did not go that great for them.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was like an Orthodox Christian server, so I was just coming at them with like arguments from the Bible for flat Earth, and a couple scientific ones as well. And they were just spiraling, saying that I do magic.
Did you say a Christian server?
Yeah, I got invited off Instagram to some Orthodox server because somebody was triggered by something that I posted. So I went into the server today and like I don't know, just gave them. I was like, okay, so you guys are not down with evolution, right? And they're like, yeah, evolution is a lie. And I was like, and you think the Earth was created in 7 days and it's about 7,000 years old, right? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, so why do you think that we're on a spinning ball that's billions of years old in a cosmic fart? And like, if you're not buying shape-shifting monkeys, why are you buying that? And they just spiraled. There were two people in the chat actually who were like backing me up, but I was getting stomped on by the mods. It was kind of sad.
Yeah, dualistic thoughts. Yeah, it's amazing how some people can do that.
Yeah, some of them even went as far as saying they didn't believe that we went to the moon, but that doesn't mean that outer space isn't real. And I was like, what? Like, how are you delineating that? That is you got to throw it all out. If they're lying about land in the sky, I don't know. It kind of blew my mind.
How many lies? Listen, how many lies does it take to make someone a liar?
Exactly.
It's amazing what some people are willing to accept to reaffirm the model.
Yeah, to me it just showed that there's like a worship of government and a worship of like earthly authority within that group of people that call themselves Christians. As a Christian myself, knowing the earth is flat is not a matter of salvation, but I do believe that God wants us to operate from a foundation of truth. And so I was just trying to help them not be operating off of a foundation of falsehoods. But not everyone's ready.
Yeah, I hear that. It appears the ballers are broken. They're in chat, but they're staying like they're it's like I don't know what's going on. I think they're trying to pull a boycott.
No,
but they can't keep away.
I think they're waiting for Alan to come back and like flesh out these arguments that he's been bringing to the table as of the last couple days about the speed of light and a preferred reference frame for like calculating like GPS and stuff. And I am not going to attempt to go any further in reiterating his argument. It's way like above my pay grade. But I was listening to it for a little bit last night, and I heard one Glober try to argue with him, and it didn't look good. It's not looking. It didn't look good.
Well, it appears we did it without this guy that you're talking about, but yeah, I'm sure he has some good stuff. But yeah, that's not it. I think he did one presentation here. And if he has that much power, okay, good on him. But I think it's an overall realization. They realize that, man, this is tough supporting this model. And if we're not allowed to ad hom and, interrupt, and, I think that's basically it. Yeah. The power of interruption and ad homing has been taken away from them. And they really can't function, I think.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deny any of that. That's 100%. I was just speaking more of like extremely contemporary within the last couple of days is what I thought you were talking about. Because I just noticed that when he was having that little presentation, the Globers were gone. They disappeared. Like you turn on the lights and the cockroaches scatter. But what you said is also very, very true.
It seems they've become, it's premature to talk about it, but they've become text preferred means of communication, text.
Well, good. That's fine. They can stay in the text chat. There's a lot of people out there that think we live on a ball. I'm sure there'll be more people who find their way to this server and want to talk about their ideas in the VC.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good thing. And it goes to show their major power. Like, if you can't imagine now, if you can't ad hom and interrupt, you can't function. That's it. You're done. That says a lot about your methods, right?
Well, yeah, and the message, not just the methods. Because listen, if if y'all can't interrupt and make yourselves look stupid and not get to the point, you're not addressing the information. You know what I mean? If you're interrupting, you're not addressing the information. If you're ad homing, if you're trying to make things personal, trying to get into people's lives, talk about their families like idiots, instead of addressing the information, why, if we don't let you do that, boy, you ain't got nothing because it ain't a globe. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Come
sir.
in with an argument. That's it.
Well, it's good. Now we're going to get to know each other a little bit more and really refine our ideas and our arguments. Sort of like an iron sharpens iron type of deal is what I'm thinking. And, in the background off this server, you've got a lot of people, a lot of influencers that are talking about flat Earth. And it's the whole, like, if you build it, they will come type of deal, in my opinion, where like Geo's built a pretty decent place for people to come and be heard and have all sorts of different ideas on what it is that we are dealing with here in terms of the Earth. So it's just a matter of time, really. And I don't want a bunch of new people to just get like ad hommed when they're in here. I don't even want to have to moderate for it. It's so frustrating. I would much rather just have everybody that is here understands the rules of the server and how to let people speak one at a time.
Yep, it ain't difficult. Did everybody see the thing I posted with the Vice President of the United States? I mean, it's freaking shameful, man. How did these two? It's Camilla. Well, I forgot her name, whatever her name is. She talks about space flight, about a rocket. You gotta hear it, bro. It's a minute. I don't know. I'm speechless. Just listen to it and tell me how that person became vice president. It's like 38 past the hour. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Right. The meeting of super geniuses has adjourned.
She looks like she's trying not to throw up. She's just like holding like a bunch of vomit in.
It's like, how, man? How?
I mean, they worship Satan. They're gonna get some real poor humans to go in front of the camera because those people are easily controlled, through blackmail or their vices or whatever.
Can you imagine her sitting across the table from Putin and having a conversation with him?
No, I don't think Putin would ever allow that to happen.
Keep that woman away from me.
I mean, I'm really surprised that Russia, like, okay, let's pretend for a second that the countries aren't in cahoots with each other and that this isn't just a big scripted thing and that there's actually different countries, right? I'm just surprised that Russia hasn't done more to, like, as a result of this U.S. aggression. We've given $120 billion to a country that is like to a proxy war with Russia, and they haven't done anything. It's very surprising to me. I wouldn't take that shit.
Well, they are doing something. It's just not evident.
What do you mean?
The Russians are freaking smart.
Oh, I agree. No, I definitely agree. Here's the thing. I think that there is a part of the Russian government that's like not down with Putin being sort of in league with all the other nations. They're probably like more on the military side rather than like the political side. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the way I see it.
Russia really hasn't ruled its own country since the czars were murdered by the Jewish communist Bolsheviks. It's been simply completely controlled by Wall Street, and is quite well documented by Anthony Sutton in his volume of books. He has books and books of evidence on how the Western powers caused the communist Russian Revolution, and then in cahoots with these communists started World War One and World War Two to take out Germany as well.
Yeah, that was pretty much what I was alluding to. Like, if there are any people that are still operating within the Russian government or military that have loyalties to like the czars, it's like some kind of like secret club.
That's like 150. That's like not 100. It's like 100 years ago when they killed the czars.
No, I know. Like, so their loyalty would have to like span generations for sure.
Yeah, basically, you understand what happened with, like, the proof's in the pudding. I mean, after the communist revolution, all of like the valuables and shit that they stole from the czars were literally shipped back to London. We're taking control by England, like we're taking possession by England. So it kind of shows you who was behind the whole revolution. And the whole revolution was, if Germany and Russia teamed up, then they would have been the most powerful, I guess, military alliance on earth. So the whole thing was to create communism to divide Central and Eastern Europe, because if they united, Britain would lose its supremacy, right? Because all Britain has to do is just, I'll get America, and Britain and America together, nobody could stop them. But when Russia and Germany were kind of colluding, they're like, oh my God, like, these guys could actually stop us. Quickly start a communist revolution and quickly start a world war after it, so we can cripple these guys before they even become a threat.
You see what's going on right now, if we're to believe this is not all a game, right? That they're all together and they're playing us. What's happening now, the Russians, you see, the way they portrayed in the West here is like we hurt the Russians, our sanctions. On the contrary, the Russians have it's better for them now because all this oil stuff, they're selling their oil for more, and they realize that they can sell all their stuff to China and India and all other countries, and they're selling their oil is getting to the Europe anyways. They're just selling it for more. They made more contacts with everybody, and no matter how it's shown here in the West, most of the world is on Russia's side, not on the West side. There's only Europe and America. The rest of the world is on the side of Russia. So they're going to change the dollar. They're switching over. They're going to have the petro yuan. They're working with China. So they're doing a lot in the back. It might seem that they're not doing anything, but they're doing two things. They're winning the war and they're changing a lot of stuff in the background. And America's paying for everything, by the way. You guys own Ukraine right now. And they're going to be paying you for at least 50, 60, who knows how long the war is going to go on for. Britain just finished paying you guys off for World War II. Keep that in mind. So what you're doing is you're sending money over there and you're prolonging the murder of Ukrainians. Already around 300,000 are dead. And if anybody thinks that the Ukraine stands a chance of defeating Russia, well, you're in La La Land. So all you're doing now is just prolonging. Every day you send money, people are dying. That's all that's happening. There ain't no way in hell that the Ukrainians are going to beat the Russians. It's not going to happen. But I guess time will tell.
Yeah, so basically, let's see. The British took out France in the French Revolution. And this isn't even the people of Britain. It's a small group of long-nosed individuals that operate out of the city of London. But these long noses, Britain's main enemy was France. Had the French Revolution, no more French monarchy. France becomes a socialist state. Boom, France toppled down. Wait 100 years. America has this whole revolution. They have a treaty. They fund the Civil War. America gets trampled down, and now we're in not in a republic anymore after the Civil War. That was like 150 years ago. So they topple over America. America and France are now working for the city of London. Then what else happens? Then Russia and Germany, they have the communist revolution in Russia, topple Russia. Now there's no enemy in Russia. World War I and World War II, topple Germany. Now there's no more German enemies. So the city of London has basically been systematically destroying anyone else who has any power in comparison to them. It's clearly evident throughout history. And there, I mean, we have people who document like their agents being in these places and shit. It's quite evident, and it's not even the British people. It's literally a bunch of fucking Jews in the city of London using Britain as their, I guess, like place of operation or whatever you would call it. The young Republic of America died 150 years ago. You live in a corporation now. Sad to say.
Yeah, we are run by the military-industrial complex. It's very simple. Sad, but simple. And what does the military-industrial complex sell? Well, weapons, of course. And where are weapons used in? Well, wars, unfortunately. So yeah, they just start wars. It's painfully simple, disgustingly simple.
So you're saying Hitler made a mistake by attacking Russia?
Anybody who attacks Russia makes a mistake. They just don't look at history. Look at all the people that attacked Russia. What happened to them? Every single one.
So if Ukraine just bowed down, they would have saved like 1 million lives already.
No, not bow down. This is what they wanted. They just didn't want them to join NATO. That's it. That was the condition. When the Soviet Union fell, a promise was made. The promise was, we're not going to expand into Latvia and all those countries. What did they do? They expanded to all those countries. And like the Russians told them, this is a red line for us. You're not coming here. It's like imagine China moving into I don't know, Mexico, and like setting up base right next to Mexico. You think that you guys are going to allow that?
Is it because those countries were being gay and shit?
No, bro. No, it's a West move on the resources of Russia. They want to weaken Russia. They're hell bent on taking over the biggest land in the world. They have all the resources, blah blah blah. The Russians are not our enemy. Other people are our enemy, but not the Russians.
Obviously, the people are not our enemy. The people who are orchestrating wars and laundering money and smuggling drugs, humans, and guns are the enemy. But the thing is, people are too cowardice to accept those facts. And so they become reactionary, they become passive, they don't prepare. And then after a while, the war reaches your front door and it's already too late. And that's how it works. As well, too, while other people are slaughtering each other and you're not saying anything, these other fucks that are causing the slaughter are literally planning on you getting slaughtered next. It's like you're watching a serial killer kill your neighbors. Instead of being like, oh, wait, we should team up and stop the serial killer, you're just kind of like scared and looking out your window as he approaches your house.
Yep. You know what Hitler said when they were slaughtering all those people? He said, "Don't worry about it. No one's gonna notice." You know why he said that? Because about 50 years back, the Turks did that already. They slaughtered like 2 million Armenians, and nobody did nothing. So that was the precedent. It was the first slaughter, like the first Holocaust, shall we say? And till today, Turkey doesn't admit it.
The Armenian genocide.
That's correct. Yep.
Oh yeah, because they're not Jewish. Nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody's heard about that one, right? But that's the first one. The first one in the modern era, shall we say, that the word genocide came to be, and nobody knows about it. Yep. Most people don't even know what Armenian. What's an Armenian? Armenia? What's that?
Well, yeah, because Armenians don't have international money and influence, so nobody gives a fuck if you die if you're not influential or have money. It's sorry to say, like when you have a wife and she's prioritizing her career over your kids, it's funny because once your wife dies, your kids are gonna cry for mommy back, but her job is gonna do jumping jacks and like have pom poms and parades. The fact that she died and they don't have to pay her anymore. Nobody fucking gives a fuck, and I don't understand why people keep attaching themselves to people that don't care about them. Stop fucking giving shit to people that don't care about you. Not wise.
Yeah, it's like the Stockholm syndrome, you know? I really think like some people are under that particular one. Because how else are you going to support your captors? Like it just doesn't make sense.
Have you noticed, SC, that there's these guys on the internet who are like supposedly like pickup artists or whatever, but then they're all touting the Quran and stuff, but I'm pretty sure nowhere in the Quran is there hookup culture.
Not particularly that. I do notice a lot of religious stuff though. A lot, yeah. Been noticing that Aaron Ra a lot lately. That Aaron Ra dude, debating religious dudes.
Yeah, I've been watching like these guys like Andrew Tate and his buddies or whatever, like these internet personality Mason shows, and they're always like supposed to be like macho men that get a lot of women, and then they always say like, oh, but I support the Quran, I'm Islam, but then it's like nowhere in the Quran does it say fuck like random bitches and not like I don't get it. Is that in the Quran? Like, because
No.
I didn't no, right. So these guys are saying like, yeah, you need to go fuck hundreds of women randomly or whatever, and I'm like, that's not is that like it doesn't add up to me, dude.
It's because Andrew Tate found Islam in jails. He's a convert.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys brought this guy up, right? I
Not
didn't
even
know
Andrew
about
Tate.
this guy.
I'm just gonna say, bro, it's not even him though. It's a bunch of these like quote unquote tough guys that get women, and I see some sort of trend where they're all trying to like tout Islam, and it's like that doesn't even make any sense. Like,
Yeah, it's that, but it's also this guy Andrew Tate, for example, right? He's supposed to be touted. I heard people talk about him. I never heard about him before his jail thing, right? And couldn't care less about the thing that he had, right? If you have women and they agree to do something, that's on them. I don't care about that. The thing is, he's touted for this sort of macho man, like how men should be instead of the woke movement and that. I've heard this guy. This guy's an arrogant fuck. Like, really, you want your son to be like this man? Because I heard a lot of people here talk good about him. Like, seriously, you want Andrew Tate to represent like your son to be like this dude? My limbo and my Lamborghini and my this. This guy's a. Are you guys serious? Andrew Tate, you want your son to look up and be like this fucking guy? Seriously? Wow.
He gets coverage because he's problematic because he triggers the liberals, so that's why he's so famous. Not because he's so great, but because he's so polarized.
and he always talks about how he like came from the struggle, but all I see is clips of him as a teenager on reality TV shows. Like, is that a real struggle? And his dad is like some fucking black dude from the CIA. It just sounds really. The whole thing is just really sus. I was watching like a video the other night, dude, that was like going into his background and shit, and then the whole fucking channel got deleted. And I was like, this video just exposes him. How and they're supposedly censoring him. They're gonna censor the people that expose him. It just seems kind of fishy, dude. Like a channel that was exposing him for being a fraud, fucking Mason Shell actor, literally gets censored. That doesn't even make any sense. If Google is against him, why would they be against his enemies? It doesn't make any sense to me. There's been a new fucking amount of censorship, dude. A bunch of channels that I had all got fucking taken down recently. It's weird. And they weren't even big either. Like the channels I watch are pretty low key. Like nobody really knows about them. So I don't know how they're fucking finding them.
There's one thing on I think on TikTok. Forgot the name of that show, man. There's a bunch of guys like you're saying, right? But they're less like they're more low key and they have women on there and they talk with them. Holy tamale, man. Like the young
Oh,
generation is gone, bro.
yeah, like all the women are like fucking whores on the show. What is this?
Yeah, they have their boobs out and they're like saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a traditional woman." And dude, you
Nah,
have
bro. All the
half your shirt is open, man, on TV. You're like your boobs are out. Are you kidding me? You want a guy to marry you? Seriously now.
bro, SC, I'm 25, dude, and every fucking female I know that's my age or slightly younger than me, let's just say not one of them is marriage. Like not a single one is marriage material. I mean, they're
It's
nice. They're cool people. Like, but they're at no point like it would. If any of my friends get married, honestly, it's kind of embarrassing because they're gonna be like, "Dude, what are you doing? Like, your wife is a whore." You know, like, people get offended and stuff, but it's the fucking truth, dude. if your wife is a whore, do you not think the boys are gonna laugh behind your back? Not even behind your back, in front of your. I'll laugh in front of your face, dude. But other boys are gonna laugh behind your back. But like, how do you think you're gonna get respect from your peers, your male peers, if your wife is a fucking whore and all of us fucked her? It makes no sense.
Feminism means that girls can do whatever they want.
It's
I mean, and
amazing. Like
you can do what you want, but there's consequences. You know what I mean? They're not even that bad, but it's just like
Body
there are
count doesn't matter.
that show, if I remember the name, you guys gotta hear it. You hear things like, to me, this is like new, man. You know, I'm older than you. That's for sure, bro.
Is it
And
fresh and fit?
you hear things like body counts. What's your body count? And one girl says, well, like 40, 50. And the guys are like, and you're wondering now why you're not married? And you call yourself a traditional woman and stuff like that. And they're like, they don't get it. Like, they don't understand, you know? Why can't I go out with my friends and dance while I have a boyfriend? What do you mean I can't do that? It's like they have no concept of relationships, of honor, of loyalty, man, it's like it's
Because
bad. It's really bad.
they're all raised by their mom and no dad. It's either here's the options. Either you stay with the mom and have to be a cuck, and the mom fucks whoever she wants. You don't get to discipline your kids. You don't even get to say your opinion to your kids. Or you don't stick around and the mom raises the kids themselves. Either way, the same result's gonna happen. The daughters are gonna be whores and the sons are gonna be criminals. Sorry to say, dude, but if you just have a mom and no dad, you're most likely as a woman gonna be a whore or as a man gonna be a criminal. There's really like, and I'm not sealing anyone's fate. It's just what's likely to happen. If I play chicken on the road, most likely I'm gonna get run over. So like that's just it. It's not guaranteed you'll get run over, but there's a good chance car's gonna barrel down the road and whack your ass.
Well, for a 25-year-old, you sound like you have a lot of wisdom, bro. And I just hope more people are like you, because the way this is going, man, it ain't good.
Dude, I'm just jaded, dude. That's what I am. I don't even know if it'd be called wisdom. I call it jaded to the fact, because dude, it's just so much fucking like at this point, is it not obvious? Like they make fun of you as they lie to you. So you can kind of tell, like, wait, like, all right, they're giving me the name of a video game character and saying he did something that was predicted on The Simpsons. Like, should I believe this? Or should I just, use my fucking brain cell? Like, I don't know. It's coming to a point, I see, where it's really obvious. I think it's not that I'm wise; it's that the mass population is retarded.
Yeah, I think it's really bad. It's the internet thing, right? Everybody's on their phones, right? Everyone's in their little cocoon. So I think they found a new way to control us. I'm guilty. I'm the first one guilty, right? Like I might be doing stuff in the background, right? But I still have this thing on in my ear, right? So yeah, we got to be aware of that, man. Everybody's head is in the phone. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I got to do some stuff. I'm gonna be silent for a while.
Yeah, Sam, I gotta go buy some work pants.
Back on the dating scene, when I was growing up, like in the 70s, a woman would never, ever admit that they were trying to date a guy for money. That was considered, I mean, they would never do that. It was always for love. Now, they're talking about he needs to be 6 feet and he needs to make six figures. I think social media has destroyed our dating.
Yeah, it's like it's went from mom and dad are two people that are loyal to each other and love each other to mom is a sex doll and dad is a piggy bank. You essentially fucking dehumanized everyone. Oh, and the children are just you could just murder them. Yeah, just murder the children. Mom's a sex doll and dad's a piggy bank. Rob dad, fuck mom, and murder the child. And that's the new family like model nowadays. Oh, and then I guess like there's the whole gay shit. I mean that's and it's funny because it's all like interconnected. It's all the same guys funding all of it.
These Orthodox Christians are really geeking out at me about the Earth being a ball. They're like quoting all these Greek saints that call it a sphere, and I just took the I just like translated the word. I'm like, yeah, you guys are. That's not what they're saying. They're saying it's a circle. You guys are just picking and choosing like what you guys want to hear. Not good
There were old Roman artwork that depicted a sphere, but you lived inside the sphere like a snow globe. You didn't live on the outside, so that's the misconception. Romans did have a globe, but you didn't live on the outside. You lived on the inside of the globe.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a really good point.
Yeah, so it's still a flat Earth cosmology.
Yeah.
If you look at the artwork, it shows like flat land inside of the globe, not on the outside.
Yeah, then it makes a lot more sense. It's cool.
Fucking, they've got you confused to think that fucking flat means curving on the fucking surface of a sphere, which is not flat. That's not flat. Like curving on the outside of a sphere is the definition of not flat, and yet they've made you think that that is flat. It's not even mathematically sound, let alone actual like science and physics. Like it's just debunked on the mathematical geometry alone.
Yeah, I told him. I said the globe's got nothing, you guys. You're just quoting saints that are using the word sphere and saying, "Boom, it's a sphere." And it's like, I'm sorry, but the saints are wrong. And just got to go back and do the reading.
Who determined these guys are saints? Did God come down and say this guy is a saint, or was it some pope somewhere waving a stick around saying this guy's a saint? When someone says they're a saint, I have a fucking really hard time believing it. I feel as though the designation of saint is something that like only God would be able to fucking confer upon someone, you know? Like, how do you know this guy was a saint? How do you know what he did his whole life? How are you to say that? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, how are you to say this guy? I don't know. It bothers me.
That's a good point, bro. And now you know it's a con by what you said right there. How does a human being have the ability to to make somebody a saint? How is that?
Last time I checked, like, isn't saint supposed to be like a heavenly office? And the kingdom of God is not on this earth. So how does a man on the earth determine who's a saint and who's not? Like the whole thing is kind of weird. It's so weird how like these fuckers contradict their own book. And then when
Well,
you
they
read the
even
book
have
to them, wait, real quick. When you read the book to them, they say, "Oh, the book doesn't count because the Earth is a globe." And it's like, wait, you say you follow this book, then you quote to me some shit that's not in the book. Then when I bring the book to you, you say, "Oh, we don't follow the book because we live on a ball." That's their whole tactic. That's what they've been doing. That's the whole tactic they came up with after 1,000 years.
Yeah, as far as the saint thing goes, there's like a procedure, right? You have to have performed certain miracles and blah blah blah, and then the high priests just make you a saint.
Yeah, even that, dude. It says in the New Testament somewhere that only Jesus is the high priest. So how do we have a pope? That doesn't even make. How do we have a high priest when it clearly states that no one is supposed to be the high priest except for the one guy it's written about? It's just, and then they say like, well, you can't interpret that book because the book is wrong when you interpret it, and actually you live on a ball. Like what? Like that's not that doesn't even. It's just a big diversion.
Yeah, but it's worse than that. Not only is the Pope the high priest, he's the second in command after Jesus. He's the vicar of Christ. You get it?
Yeah, and then you have popes throughout history. There was like one pope who was like named Pope Innocent, and he was like the least innocent guy ever. It's fucking like how ironic they named this guy Pope Innocent, and he's just committing war crimes across the whole land. Like it's so funny, man.
That's what they do, and people buy it. Even till today, right? You have followers, right? What are you? I'm this. I'm Christian. I'm Catholic. I'm Orthodox. I'm this. I'm that. Yeah, it works, man. You can do whatever you want, and you're still gonna have followers, and they're gonna make excuses for you. Yeah, it's amazing.
They can't even live up to their own book. They say they follow a book, and then when you like here it says only one high priest, and they're like, oh well, you're interpreting it wrong, and you're just foolish. It's like, am I foolish, or are you running a con game, and I just exposed you, and you're diverting from the fact, not rebutting it, just diverting, just the same tactics we get from the Globers, from a guy in a robe, basically, same thing. They don't address our points. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's even worse than lying about the globe, like trying to say that like you've got some special connection to God and manipulating people like that. It makes me fucking sick. It's like a spiritual molestation. It's so creepy.
Have you seen this one guy who just looks like an absolute demon? He's supposed to be some like not
the big.
Catholic or an Orthodox.
No, I know who you're talking about. He's got the airplane and he looks all scary.
Looks like a demon. It's like, oh, who is this demon? Like, where did they find this demon?
I can't remember his name right now, but I know exactly who you're talking about. He's in his eyes.
Yeah, dude, I was like, it was something like something preacher exposed or something, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll watch this video. I was watching like 5 minutes, and the guy was like bringing up points and stuff, and I was like, wait, like, all right, your points are all like good and relative, and it's kind of proving that this guy is just a fucking like a demon, but I didn't even need like, who was fooled by this guy in the first place? Like, who went to get preached to by a guy who looks like he would murder your kid for a fucking buck? Like, like who got like who is getting tricked? Are people that foolish? I mean, they
Yes,
must be.
they are. It's we're in like, I don't know. I'd say that we're in like the precursors of like an enlightenment era, but you need to like we're going through some dark ages, right? Like if the power went off, if the power shut off and we lost all the data for the last 20 years, that would be a literal dark ages. We would have no records whatsoever of what happened. Is anybody else keeping a fucking handwritten journal? Like, we are in a dark ages period. The only reason why we don't consider it a dark ages is because we've still got the data. You know, we could still Google shit. But prison records, bank records, birth certificates, death certificates,
There
all of
are
that
people
would be absolutely lost. And this would become a true dark ages time.
There are people taking handwritten journals, for example. There are monks in Tibet on those high towers that make their own entry on what's happening.
Sure, I'm not saying that there aren't people that that are journaling, but what I mean, that doesn't. I don't think that really addresses what I just said. Like,
It's kind of easy to get to the truth. All you have to do is ask someone a question, and then when they give the details to that question, ask about those details on those details. And if the whole thing checks out and makes sense, you're like, oh, like that could be the truth. But for some reason, it only takes about 2 questions before you start hearing contradictions, diversions, attacks on you, and it's like, oh, so we know clearly that your position is bullshit just off of your response alone.
Oh, dude,
Go
I
by
got a
where
whole
religion.
bunch of that.
Dude, I was in a room the other day. It wasn't even like one of these servers that we go to. And it was just this kid who was like talking about how he knows evolution is real and stuff. And I asked him like 3 questions, and you could already tell like this is a complete belief. Like this kid has nothing, and he's just started to lie and divert and talk about all kinds of things. I pointed out a contradiction, and he said like, "No, you're straw man." Okay, if it's a straw man, tell me how I'm wrong. What part of what I said is wrong, and what like that's not a contradiction or whatever. Okay, explain to me how it's not a contradiction. You like it's so easy to get to the truth. All you have to do is just calm questions. And they same thing with Doofy the other day. I asked him like 3 questions and he just started fucking crying. Like actually crying and yelling over the phone and like not giving evidence. And then like 2 other goobers hop into divert and it's just like it's just come to a point where getting to the truth is really easy, or at least getting to exposing lies really easy. It's not even hard anymore. For me at least. Like I'm all you have to do is just ask questions and see what the response is.
Yeah, I love just telling people that I disagree with them, or that like my gut instinct tells me that they're being disingenuous with me, and like so I'm just going to disregard what they're saying because it's not always true, and my gut isn't always 100% correct. But I've never regretted following the gut, and it oftentimes is usually like 80% correct, maybe even 90. Where I just say that, and they will either spiral or they'll like get humble real quick and start having a real conversation with me. That doesn't happen that often. Most of the time, it just causes somebody to spiral. But yeah, I love telling people that they're wrong, or I think they're wrong because my gut is telling me that they're just a disingenuous person based on what they're saying. Very powerful.
Yeah, like if I ask you a question and your response is to then attack something about me or what you think my position is, it just shows you don't actually have an answer. Or the answer you're going to have is going to be contradictory. It's just, I don't know, but I don't know if anyone else is seeing what I'm seeing. Like, I'm presenting it and exposing it, but I feel like they don't, like, even for people in this room, like, say you're talking to someone and you're just showing that the other guy just doesn't know what he's talking about, just talking out his ass. But I feel like it doesn't matter. It's just like, oh well, we're on teams, so it doesn't even matter if the guy that was talking was wrong. Like he's on my team, so I have to support him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing it for years. I know the tactics you describe. We just maybe there's like a resurgence of it. I don't know. Um, I've really only had a couple good flat Earth conversations off Discord in the last 5 years, maybe 3, and I only really attempted maybe 4. You know what I'm saying? Like I usually make sure that I'm not about to engage with somebody that would act in the way that you just described because it's a fucking huge waste of my time.
And like I said, dude, just asking like simple questions that if you had the actual truth, you would be like, good lad to answer. Like if you thought you had the truth about a subject and someone asked you about the details on that, would you not be happy to share it? Not like getting emotional and trying to distract from answering at any. Yeah. It's like they're trying not to answer. Like they know the answer is going to be dumb, so they some sort of tactic where they just try not to answer it. I don't understand how people don't see it.
I think you do, actually. I'm going to quote you to the best of my ability. You said, before you woke up, you had a really nice life. You had a really, really fucking nice life. And you had no reason to wake up. Right? That's it, dude. Being comfortable. They don't see it because they're comfortable.
It's like a cipher effect from the Matrix.
Yes, 100%.
The cipher guy. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Because for me, it's like, if I know something's to be true, I'm not gonna then say like, well, it's uncomfortable for me to admit this is true. Like, I guess it's just a different type of personality. That makes sense though. The cipher effect. You got the Agent Smith effect. You have the cipher effect. Fucking that movie is so good.
Dude, yeah, if you do a little deep dive on the writer of that book, it's pretty crazy. There's some weird affiliations.
You ever
But
seen
yeah.
a movie called The Holy Mountain?
Somebody tried to get me to watch it once, and then somebody was like, "Isn't that the movie with this like weird scene?" I think there's like some weird sexual scene that I'm not remembering because I blacked it out of my memory.
But
I'm pretty.
It, huh?
No, I did not. No. Somebody said that there was a weird scene, and I was like, "No, I don't want to see it." And like a bunch of my friends went in the other room and put it on the TV, and I was just like out at the like I think we were having a party or something, and somebody wanted to watch that, and I remember one of my friends when it was over, he said it was really gross, and I was happy I didn't see it.
Did you just? Yeah, I don't know. I watched the trailer the other day. It came to my. I forget how it came to my attention, but I went and watched the trailer. Bro, if you watch the trailer, just watch the trailer, dude, and you'll already know that whoever wrote this shit is not like he's got too much knowledge, if you know what I'm on certain subjects. And when I say certain subjects that aren't covered in high school curriculum, if you know what I mean. Just watch the trailer, dude. Just the trailer. I watched the trailer at my friend's place the other last night, I think. I was tripping out. I was like, dude, all the fucking symbols in this, like this guy, whoever wrote this thing, he knows. You know what I mean? Like when you see these people and you know they know more. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say, but
oh, dude,
they're like,
okay, yeah.
What movie is it?
The Holy Mountain. It's
The Holy
1973.
Mountain. Just watch the trailer, dude. Watch the trailer and just it's fucking ridiculous.
I'm looking up the guy who did it. He's a Chilean French avant-garde filmmaker named Alejandro Jodorowsky. Okay, we're gonna hit the early life here, gentlemen, real quick. Early life and education. Jodorowsky was born in 1929 in the coastal town of Tocopilla, Chile, to parents who were Jewish. Yeah. I'm not gonna watch this. I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm sure it's some filth, dude. It's every
Dude,
time.
it has,
Every time. It's so crazy.
Dude, the trailer is like 3 minutes long, and I think you could do a full book on the Masonic symbolism in those 3 minutes. Like every single scene, every single frame of every single scene in the fucking trailer. When you're watching it, you're like, wait, like. And if I was a normal person that had never studied this shit, I wouldn't recognize any of it, you know, and be like, what is this weird? This ain't worth watching. I'm watching this shit. And I'm like, dude, fucking guy, this guy knows too much. Like he knows too much. Like,
okay, this dude was literally the product of so this guy, the one who made this movie, his father was a merchant who was largely abusive. And one time when he was angry, he raped and beat his wife, which led to the birth of the director of this movie. Because of the brutal conception, his dad would tell him that he could not love him and rarely showed him tenderness. I mean, this just sounds really gross. This guy goes on to
what if
just
that's a
being a
normal
total
thing?
libtard.
So I think most of those cards are a cipher effect. Cause like the shit they say, it's like, can you not hear the contradiction in just one sentence of your rhetoric, let alone all of it?
I'm looking at some of his other films to see what he was doing.
Hey, good for you that you don't want to see the filth though, man. I'm the curiosity. I'm the cat that got killed by curiosity, man. I'm trying to like always drawn to this shit. I don't know why.
Dude, I went really deep into Pizzagate to the point where I was doing like in real life investigations, and if you're not ready to like confront, so when you realize that you're fighting fucking demons, you got to ask yourself, like, these are full-time demons. Am I like a full-time demon hunter, or am I like a part-time demon? Am I doing like, you know, on the weekends? Like, what's the deal? Because these motherfuckers are active 24/7, 365. And I just personally wasn't spiritually ready to combat these dark powers. But that's just my, like, I'm not saying that I'm not ready today. I'm just saying that it did lead me down a path that was like really dark. You know, every day I'm frustrated because I know that there's horrible shit happening and I can't do anything except fucking give money to the companies and corporations and the system that is allowing all this to happen, you know, because I'm just one guy. It's tough. You got to find a good way to come at this stuff. Otherwise everybody's got a breaking point, and I found mine. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, man, it's hard enough for some people to just do their normal shit. You know what I mean? Like normal life. When you find out about all this shit, it's like, wait, like I can't even handle my normal life. Like this is too much.
Yeah, no, my normal life was working in Hollywood when I started fucking looking into Pizzagate, and I was like, yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Thankful to say I left that industry and never looked back, you know.
Yeah.
Like when you're on set and a famous person comes on set and you were just doing research about how they are going to the same parties and very well connected to people who are under direct investigation of like the Pizzagate stuff. And then you start doing your own Googling and you're like, well, what kind of photo shoots are they doing in other countries? You know, GQ magazine says this person is one of the 50 most influential people in the world. I wonder why. Oh, and they're connected to Pizzagate stuff. Wow, it's like, and I'm on set. I'm working with them. They are, I'm working under them. You know, I was working below the line. So it's just like, how do you, yeah, I was just I was getting upset. But this isn't the Pizzagate thing. I actually don't think this is what the server is about. I shouldn't have brought it up. That was my bad, guys. I'm sorry.
My audio screwed up, or you guys just chatting?
Just a little quiet. What's going on, man? Talk to us about whatever.
What's up, dude? It's just like, I guess you guys are just chilling and not saying anything and chatting. I didn't want to interrupt, but I thought maybe my audio was messed up. So, right on. So I guess this Terry guy in the chat is saying that we wouldn't be able to see curve in the water ever. I'm trying to figure that out when I've seen lighthouses that are like 40 miles apart. And then I compare that to the 8 inches per mile squared of the spinning ball with water sticking to it. I should clearly see a curve there. Like, yeah, I can bring up a flat piece of paper or a level line or whatever up to those 2 lighthouses, and I should see the water dipping below the edges as you would see a curve. Water doesn't curve ever. I would love to see somebody come up with this model where they can show me water curving, sticking to a spinning iron core ball.
Just like it does, right? Anytime you get some iron ball, you're like, oh man, it's so wet because it's pulling all the water to it, and you're like, man, that's why I keep them in like a bag, keep them up.
Sure.
You gotta keep them safe. Or it's like some desiccant, you know what I mean? So they don't start absorbing the humidity around them and just developing like their own little oceans, and then they rust or whatever. You know how that works. Sometimes they'll just start orbiting around shit. I hate that,
Oh,
you get like a couple,
sure, I know,
like,
right? Damn it.
like man, I got to remember, I got to put all the same size iron spheres in the box. You know what I mean? And I start mixing them up, and they all start orbiting and gravitating towards one another. That's a bitch.
I know, I miscalculated my gravitational mass attractiveness metrics. Damn it. And then you throw some water in there? Boy.
Yeah. And then I'm like, this square doesn't fit in this triangle hole. I'm like, fuck, why? It should. It's the same shape. Like, bless the Glober, Yeah. Guys are fighting the right fight. Sure. No doubt. No doubt. Holy shit.
Well, even the protractor has straight lines, my friend. You see those straight lines you're using there, Terry? Those red lines with the protractor. You see how those are straight and level?
Oh, like each line is straight on a curve that bends.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
This is a great
And
point
apparently
too.
the curve is the water that we've never seen curve, like a protractor.
That's
But,
why you can hold a protractor up to the beach, and it bends with the. You're like, oh yeah, same, buddy. Yeah,
Oh
easy.
yeah. Duh.
Let's go home now. Okay.
So wait a second. The bottom of the protractor. Wait, what's that? Is it curved? Is the bottom of the protractor, is that curved?
Yeah, it's both flat and curved because just like if you lay the protractor down flat, it's it's pretty straight as well. Side eye. Okay.
It's
Hopefully we cleared this up.
It's a circle and it's round, but it's not a ball. You see, it kind of works the same way. It could be circle and round and not a ball, just like the protractor.
Oh.
Weird, huh?
Yeah.
That's
why they got the ball tractor is something that we need to invent, I guess, for them.
The ball tractor. There you go.
It'll really cut through this argument. once we get the ball tractor.
Or maybe the curve tractor. That could be a knockoff. That could be like a cheap knockoff of the ball
Cheap
tractor.
You bought that at the dollar store, son.
Yeah, but it's the same concept, right?
Cheap Chinese curves always get me wrong.
I love how they use straight lines to define curves. It's just amazing to me. I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm like,
That's good. You just gotta be smart enough to go.
Come up with.
Oh.
I mean, if I showed up, like, I used to do contracting, roofing, and insulation and stuff a long time ago. But if I showed up and people gave me like the measuring mechanism, and it was a ball, and I had to like roll it around to determine things like straight lines. I had to use this ball, and I had to roll it around in just such a way to determine a straight line. I'd be like, guys, can we just use this stick? So angular size is based on a agreed definition, which is angles, and those are determined based on the most efficient path between 2 points, which would be a straight line. So how are you calculating balls and curved surfaces using angular metrics? I'm still trying to figure this out.
Yeah. Well, once you get past the idea that it's not word salad, that those two words belong next to each other, angles and size, it makes perfect sense. It's like space and time. They're the same thing, really, pretty much, Think about it real hard. Real hard. Just hard enough to just nod your head. Just start nodding your head, and then you're thinking hard enough. Yeah. That's how it goes.
That makes sense until I'm told that all that means I'm on a spinning ball. I'm like, wait a second. We were like working on.
It's moving fast. It's probably it's a lot faster than you think. It's a lot bigger than you know.
Oh, I know.
It's a lot rounder than you can perceive.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But somehow they can. They've been able to figure it out. And if I don't
'Cause
go along with their
they're not idiots.
presentation
Yeah.
of what
Clearly.
is, then I'm the moron.
You're
Yeah, I know.
right. We're in a moron curve here. This is great. Nah. But then also go support the thing that doesn't make sense. That is the best. Don't question it. Questioning leads to wrong thinking. We don't want that.
Oh, no. We got a new world here. We don't need some those evil, vile inquiries.
You must live in some weird world where people tell lies for advantages, And I feel bad for people like you who think that people lie about stuff for advantage. That's
Wait, are you talking to me directly? Or
no,
just,
not. No, I'm just poisoned with sarcasm right now.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, I was on there. I was on your sarcasm, but
No, my sarcasm is just overloaded right now. I don't know what to do.
No, I agree with that though. That's exactly the play they do. They like try to reverse it around on you, and you're like, no, wait. I was just comparing what you presented to me, and I'm seeing that it's not adding up. I have some inquiries, and then now you're telling me I'm naughty for just simply questioning you. That sounds like a dictatorship. All I know is when I see Dave Weiss on Blaze, this shit's about to go mainstream, dude. I don't. It's like a pressure cooker, and they've been pretending like it's just a bunch of idiots that don't know what they're talking about. But the reality is, once you actually go out there and like compare what you're being told with what you can verify yourself, there's some serious problems. And it's I don't know how they can hide it, because there's just too many people that have like honest inquiring minds. I mean, they're here to learn, they're here to do self-discovery, and they're not interested in this redirect and arguing and bickering about some shit that you can't even verify or witness or at all. You can't ever see it or anything. So who wants to engage in that?
Yeah, are we coming into like the next generation of being the no BS generation?
I think we are that generation. I'm Gen X. I think everybody that's like
Yeah,
40
me
plus
too.
and
Yeah.
not like 75, we are the
I
ones
mean,
that are calling
but
bullshit on everything.
I mean, like the kids these days, either they're going to be like super distracted from what's actually going on right now, and they're never even going to see it or even think about it. But hope, the hope is that these kids in the school, they start to question their teachers and say, "Hey, can we do the math? can we do the curvature? Like, if a teacher brings up a problem, writes it on the chalkboard, the whiteboard, basically, or the um, your little screen, you know, on your laptop, like, if they question like what the teacher's doing and say, hey, um, does that make sense? How does that apply to our real world situation?
Dude, I grew up when I was in public school, I was in the 80s, and I always asked questions and I was like ridiculed. So I'm pretty sure they were already aware of that whole thing. And nowadays, I think you get threatened and bullied if you happen to be one of those inquiring minds. I think really the only way that happens effectively, where the questions and inquiries are honored with information, is homeschooling. Like, because you're never gonna like well, I wouldn't beat my kid just because he asked a question, or I wouldn't punish them because they asked a question that maybe was outside of the curriculum that I get paid to present. If I was schooling one of my kids, and they asked me whatever, it could be weird, it could be off the wall, whatever, but I would never punish them for asking the question, right? That's what happens in the public school genre.
Yeah. So is there a way to kind of change that, the public school, like maybe get the teachers in there who aren't afraid? I mean, maybe it starts at
Tried
the
it
top.
with
Maybe you
private
need,
schools. They tried
yeah.
it with
Well,
private
private, yeah. Most private schools are a denomination. It's
Mm-hmm.
like a Catholic school, Christian school, this or
I
that.
know, right? That's what sucks, because
Yeah.
that's why it didn't work. I think homeschooling is the best option on it, because you're never
Yeah.
going to attack your kids for asking a question, dude. That's what you're there for. You're there to, share your experience so that they may avoid whatever drama you experienced, right? That's what heritage is. You don't just
Hmm.
you don't just poop out a kid in the grass and leave it to just fend for itself, and whatever happens is its own stupid fault, right? I mean, being an honorable parent, like when you have a kid, dude, like, you can't just drop it off in the grass. Well, maybe, I don't know, Jungle Book, I don't know, dude, whatever, that's bullshit, whatever. But people, like, we know that human beings are not like parasites. You can just hatch. If you're a fly, you can just hatch out of an egg. You don't have to have parents. You don't have it. You just fly around, do your shit, they all do that shit, right?
Yeah. Do
But
your
humans
shit.
are different, dude. Like, you can't just have a kid and just leave it in the grass and expect it to, like, Like, come on,
The
man.
grass,
Like,
the
that's like,
grass is a metaphor for public school.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, parents, like, being a parent as a
But
human
that's
is a
that's what parents
huge
do. That's what
responsibility.
parents do, though. They just,
I
you
know
know,
exactly.
you
You're right.
drop,
That's a good
drop them
analogy
off.
for that. They're like,
Drop them
fuck it.
off.
I got to work 3 or 4 jobs to
If
feed my
it's a boy, you can
children.
just if it's a boy, you can just throw him in the backyard and he'll be fine. But if it's a
I
girl, you
know,
better
right?
be real
Well,
careful. You'll end up
maybe.
on
I don't want
OnlyFans.
to. Not in the desert, but I wouldn't do that. I would at least make sure the kid knew how to, find water and food and build a shelter. I wouldn't just drop them off, be like, "Oh, sorry, that's part of me. It was just a side effect of me having sex. Go ahead and figure it out, dude. You're on your own, dude." Yeah, it's
That's
so
no.
ridiculous. It is. It's crass, but that's how most people treat their children. Like, and then they take advantage of this whole daycare system, which is really public school. It's not really education. It's just you got to go. You have to have 2 or 3
Babysitters.
jobs to support the shit. So
Take
you
take
can't
them camping and they
can't
can
bring your
learn how to
kid
build a
to work
shelter.
with you. Yeah, right, right. So they come up with these daycare institutions.
Yeah. Well, before my dad passed away, like he was like one of the things he was looking forward to was like teaching my boys how to go fishing and and camping and all this stuff, and which he did with us, and that's
Good for you, man.
that yeah, it's and so I gotta pick up, and get them going that way. But that's the way it should go. They see, if you see the natural world, then eventually you grow up, and once like for me, that's where I grew up. Grew up in the mountains, grew up fishing, all that stuff. And then when it finally when I finally heard about True Earth and the way things were these things were being questioned, like it those things, the things that were going on in science, it seemed it's unnatural to me. It's not natural.
The perversion of
It's
nature.
yeah,
That's how
it's not it's not the world I grew up in. But however, I mean, it was the world I grew up in, because eventually I came at a crossroads where I had to be like, okay, what's going on here?
if you're lucky, you have some parents that give a shit about you.
Yeah. And so
Show
I
you
think,
there.
just teaching the natural world, and now that I know about it, now that I know the deception, um, like, and it's really hard to keep your kids away from like just the whole space and globe and all that stuff, because they're going to learn it, right? Especially if they're in public school or if they watch YouTube videos. Have YouTube videos that I like to show my son, where it's just like, working on trucks or working, or building things, and then all of a sudden they throw in this space stuff, and there's robots going to the moon and all this, and I'm like, oh my god,
Freaking
how do I
disgusting.
how do I counter it? But I have to tell him, like, this is not real. This is a cartoon, like, So really can't keep them away from it totally. You just have to give them the I guess the tools to decipher, just like eventually where I came to be with knowing the natural world, and eventually when it was pointed out to me, seeing that what was going on was not natural, that it was like a deception. It didn't fit in with the natural world.
Good for you, man, for like taking the time. Most people don't even take the time to like make that like discernment, to present that. They just let their kids go to public school. They throw all this shit at them, and then they're bullied by the popularity club. And if you don't go along with what they're saying, then you're not popular. And then they come home, and their parents, who they trust the most, are telling them that what they just witnessed at that, the spinning ball, whatever thing, is like bullshit. And you're not really saying it's bullshit. You're just trying to tell your kid, hey, you know what? Just because you're going in here and a bunch of people and you got this teacher and they're the authority and they say that all this stuff is happening and it's reality doesn't necessarily make that true. Come out and go camping with me and I'll show you real, like, reality.
Yeah, we'll go look at the skies. Let's go see out here in the mountains, you know, how many stars you can see compared to when we're in town. Can you see more stars?
Good for
Yes, you
you, dude.
can.
I hope there's a lot more people out there that have kids. I mean, I know a lot of people don't have it. They don't have the choice. Most 85% of Americans are working check to check. That's a fact. So if you
Yeah.
have kids, there's no way in the world you could just like, and most of them, most people that have families, most the spouse and the husband are, both of them are working, and sometimes one of them's working 2 jobs and shit. There's no way in the world that you could sacrifice like a third or 50% of your income to just actually be the teacher. The parents should be the teachers, right? Parents should be the teachers, but because of the economic manipulation that's been going on, you know, for the last 150 years in this country specifically, it makes it so the family unit is literally just divided. You got to have the mom and the dad out there working like 1 or 2 jobs, and then the kid has to be separated from the true teachers, which should be the parents, and they go off to
Yeah.
this hive mind group tank thing and popularity and sports, and it's just, dude,
And they kind of
look
check
at it,
out.
it's pretty
They
obvious.
check out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they check out, and when they do have free time, they check out, and there's like in front of the TV, you know, watching whatever, and then the kids are just like left to their own,
Oh.
you know, devices, you know. But I think there's like a transition where they're like, not only do like parents, I think, you know, like the homeschooling, yeah, that is a good that is a good way to get this switched over, but there's going to be a transition group in between the homeschooling and stuck in public school. So I think there are parents that
Yeah, I think that's
like
us, bro. That's
yeah
us.
that are gonna need help to battle or counteract what's coming from the public schools until like the homeschooling becomes public schooling, like, because the homeschooling that, yeah, like we're talking about trying to do and getting the truth, um like this is I don't know, I'm maybe thinking too much into it, but there's going to be a at some point, like the teenagers are going to be able to decide for themselves, um, based upon what they've been taught and what they in like public schools, and from what they're hearing in the outside of public outside of school. You know, I think there is a turnaround that's happening, but you know, they're still going to need help.
Wait, are you guys sure that we shouldn't just be having kids and then just feed them to the system? Because they're not really ours anyway, right? They're not like us. They're
That's what most people do without knowing it. That's what's kind of that's what kind of is disturbing to me.
Is that
Because
weird to
a lot
you?
of people are doing that and they don't know they're doing that.
You just feed them to the machine, and then the machine takes care of them better than you can. Where you're just a person.
Well,
You know?
here's a psychological operation that I can
Sorry, there was a
prove.
lot of sarcasm here. My bad.
No, you're good, dude. You're totally good. So think about the psyops that, you know, that's the ongoing thing. If you're 18 years old and you're not already supporting yourself and you're still living at home, you're a total loser, right? Well, my view is like, okay, if I'm 18 years old, I only had, and I'm just talking about America or the United States system of employment. Everybody else could have it, and they're all similar. But so, first time I could actually have my own job where I got my own paycheck, where I got the money straight to me, and it was based on just me showing up, was when I was 16 years old. So I'm supposed to save up enough money between 16 to 18, working minimum wage crap fast food, whatever the fuck, right? That 16-year-olds get hired for. I'm supposed to save up enough money between 16 and 18. And then my parents are like, oh, you're 18 years old. You need to move out and be on your own now. And if you don't, and you can't, you're an idiot. You suck. Right? I mean, does that even make any sense to anybody in here?
No, it doesn't,
People,
because
the
because
people
when you
that,
look
yeah,
at
right. Well, hold on. Let me finish real quick. The
yeah,
people that are
yeah, go ahead.
actually successfully like passing down their knowledge, which is heritage, to their future generations, which is their kids, are the ones that are like so-called rich, right? They're not kicking their kids out at 18 years old saying, hey, you got to get a job and I'm not going to support you at all. I'm not going to give you a dime. And if you can't make it, you're an idiot, right? They're not doing that. In fact, when they're way younger than that, they're already being set up with trust fund accounts, businesses. They're being set up to be passed down to them. And by the time they turn 18, they're already solid. But for
Yeah,
some
so
reason, the
you can
working class
yeah.
thinks that, oh, what I got to do is I got to kick my kids out after they've only been even, and they don't talk about the FICO scores. They don't talk about credit ratings. They don't talk about how any of that in the 12 or 13 years of public school. They don't ever bring up how you can actually financially operate successfully. Never. So then you get
Yeah,
out there, you start spending 16 to 18. You're supposed to have all this life